Test, test, audio test. Can you guys hear me? All right, let's go ahead and get this started. Welcome to our live coverage of what I'm calling the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. This is insane what's going on here, y'all. Let me go over to the weather.gov site and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. This is a legit blizzard, y'all. We've got a blizzard warning. Never, ever in my life did I think I would say this, but here we are. We've got a legit blizzard warning for portions of southern Texas and southwestern Louisiana. This is the first ever blizzard warning for these areas, and it will likely be the only blizzard warning in our entire lifetimes for the Interstate 10 corridor between Beaumont and Lafayette. We've already got a couple inches on the ground. Expect 2 to 4 inches more, 35 to 40 mile per hour winds, reducing visibilities to 1/4 mile or less. Roads, and especially bridges and overpasses, are going to become slick and hazardous. Delay travel if possible. This is a big one. This is the big one. If you live in southern, southeastern Texas, southern Louisiana, maybe even some portions of southern Mississippi as well. This looks like it's overperforming a little bit. Look at this. We've got ourselves a daggone snowstorm going on here. Let me turn the reports off and just show you the radar. We've got snow still in Houston. The heaviest snow is just now working into the I-10 corridor over here between Houston and New Orleans. Once it gets in there, that's when it's actually going to be a blizzard. And then some more heavy snow working up into portions of southern Mississippi, southwestern Alabama. A lot of this isn't hitting the ground. So that's why I was excited to go live today. I want to work with you guys to kind of help tell the story of what's actually going on the ground, because a lot of times with these kinds of systems, the radar will show snow starting before it actually does. We call this virga. So there's some dry air near the surface, so the snow has to fall and moisten the air. It has to evaporate in the air and moisten the air as it goes down. And once the air becomes moist enough at the surface, those snowflakes will actually start hitting the ground. So I'm interested, chat. Is there snow in Atlanta right now? Because the radar says there is. Is there snow yet in Columbus, Montgomery, Birmingham? Where does it start? According to the official reports, they stop coming in about right in here. So it is snowing near Hattiesburg. It is snowing back here near Brookhaven. We've gotten a couple of snow reports all the way up here from around Richland and Jackson. In fact, the light flurries just a few moments ago up there. So do we have snow yet in Mobile? What about y'all in Chatham, Thomasville? Let us know in the chat. And of course, I'm going to highly recommend that you send in reports through Twitter. This was a last minute live stream. We weren't sure if we were going to go live yesterday. So like a lot of my team isn't here yet. Like I've kind of sprung this on everybody. So Twitter is going to be the easiest way to send me reports and pictures right now because I'm actively viewing it myself. But you can also send stuff in to pics@ryanhallyall.com. I've got Frank here. I think he's monitoring that. And I would love to share those reports as, once again, this is a once in a generation, maybe even once in a lifetime event, y'all. If New Orleans ends up with 8 inches of snow, which doesn't, it's not likely, but it is possible. That'll be the all-time record. So yeah, very interesting stuff. Remember, the blizzard is still upon us. The heaviest snow is down here over the Gulf right now, moving up into the Lafayette region. Here's what those roads look like. And my goodness, do we have some treacherous conditions out there? Can you believe this? Can you believe this? This is a live look from Louisiana, just a couple miles away from the Gulf of Mexico during the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy what's going on here. Once again, a live look south of Lafayette, Louisiana, of the ongoing blizzard. These kinds of conditions are what's moving up towards New Orleans right now. If you haven't seen anything like this in Baton Rouge yet, it's coming. Hammond, New Roads, all of this is heading right up in your general direction. This is 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates, so it's going to be quite intense. We don't have anybody on a boat, but if we did and we sent them out into the Gulf, it would still be a blizzard well into the Gulf of Mexico, which is absolutely insane. Here's a live look from Interstate 10 there at Loyola in Louisiana. That is a blizzard, y'all. We are watching a blizzard in real time. Happening in Louisiana, and we're going to be following it all day as it moves. It's going to be in the New Orleans region really for the next several hours. I mean, we'll be here. We're expecting blizzard conditions until at least around noon or 1 p.m. And then we're going to still see heavy snow and significant winter conditions well beyond that, and we'll watch this move on over towards Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City Beach. You guys are going to get snow today. We'll watch the snow as it comes into southern Georgia. We still have we run the risk of somewhat of an ice storm happening in the Jacksonville region and Gainesville, so we've got to keep an eye on that. And of course, tonight we're going to see a decent amount of snow, and from Savannah up to Charleston, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, and the Outer Banks of North Carolina will likely see some snow as well. The models have uptrended a little bit with the amount of snow that we're going to see on the East Coast. So that's an interesting development. Does my models page work? It does. I think. Yes. Okay. So here's what the radar could look like as we go through the day today. Here's that heaviest snow is going to be in the New Orleans region around noon, okay? And then we're going to see the heavy snow also work into places like Biloxi, Mobile. Some of the snow will probably really start going here around Monroeville, Alabama around this time as well. But watch what happens. By the way, around noon or 1 p.m. is also when we expect the snow to really wrap up in Houston. But watch what happens next. This overrunning event is going to send snow all the way up into the upstate South Carolina area, into portions of North Carolina. Heavy snow is going to be possible in the panhandle of Florida. Once again, Destin, Panama City Beach might experience intermittent blizzard conditions which is just, I can't believe I'm saying that. And then once again, we've got an area of sleet and freezing rain that's going to try to set up from around Gainesville up towards Savannah, Georgia. We've got to watch that. We might have some problems with ice. That's why I'm live here today. We're going to relay power outages to you. We're going to relay traffic conditions and all that good stuff. And we're just going to have some fun watching the snow, okay? So please send me all your pictures and videos. We want to see it, as we likely won't see it again, especially down here in along the Gulf. This is absolutely wild. But look at how much snow is projected now over here on the East Coast. Like yesterday, the models were not showing this much snow in South Carolina, North Carolina, and southern portions of Georgia. So it does look like this is going to be a little bit of an overperformer as we go forward. I want to show you some forecasted snowfall totals, if I can here. It looks like the forecast offices really haven't updated the newest information, but this is higher than what we were looking at yesterday. Once again, Mobile, Alabama, at least 3 inches. At least 3 inches of snow is going to be on the table. More than 5 inches in New Orleans. More than 6 inches around Lafayette, Louisiana. I think that places like Panama City Beach could be looking at about 3 inches of snow as well. Maybe 4 inches of snow around Dothan, Alabama. How about you guys over there in Albany, Georgia? Wouldn't be surprised to see 3 or 4 inches of snow there. We're going to see a trace of snow maybe as far south as Live Oak, Florida, Lake City, Jacksonville. This is where we have to watch out for maybe a little bit of ice as well. And then from Vidalia, Georgia, all the way up to, let's say, Allendale, South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, all the way up to Myrtle Beach. I am expecting that entire area to be able to pick up on a good 1 to 4 inches of snow. Some places will only get 1. There will be a couple places in South Carolina and North Carolina that get 4 inches of snow, especially east of Jacksonville, North Carolina, over there towards the Outer Banks, Kitty Hawk. Some of those places will end up with more than 5 or 6 inches of snow by the time this is all said and done. This is a conservative forecast. This is likely on the low end of what you can expect. So exciting times here in the weather world. Once again, I'm just completely blown away by what we're seeing here. And the reports are coming in. We've got some snow down here in Jones County, Mississippi. Where we got the most snow right now? There's about 2 inches near Lake Charles. We're coming in at about 3 inches back here in Orange County, Texas. Some of these reports coming in from Houston are showing about 1 inch or so. 3 inches of snow in Liberty County, Texas. That's probably one of the higher ones I've seen so far. 3 inches of snow in Jefferson County, Texas. So it looks like there's a general 1 to 3 inches that's already fallen back here between Houston, Galveston, and Beaumont in Texas. And then a general 1 to 2 has already fallen in this portion of Louisiana. We're going to see a lot more than that. Look at all this moisture coming up from the Gulf, ramming into that cold air, falling as heavy snow. This right here is our heaviest band of precipitation. It is just now coming up into the areas that will be experiencing a blizzard over the next little bit. Here's a better look at the banding on our traditional radar here. We're watching this area down here. This is where the heaviest precipitation is. It's likely falling as a mixture of rain, sleet, and snow over the Gulf. But once this moves up into New Orleans, we're going to have a full-on blizzard here for several hours with heavy snowfall rates, blinding snow, and just lots of wind. So it's going to be really, really intense. So make sure you are ready for it. Ready or not, here it comes. It's on its way. So I'm going to be monitoring Twitter and our email inbox for pictures and reports. So have them come on in. I would be really impressed if anybody from New Orleans has a Yolometer. If anybody from New Orleans had had the ability to foresee this. If anybody down here has a daggone Yolometer, that's going to be awesome. So we are going to do our competition today. Everybody that sends in a snowfall report measurement at the end of the stream, we're going to pick one of you randomly, and we're going to send you $1,000. You know why? Because we can. All right, and I would love to see you get $1,000 for watching the Weather Channel. It's never going to happen. All right. So so we're going to do it here because we really want to see your snow. So send us those reports. And if you have a Yolometer, that's just a cherry on top. You know what I'm saying? I highly doubt we should check the records. I'm sure we can on the back end of the shop and see if we've ever shipped a Yolometer to Louisiana, the entire state. I don't know if we've ever sold one in Louisiana at all. Now, I know we probably got some out there in South Carolina and North Carolina because although it's rare that we see snow over there, it's not quite as rare. So we might see some Yolometers from over that way. But hey, Yolometer or not, go, get creative. Get you a piece of cardboard, design your own Yolometer, or, get one of them old-fashioned, what are they called, rulers? Yeah, get one of those, and, that'll work for today, I reckon. Here's a picture from about 40 minutes north of New Orleans. This is coming in from Jumbo over there on Twitter. Thank you so much for sending that in. Once again, please keep them coming. Hey, what do we got here from Defies? Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, we'll be here with you as that comes in. Yeah, a lot of these roads are closed. A lot of them are not getting plowed. Interstate 10 is an absolute mess. And also, if you get stuck on some of these roads, we've heard from local officials that nobody will even be able to come and help you. All right, so that's why it's important to stay off the roads. The good news is I'm not seeing very many people out there, so I'm not seeing people attempt it. We've got Interstate 10 here at the river, the Calcasieu River Bridge. Completely barren, completely empty. That's good. Also seeing similar sites a little bit farther to the east near Broad Street. So, the good news is so far we ain't seeing that situation where we've got miles of cars trapped on the interstate, which is stuff that we've seen stuff like that before. And the roads are clear. So we've done a good job of forecasting this storm and getting the word out there. But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. It is just now beginning here. Probably one of the better images that we have of the conditions. The reason this is a blizzard is not because we're going to see a foot of snow, all right? A lot of people think blizzard and they just think about the depth of the snow. That's not what a blizzard is. A blizzard is defined by how much it reduces your visibility. And how quickly the snowfall falls. All right. So even though this is not going to go on for 12 hours and drop 2 feet of snow, it is going to snow at a rate of 2 inches per hour, which is, how much it snows up north whenever it snows 2 feet. It just snows longer. So it's going to look exactly like you're in the tundra up there in Saskatchewan, but you're going to be in New Orleans for a brief period of time here as the blizzard picks up. We're going to have 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. You're not going to be able to see your hand in front of your face for a brief period of time, but more realistically, like the visibility will be about 1/10 of a mile. And then we might even see enough convective energy out here to see a couple lightning strikes. Thunder snow is possible with this as the energy moves over towards New Orleans, and yeah, so even if it only drops 4 inches of snow in New Orleans, it's still a blizzard. The depth of the snow is not what determines whether or not it's a blizzard. We do have storm chasers out there. Mr. Brandon Kopic is currently in Sunset, Louisiana, giving us a view of the interstate there. Storm Runner Media is also out there, and I think there's a couple more we might pick up if we need to down the road here. But man, usually whenever Brandon's out there, man, he's pulling people out of ditches. That's like the whole theme of the stream, right? When he does a snow stream, he's just pulling people out of ditches, and man, he does that in places where people are used to snow. Like in Buffalo, New York. I've seen him pull people out of ditches in Wisconsin and Iowa and all these places. So far, I haven't seen anybody needing pulled out of a ditch in Louisiana yet. So Once again, really good messaging with this storm. There's nobody on the roads. Nobody is getting surprised by this one, son. That's what we love to see. Snow in Louisiana. And the crazy thing is, it's not just snow in Louisiana. It's snow on the beaches of the Gulf. It's not snowing, by the way. You're too far north for snow today if you're in Shreveport, Louisiana. You're way too far north for the snow today if you're in Atlanta or Dallas. This is way south of you. Like that, it's just an unbelievable situation that we're in. So one of the cameras that we're going to keep a very close eye on over the next little bit is this one down here. And how do you say this? Brossard, Louisiana. This is, I think this is brought to us from the Radar Omega app, the Cyclone Port network that they have. So you guys can look at this on your own as well. But this is our farthest south camera that's just now getting into that band of precipitation that is our blizzard. Okay, so this is just a couple miles away from the beach in Louisiana here. And we've got a full-on blizzard going on, and these kinds of conditions are what's about to move into the Lafayette region, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans. So get ready. If you think it's bad right now, it's about to get a lot worse. This is absolutely nuts. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the craziest things that we've dealt with here on the channel. And we've dealt with some crazy stuff. We've been here for some big tornado outbreaks. We've been here for some crazy hurricanes. We've been here for, just the past 4 years or so, every weather event that's happened, there's been a lot of crazy ones. This one is the one that makes me go, what's going on? More than any of them. A daggone Gulf blizzard. This is from Joshua. Now, what in the world? Did you cut the bottom of the ruler off? There's no way there's 6 inches on the ground there in Lafayette already. What are we looking at here, son? Notice how, also the wind is strong enough to keep it from staying on the roofs as well, which is interesting. Looks like more. I would say it's a lot less than 5 or 6 inches, but some sort of trickery is going on here. You've jammed that ruler into the ground or something. That's why we like to officiate our reports with the YOLO-meters. You can't do that kind of trickery. Just not possible. We build in safety measures. As far as the official reports go, I haven't seen anything over 3 inches. So I'd be interested. I mean, if you guys think you have more than 3 inches of snow out there, send it to me. We'll tag the National Weather Service. We'll get you into the official registry here of reports. The farthest east report we've gotten, actually, let me reload this. Let me refresh. Okay, yeah, the farthest east report we've gotten so far has been in Jones County, Mississippi. Light snow reported at the Pine Belt Airport. So all of this stuff over here, we haven't gotten any sort of confirmation of snow. I've probably just missed it. There's probably people in chat trying to tell me. Okay, here's Biloxi, Mississippi. So it is snowing in Biloxi. It's from old Gav. Thank you, Gav, on Twitter. My handle, by the way, if you guys are trying to find me over there, it's at Ryan Hall Y'all. That's my handle on everything. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, what have you. Oh my gosh. Chipped, you got me. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to fix my my map. He says there's a misspelling on your map. It's not New Iberia, Louisiana. It's New Siberia. That's a good one. So yeah, the storm reports for snow stop in central Mississippi, but it is, I think it is at least flurrying through some portions of southern and southwestern Alabama already. By the way, if you missed it, there is a blizzard warning, a very rare, actually the first ever blizzard warning for portions of southern Louisiana and southeastern Texas until noon central. We're expecting an additional 2 to 4 inches of snow on top of whatever you've got right now. 35-mile-per-hour winds and extremely dangerous travel conditions. That includes DeQuincy, Lake Charles, Cameron, Abbeville, Lafayette, Port Arthur, and Beaumont. Defies, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, as soon as I see snow falling out my window, I'll be sure to let you know. I'm at the top of 285 in Florida. I will be waiting for your message. Thank you for that. Rodney says, your coverage is second to none. We appreciate your stream and the possible lives that may be saved, not to mention the outreach and help. Thank you, Ryan. Rodney, that's so nice. Thank you. I tell you what I'm doing here. I'm living vicariously through y'all. I love the snow, so that you don't have to thank me for being here. Thank you for sharing this experience with me. Moderate to heavy snow is going to continue this morning and through the afternoon. Some blowing snow and drifting is also expected. This is for the New Siberia area, Houma, Louisiana, New Orleans, Slidell, Biloxi, Wiggins. So yeah, some of the heaviest snow of the day is getting ready to come through this area right here. Ari says, I just got to hold a snowball for the first time. I'm 29 years old. Go out there and make a daggone snowman, y'all. Make a snowman, make a snowball. Go sledding. do something, because I'm telling y'all, it ain't gonna snow again down here. And if it does, something wrong. It ain't going to snow again like this for a while. We've seen a trace of snow in New Orleans, every 10 years or so, something like that. We've even seen an inch of snow. It snowed a couple inches in Houston just a couple years ago. But a blizzard on the beach in southern Louisiana, that, as far as I know, has never happened before. Of course, maybe in the 1700s or something. I don't know. But like this, a snowstorm of this magnitude, especially in that region right around New Orleans, is not something that we'll experience again for quite some time. Yeah, you could call what's happening with the heavier snow band here Gulf effect snow to an extent. It's not really the same mechanism. There is an actual storm system here providing the lift. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of very warm, unstable air going up into the cold air here and adding to the intensity of the snow here. And by the way, the heaviest snow is now moving into the greater Lafayette region. So we'll focus in on that area with our cameras. And then also we will try to keep you updated on what's going on farther east, like where's it snowing in southern portions of Mississippi. And then we've got some cameras in Florida too. For some reason, our traffic camera link in Alabama and Georgia isn't great. If anybody works at the Department of Transportation in Georgia, hit me up. Like whatever it takes to get your cameras in our system, we'll do it. Like we'll pay for it. We'll whatever it is. Like all these other states, it's been really easy to get it into our system. Georgia, it's been hard. So somebody from the Department of Transportation in Georgia, hit me up. And like, of course, I can go over to the website, right, and pull it up. But like, we're trying to do it through our system. Roads closed. The old Spanish Trail closed. They're not even going to try to let you attempt it. Look at them. Those officers up there, their job today is just to say thou shalt not pass. Because once you go farther down the road there and you get stuck, nobody is gonna be able to come help you, especially once we get into the deeper part of the blizzard conditions that are about to happen. Storm Runner Media has a good view of some of the heavier snow happening now in New Siberia, Louisiana. Gah. What a time to be alive, folks. No snow in Greenville, South Carolina yet. You'll probably get a little bit before this is all said and done. Not a bunch, but a little bit. Mark D says, I used to work for GDOT. I can probably get you in touch with somebody to get you the Georgia traffic cameras. Hey, I would love it. I would love it. Georgia, let me see here. While we got you guys, the Department of Transportation, while we've got your attention, we need to talk to somebody from Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arkansas. Those 3 states. We have not been able to successfully integrate your cameras into our system. If you'd like to help us do so, I mean, in my opinion, that's like what they're for. What I'm using them for is like literally what they're for, you know. If you want to help us do that, reach out to us. Yep, Brandon Kovic is streaming today too. And the roads are still, for the most part, empty. Thank goodness. I'm seeing a little bit more traffic down here on I-10 near the Calcasieu River. So that's not good. This is the kind of situation where, you know, if one of these trucks jackknifes, blocks the road, and you're stuck there for a second while they get out of the way, and then it snows 2 more inches and the plow's not coming through, nobody's putting salt or brine on the roads, and now you're spinning out, and now everybody behind you is spinning out. Now you've caused a 3-mile long traffic jam. Now the ambulance can't get to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why winter storms are concerning. It's different. Like when we're talking about hurricanes and tornadoes, it's a life or death situation for the people who are immediately involved with like the heaviest part of the storm. In this situation, all you got to do to avoid the greatest impacts is not be on the roads. I understand that some people don't have that option. I'd say those truckers there probably might have not have had the option. But the less people on the roads, the better. Hey, what happened to Andy Hill? Andy Hill is still on the team. Andy didn't know I was going to go live today. And also, the invitation's open for him to join in, but I think that, I don't know, he's the tornado finder. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no tornadoes today. So, Andy's, I'll tell you, I went rogue. I went rogue today. I started this live stream pretty much without telling anybody. So it's just me for now. Slowly people will probably pour in. Camera down there, number 117 is just to the east of LSU. Also seeing an active road closure there. Looks like they're getting in front of these bridges because that's where we're going to have the biggest problems, right? The on-ramps, the bridges, the overpasses. Trying to make sure people stay off those. Mindy Rogers from Galveston. Galveston. Which is closer to the Gulf than Houston. With this amazing picture here, which should be framed on your wall, by the way, Mindy. I'm in Galveston County, Texas. In my 50 years here, I've never seen anything like this. I'm 30 minutes from Galveston Beach. That is unbelievable, Mindy. Thank you for sending that in. Crazy. Speaking of Galveston, here's a live view thanks to Radar Omega Cyclone Pour app. This is Dickinson, Texas, which if you guys are fans of the channel and you tune into every live stream, you'll remember this camera. Not too long ago, we were tracking a big tornado through this camera. The big EF3 that tracked up the entire southeast side of Texas. This is where we watched that happen. Now we're watching a blizzard. What was that, a month ago? Plumb wild, son. Plumb wild. Christian Brown says, I'm waiting for the snow down here in Savannah, Georgia. Christian, thank you so much for the super chat. Let me tell you what to expect in Savannah, Georgia. If my computer will work here. So I think a general 1 to 3 inches. 3 inches is going to be on the high end for Savannah, but I think you'll start to see the precipitation really start to pick up around 4 p.m. It'll probably start as freezing rain or sleet, but it'll quickly change over to snow, probably by around 9 p.m. And then it'll be heavy snow. I'm talking probably the heaviest snow you've ever seen in Savannah, Georgia, between 9 p.m. and midnight. It's either going to pile up to about an inch, maybe even 3 inches if you're lucky. The snow will taper off by 5 a.m. Wednesday morning in Savannah, Georgia. Here's the simulated radar of what the rest of today could look like. Massive overrunning event. Have you guys heard it referred to as an overrunning event yet? Essentially what's happening here is it's not a strong storm that we're dealing with. Some people have been trying to compare this to the blizzard of 93. And for some people, this will be more intense than the blizzard of 93. For example, New Orleans didn't get much in the blizzard of 93. But like, this is no blizzard of 93. That was a superstorm. That was a major mid-latitude cyclone that ripped up the eastern side of the U.S. It was essentially a snow hurricane, right? This is not that. This is a different situation, still quite anomalous, and certainly something that we will remember for forever, like we do the blizzard of 93. But it's not going to be as widespread, and it's not as strong of a storm. What's happening here is the jet stream is just so far south. Like the jet stream is way down here, right? And it's rocketing off in this direction. And we've got all of this cold Arctic air kind of sinking down because the jet stream is so far south. And we've got a little bit of energy from the Gulf kind of, on the surface trying to make its way up farther north. And that's just getting caught in the jet stream and getting flung off this way. And it's just an overrunning event. So all of this moisture that's getting flung back, some of it happens to be snow. This happens all the time. It rains at, this time of year down here often due to the same effect. But like, because the cold air is so far south, the moisture is overrunning it. And it's not going to stick around as long as a traditional storm. So it's going to be a quick hitter, but this is a very strong, for an overrunning event, there's a lot of moisture involved, more than what you would typically see because the jet stream is so far south, and because the Gulf is warm, and because there is so much cold air. So that's why it is leading to such an anomalous event. Yeah, there is still some chances of seeing ice problems in Florida. The ice storm that we were looking at the potential of a few days ago is not quite there anymore. I think there's going to be a lot more people that just see snow, and there's going to be a lot more people that just see rain. And then the people in between around Gainesville, Florida, and Jacksonville are going to see a lot of sleet. And I could be wrong. Like, we're going to nowcast this. We're going to watch this as it happens. But if we see mostly sleet, that's going to solve a lot of problems. A sleet storm is not an ice storm at all. But like, if there's a slight change in the temperatures profile, that could be ice again. So it's one of those things where hopefully everybody is prepared for some ice and for some power outages, but we're hoping for the best. And it looks like it's either just going to be snow or sleet, and that's a best case scenario. If we do get ice, it's going to likely be in the Apalachicola to Cross City, Live Oak, Lake City, Jacksonville area, maybe up there towards Brunswick, Georgia. And like, at my current estimate would be a 1/4 inch of ice, which is going to cause problems, but it's not going to be as bad as what it could be if we saw a 1/2 inch or more. If you're just now tuning in, y'all, this is a live look at downtown New Orleans on January 21st, 2025, during the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. This area, New Orleans, is expected to receive more than 5 inches of snow today. It is possible that they receive more than 8 inches of snow. And if that happens, it's going to be the most snow that's ever fallen here on record. The record for New Orleans, I believe, is 8 inches, set back in the 1800s. And for all we know, they was goofing off. They're pranking us. There ain't no photos of it. Actually, there are. But maybe they calibrated their rulers different back then. I don't know. Long story short, nobody alive today has seen the kind of snow that we are about to see in New Orleans. And also the snow that we've already seen through a lot of southern Louisiana already. We've got reports out here right along the border of Texas and Louisiana. Lots of 2 and 3 inch snow reports. Look at this. Cameron County, this is just south of Lake Charles, 4.5 inches of snow. That's an official report from an emergency manager. That's the highest one I've seen so far. Wow. 4.5 inches of snow, and there's more to come. Wow, talk about an overperforming event. Lake Charles, 2.7 inches, 4 inches of snow in Calcasieu County. So the person that sent me the photo of about 5 inches of snow, that might have been legit, because they were from Lake Charles, right? Holy smokes, y'all. 3 inches of snow down here in Jefferson County, Texas. So right now, the heaviest snow is right in here. It's moving up this way. So we'll see a lot of those 3, 4, and 5 inch reports coming out of New Siberia here soon. Lafayette, and then likely New Orleans as well. Here's a picture of the beach in Gulfport, Mississippi. This is from Michael M. Thank you so much for sending that in. Here's a picture from our very own Riley Dibble up there in Minnesota. -24. It's cold out there for pretty much everybody in America today. Very cold. So we're all getting hit by this storm. Just a smaller amount of us, I guess, are getting in on the snow side. Yeah, I'm calling it New Siberia for the rest of the stream. We might even we might try to we'll try to officially change the name just for today. We'll make it a national holiday, or we'll make it a state holiday every January 21st. We 100 years from now they'll talk about the lore of the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025, and they'll pretend it. New Siberia, it'll be like a festival, where they just put a bunch of fake snow on the streets and people go. It's a thing. We can make this happen. The city planners of New Iberia, call me, and we'll make it a new yearly event where we recreate the Gulf Blizzard of 25. Hey, this is a picture just sent to me from Eon Simon from Plaquemine, Louisiana. No Yolometer, understandable. You didn't think you'd need one, but still, great report coming in there from Eon. Thank you for sending that in. Remember, please continue to send your photos and videos in to Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all or pics at RyanHallYall.com.
Ryan, how about you? You got a copy?
Yes, sir. How's it going out there?
I can confirm less than 2 minutes ago, bright flash of lightning and thunder. Thunder snow west of Lafayette, Louisiana.
Wow. Thunder snow just to the west of Lafayette, Louisiana. That's where Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is right now. That's the voice you just heard. So he's near Crowley in rain. So thunder snow is occurring right now between Lake Arthur, Guidon, Crowley, and Kaplan. So we'll see. We'll see if that continues to be the case. The convective energy is there. We've got a lot of. I think that could possibly continue. We could see thunder snow in Baton Rouge here soon, and then we could see it in New Orleans as well. Thunder snow, y'all. All right, keep us updated. Hey, if you got time, what's your plan? Are you going to go towards Baton Rouge? Are you going to go into New Orleans? How do you plan on following this thing today?
Well, the current plan's to keep meandering west on Interstate 10 at this point, and then once the band starts shifting further east, gonna just follow it east into the Baton Rouge area, then eventually towards the Mississippi border, and hopefully finish the day sometime late this evening around the Mobile, Biloxi-ish area later this evening, depending on how quickly everything translates further east.
All right. So that's Brandon Kopic. We're talking to him, and we'll be talking to him throughout the stream here as he keeps an eye on the roads and everything out there in Louisiana. Hey, here's something that we could do. And I'll tell Brandon this too. We need to see a snowman on the beach today. If there's enough snow to roll it up into a ball and then roll it down the beach a little bit and make at least a 3-foot tall snowman with the waves from the Gulf coming up around it, that's a picture that needs to be captured today. So if you live close enough to the beach, make that happen. Don't get on the roads to make it happen, of course. But if your backyard happens to be a beach, that's the perfect opportunity to do that. Guitar, thank you for the super chat. Says, I can't believe us in Chattanooga are missing out on the snow. You're telling me. Which, up here in my neck of the woods, I've gotten a decent amount of snow this year. It's been more than last year, for example, and the year before that. But yeah, it's crazy that probably one of the more impactful storms of the year is missing all of us to the south. Ryan, what do you think about the Gulf of Mexico now going to be the Gulf of America? Is it going to be a difficult transition to remember? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that. I don't know how that works. It still says Gulf of Mexico on all the maps. If we're doing hurricane coverage and somebody from Mexico is watching, I don't know if or Cuba, for example. I don't know if everybody is on the same page about renaming it to the Gulf of America. So I'm probably just going to shorthand it from now on and just be like the Gulf. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like if that's the real deal, it's going to take everybody a long time to get used to that. I've been calling it the Gulf of Mexico for 30 years, so certainly not a overnight thing. Hey, Jeff Lyles, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the 10 gifted, and congrats to everybody that got a free membership from Jeff. Get it, Joe. Thank you for the super chat. It says it's coming down hard, 3 inches so far in Wilmer, Alabama. Sent pics. Oh, really? Already? I want to see them daggone pics. If somebody can find Joe's pictures of 3 inches of snow in Wilmer. We are getting a lot of pictures, so I'm going to have to sift through them here. I mean, it's hard not to talk about, you know what I'm saying? It's set up perfectly. And it's the great Gulf blizzard of 2025, so this is my only chance to do it. Blizzard conditions in Gonzales. Is it headed east? Yeah, it's headed east. It's just going to hit, if it hasn't started snowing yet in Pensacola, it's going to soon. Montgomery, Alabama, it'll be snowing soon. Dothan, Panama City, Tallahassee, Albany, Georgia, Macon, Savannah, Charleston. Then later tonight, it'll get up there towards Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Jacksonville, Kitty Hawk. Virginia Beach, you guys might see very brief snow, but the heaviest stuff's going to be to your south. You need background music. Dude, every time I've tried to put background music on this stream, people hate it. So I'm not even going to try to do it again. Yeah. Let's see here. Poke of Colorado. Stay safe out there, everyone. Stay home, stay warm. A big thank you to Ryan for being America's favorite and most trusted meteorologist. We truly appreciate you. Sending warm wishes from Denver. Denver, can you believe that this is New Orleans and not Denver? not the mountains of Colorado. It's the swamp. We got 2.5 inches in Baton Rouge. Texas Saltwater Life says, I bought a Yolometer to play a joke. I live outside Corpus Christi, Texas. I did not know I was going to have to use it. But I've got about a quarter inch of snow and ice. So there are Yolometers out there. By the way, this is what it looks like at the wait, where's that? Is that in the, I think the location might be wrong. It says the Key, Pedro Key. Oh, okay. Okay, I see it. Yeah, so this is what it looks like right now in between Gulf Shores and Pensacola. You're not going to believe me, but there's about to be a blizzard here. It's not going to be quite as intense as what we're seeing right now in southern portions of Louisiana, but it will be snowing heavily here within the next couple of hours. Right now, it looks like a typical Florida beach in January, but the snow is coming. Hey, this one's coming in from Austin, Texas. Hey, y'all. Thank you to Irina for sending that in. This one right here is from, who's this from? Sela? Sela, thank you for sending this in. Says, I've never seen it come down like this in my 45 years in Louisiana. I dare you to jump in that pool. Don't do that. Actually, might be fun. You never know. Flurries are coming down in Jay, Florida. All right, where's that? That's got to be up there in the extreme northwest. Yeah, so that's next to Century. I can see that. I can see that. That's good news. I mean, if you want snow, that's good news because it means that the atmosphere is moistened up nicely before the heaviest bands get there, and you're not going to have to deal with any virga whenever the real accumulating stuff starts. So this is going to be an overperformer, y'all. I'm telling you guys, some of these places are going to smash the all-time records for snow. And I mean, it's already happened in some of these places, but the fact that we've already got 4 inches of snow on the ground back here in southern Louisiana, more is coming. That's quite telling of how this is going to go. The conditions continue to deteriorate where Brandon Coppock is currently out there near Rayne, Louisiana. This is where we've got some of the heaviest snow falling right now. $2025 has been wild, and January is not even over yet. We've had a lot of wild years here recently, just talking about weather specifically. Maybe we'll get a break. Wow, the blizzard is in full force in Louisiana now. Or like this is absolutely incredible imagery coming out of from the New Orleans area all the way back towards Lafayette. Here's an incredible picture from Gonzales, Louisiana. Can't tell much of anything there other than there's a bunch of snow, and it's snowing heavily still in Gonzales, Louisiana. Thank you, Melissa, for sending that in. Sandra says it's sunny but frigid in Michigan. Here's snow on the beach in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. See, you guys, you're already there at the beach. Let it keep piling up. Build the beach snowman. Build Salty the Snowman. You'll start a whole new legend. Frosty the Snowman, kids will sing about it at Christmas 100 years from now. Salty the Snowman. You got to do this. Ryan, they don't have salt trucks in Louisiana. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why this is such a big deal. First of all, I mean, this would be an impactful snowstorm no matter where it hit. This is a blizzard, okay? If this was happening in New York City, it would cause problems. If this was happening in Chicago, this would cause problems. But it's causing extra problems because it's in the Gulf. Like it's in southern Texas. It's in southern Louisiana. It's in southern Mississippi. They don't have snowplows. They don't have salt, brine, and all that stuff that we have up here. People don't buy, all-wheel drive vehicles because they know they have to be out in the snow and, stuff like that. People don't, it's just not something that you have to deal with down here. So the roads don't get cleared. They just wait for it to melt. We're going to have really cold temperatures after this, so it'll be a while before it melts. Now, don't get me wrong. It's a heavy, wet snow. So it'll clear up relatively fast. Okay, it's not going to be a week before the snow's gone. I think that it honestly, it depends on where you are and exactly how much snow you get. But if we're just waiting on it to melt, it'll clear up relatively fast. But while it's melting, and while people are assuming that they can get out, and you start getting the ruts in the snow on the road, and it melts a little bit during the day, and then at night it refreezes. The roads are going to be terrible for at least a couple of days on I-10 and surrounding areas as the melting process happens. But yeah, there's not a lot of. I've seen a couple of plows. I've seen a couple of trucks that looks like they have snow, especially in the farther north you go, and in some of these southern portions of Mississippi. But they don't have like these big fleets of snow removal teams that like we do elsewhere. That's why it's such a big deal out here. And if somebody gets stuck on a bridge or an overpass or something like that, and they can't turn around, and now the ambulance can't get through or whatever it is, it causes major problems. The refreeze is it's probably going to be the worst part of all this, to put it lightly. This is a wonderful custom Yolometer. This is coming in from the first timers, Terry in Florida. Says, I don't have an official Yolometer, but this will have to do. I'm excited to see how much snow you get. The Yolometer 0.0. I love it. Good stuff, y'all. Keep those pictures coming in. Once again, if you want to send me pictures, videos, reports, you can do that in the chat. I'm actually able to keep up with the chat a little bit today. But also, if you want to send, pictures, I guess, and videos, the best way to do that is through email, pics@ryanhallyall.com, or on Twitter. My @ is @RyanHallYall. Did he get that Yolometer on Temu? That's probably where it was. Yep. Probably. Check it out. It's bitterly cold this morning in Chicago. Do we have anybody watching from Chicago? I mean, is anybody else watching this from a distance? I know we got a lot of people in here probably from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. But who's watching farther north and just thinking, what's going on here? Well, it's not like we've flipped, right? It's not like the Gulf states have stolen the North's weather and then gave the Gulf's weather to the North, right? It's not warm in Chicago. It's negative 26 this morning. It'll be negative 20 tomorrow with the wind chill. It's going to be absolutely insane. So I guess it would be a little bit more fair if we swapped, right? But no, it's even colder the farther north you go. We are all going through this major winter storm together. There just is a small area where there's actual precipitation happening. Yeah, lots of people watching from all over. Welcome here. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm honored. Please feel free to share this on social media, get the word out there. Once again, we've got Brandon Kopic out there to give us an update on the road conditions and also just to see what's going on and try to get an idea of how dire the situation is on the roads. And it looks to me like most people are staying home. There's not a lot of people out there. There's not a lot of rescues and stuff like that having to happen, like where people get stuck. And we've seen it happen before, but so far so good. So that I hope that continues to happen. We're going to continue to give you updates on road conditions as the storm moves farther east as well into Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, Georgia as well. And then also power outages is something that we're going to track and precipitation type. It'll be interesting to see what happens when this storm gets over to Tallahassee. Are we seeing snow? Is it freezing rain? Is it sleet? If it's freezing rain, we're going to have a big problem tonight. And that's not something that we can really forecast at this point. We have to nowcast it. That's why I'm live here. And I've been live for an hour. It's currently 10:30 Eastern. And I'll be here for several hours, just depending on how long you guys want me. If you get tired of me, we'll probably wrap it up before too long. But otherwise, I'm just here watching the snow with y'all. Will Commerce, Georgia get any snow? Yeah, a little bit. I'll be honest with you, I don't know exactly where that is. That's north and east of Atlanta. You'll get what I call a skiff. You'll get a skiff of snow. Not expecting much. You're way too far north for this snowstorm, which is a crazy thing. Looks like traffic is picking up, unfortunately, in some of these areas. We got some accidents out there on Interstate 10. Looks like I can't tell if those trucks have kind of slid off the road or what, but yeah, there's definitely more traffic on these cameras now, which is not good because I keep going back to this one. You guys remember what this camera looked like 30 minutes ago? I mean, it looked like a blizzard, but now it looks like a bad blizzard. So it's just getting worse out there. The conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. People are going to get stuck on these roads, so that's not a good thing. Stay off Interstate 10 in Louisiana. The whole daggone thing should be off limits. And, we've got truckers out there, right? And I know over-the-road truckers, big time part of our audience here on the channel. Probably a lot of you guys watching right now. You guys, you've driven in this before. It doesn't matter if you're in Wisconsin or Louisiana, it's snow, right? The difference here is even for you, like if you have the ability to avoid this and not drive through it, I definitely wouldn't because you're going to have locals spinning out in front of you and wrecking in front of you. And it's going to be a blizzard, right? You're going to not be able to see anything. Now you're coming up behind them. You got half a second to react, to hit the brakes. Got another semi behind you. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's the kind of situation that we're going to have here today. The odds of local people getting stuck is higher because you don't have the snow plows. You don't have the salt, the brine, the road preparation. It's a recipe for disaster being out on these roads today. No matter how experienced you are with driving in the snow, it's not about you, right? It's all the things that you can't control. No snow-nados today. I can say that confidently. Anything else, literally anything else, can't rule out. It's a crazy day. But snow-nados, I don't think so. Adam says that one person with snow tires in Louisiana is feeling vindicated right now. Yeah, that one person with a Yalla meter as well. They exist. Wow, look at here. This is from Bama. The 4-H livestock projects still have to be worked on, even during rare deep south snow days. We've got 1.5 inches in Perkinson, Mississippi. Very rare indeed. Wow. Here is a picture from Tyler in Houma, Louisiana. Hurricane Francine made landfall a few miles from here, and now we've got 2 inches of snow. Yeah, we've been, like, Houma, Louisiana has been a focus of these live streams a lot, either for tornadoes or hurricanes. So here we are again in January, looking at a historic snowstorm for you guys. How many of you are seeing snow and touching snow and experiencing snow for the first time? It's got to be a lot of you, right? Raise of hands in the chat. Or like how many of you, this is the most snow you've ever had to deal with? I guess most, if you're watching from New Orleans or southern Louisiana right now, like it's got to be all of you, right? And what, so what's your impression? Like, what do you think about snow, guys? A lot, so like the way that I've noticed it is, a lot of people who deal with snow only intermittently love it. The people who deal with snow very often absolutely hate it. This is a live look at Houma, Louisiana right now. Once again, hurricane made landfall here not too long ago. Unbelievable. The Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 rages on. Lots of hands in the chat. Lots of people experiencing snow for the first time. Miss Missy loves it. Okay, I'm making a poll. Go to chat. I'm just going to, the question is snow? And the answers are love it or hate it. Go to the chat and vote. Go. Do I have a chat window? Yeah. Oh, look here. 70% love it. Oh, well, this is going to be, I thought it was going to be close. We've got 1,400 votes, 74% love it. If you hate snow, you better go vote. 2,000 votes. We've got a pretty biased audience here. Approaching 3,000 votes now, and I think the verdict is in. Most of us love snow that are currently in the chat. So I'm guessing a lot of you are probably from these areas that only intermittently deal with it. That's the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, we'll look at Winterville, Georgia here soon. Right here in the moment, we'll actually look at all of Georgia and a bunch of different places. We'll look at Dublin. Thank you guys for the support. Yeah, the verdict is 70% of the people watching right now love snow. To the other 30%, I'm sorry you're having to deal with this. And I'm sorry that I keep getting so excited about it. Imagine watching this stream and you hate snow. Like, who's this guy? He's annoying. He keeps calling my town New Siberia. Shut up, dude. Power outage update. We're so far so good, to be honest with you. We've got more power outages in California and Oregon right now as a result of the high winds that are happening, the Santa Ana winds, than we do anywhere else. In Texas, we've got 42,000 people without power, which is more than what we would want, but less than what we could be dealing with. As far as power outages go, I'm really concerned about Florida and Georgia later with the really heavy wet snow and the ice that's going to be possible. So we'll watch these numbers as they go up. Brandon. So Brandon's out there. I don't know how many of you guys know Brandon. Brandon Kopic, he's a storm chaser, goes all over the United States, chases storms. He's been in, the 2-3 feet of snow in the lake effect bands here recently. He was in the big snowstorm that we just tracked that went through the Ohio Valley. The whole entire time he was pulling people out of ditches, and these are just regular events. They're not like once in a lifetime events that Brandon is doing here. But he just messaged me. He said that this is the most uneventful event he's ever covered. And that makes a lot of sense because even though this is crazy what's happening right now, it was very well forecast. Everybody knew it was coming. Everybody took it seriously. And there ain't a daggone, everybody's at home. So honestly, we won't have any problems unless we start dealing with power outages. Then that becomes unfortunate. But if we can all stay home, stay warm, and just enjoy the snow, this is going to be great. We're going to see Salty the Snowman here soon. I know there's a bunch of people out there working on him. The snow will eventually melt. I just hope that we don't deal with, a bunch of people out on the roads getting stuck and then power outages and stuff like that. This is a live view from Lafayette. The interstate, believe it or not, is under the snow there somewhere. Completely untreated, and you can see the winds are ripping along as we have ongoing blizzard conditions in Lafayette, Louisiana right now. This is why, and this is what the roads are going to look like indefinitely until the snow melts. The official plan. I know that somebody came on the news the other day in Houston was saying this. I'm assuming the same thing is happening here. The official plan is let's just wait for it to melt. So it's going to be a shutdown situation on a lot of these roads for a significant period of time. And just an update on the incident over here on I-12 east of US 190. That this was an accident, and they are loading him up onto the tow truck right now. This is a rare instance where help was actually able to get there. But notice, the roads here are not as bad as some of the other places that we're seeing, right? You can actually see that there's traffic that's went through here. They might actually be treating this portion of I-12. But if you get in a situation like this on this road, for example, especially if you're beyond a couple of bridges and overpasses and it's blocked off, it's going to be hard for somebody to get to you. So if you're in a situation where you have to travel, right? If it's not an option for you to stay home, pack a winter survival kit with you because you might have to live in your car for a minute in a blizzard on the side of the road. It's the reality of what's happening down here. Still, I think the biggest official report I've seen so far is 4.5 inches of snow. 4.5 inches, and that was from Cameron Parish, Louisiana. I keep saying county. I'm sorry. I know they're parishes. Oh, nope. There we go. 5 inches of snow. This was just a few moments ago. This was sent in from the broadcast media on Eunice Street in Landry County, Louisiana. 5 inches of snow. My goodness, they're going to end up with 7 or 8 inches here, if not more than that. 4 inches in Arcadia Parish. 2 inches up there closer to Port Barre. But 5 inches, an official report coming in now from St. Landry Parish. Here is a video from Kelly of the blizzard in Baton Rouge. Look at those big snowflakes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, y'all. All right, what's Brandon got going on? It looks like he stopped. I don't know if he's found somebody that needs help or what.
To see it, but
we're just listening in to Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic's live feed here. As I saw him, he passed a truck, and then he pulled off on the side of the road. We'll hit him up on the radio here in a minute if we don't hear from him soon. He must be talking to somebody out there. We'll check back in just a moment. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live coverage of the great Gulf Blizzard of 2025, where we've already got 5 inches of snow on the ground down here near Lafayette, Louisiana. We've got potentially more than 8 inches of snow on the way to places like New Orleans, which will be the all-time record. The more snow than has ever fallen, as far as we know, in southern portions of Louisiana, will be on the ground by the end of the day today. Heavy snow is going to move into Mobile, Alabama soon, if it hasn't gotten there already. It's also going to be moving into Dothan, Alabama, and Montgomery soon. It's probably flurrying in these places right now, but the heavier snow is on the way. I'm interested, is anybody seeing snow in Augusta, Georgia right now? There's a decent little band coming through, but it's likely that this is not making it to the ground, but would love to hear your report if you've got one. Reminder, if you are stuck in a car that's running, to ensure your tailpipes are clear for proper ventilation. Thank you for that, Lee. Mary Helton, thanks for becoming a member. And Lynn says, how about snow for Hill, North Carolina? Okay, who wants to look at the forecast model again? I'll show that. Right now, let's look at the future radar. What could the radar look like as we go into the future? This is about what it looks like right now, about 11 a.m. We've got heavy snow in New Orleans. We've got heavy snow in Houston still, but it's wrapping up. And we're starting to see snow move into western portions of Florida, southern portions of Alabama. Now, let's go into the future a couple hours. 4 p.m. today. We are still going to be seeing heavy snow in New Orleans. It'll be over in Houston. It'll be over likely in Lafayette and Baton Rouge by 4 p.m. But it'll still be snowing in New Orleans. It'll be snowing very heavily in Biloxi and Mobile. Heavy snow will also be working its way into more parts of the panhandle of Florida. And then I think we'll even start seeing heavy snow break out in southern portions of Georgia, with light to moderate snow making it as far north as Atlanta for a brief period of time. And then some flurries will be breaking out in South Carolina. Let's go forward a little bit farther. 7 p.m. It's going to stop snowing in Louisiana, New Orleans area. It'll still be snowing in Biloxi and Mobile. It'll probably start switching over from sleet to snow in the Panama City area around this time. And it'll start precipitating heavily in Myrtle Beach, Savannah, Georgia, in that area around 7 p.m. tonight. Still don't know if that's going to start off as sleet, freezing rain, or snow. The farther north you are, obviously, the better chance it starts off as snow. But places like Gainesville will probably be getting in on some freezing rain and some sleet at this time. Heavy snow is going to be possible along all of the beaches of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina by 10 p.m. tonight. Myrtle Beach, it's going to be coming down very hard. Savannah, Georgia, same thing for you guys. Kitty Hawk, it'll be snowing up there. And we will also certainly be dealing with all snow at this time in Destin and Panama City and places like that. This is also when we might be dealing with more of a ice problem in the Jacksonville area. Heavy snow is going to continue for several hours, likely over here in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And it doesn't really wrap up until 6 a.m. according to the HRRR. I shouldn't do this, but let's peek. Let's take a peek at the snow totals from the HRRR. This is not like, so the snow totals that I showed you earlier were the low end of what we could expect, right? This is going to be the high end. This is unlikely, but it is somewhat possible that on top of the snow we already have right now, this is the additional snow that we will see today. Let me zoom in a little bit. Southeast. So this is showing 10 inches of snow on the beach in Myrtle Beach. About a foot of snow in Charleston, about a foot, 14 inches in Savannah, Georgia. This is showing about a foot of snow also in Tallahassee, or actually just east of Tallahassee near Madison. So this is unlikely. This is one model, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. If we actually see the snow sticking around this long tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow, it would be somewhat possible that we see over a foot of snow in Savannah, Georgia. A more realistic look at how much snow we're going to see is going to be looking at the official National Weather Service forecast. We're talking about 1 to 3 inches for most of these places, maybe 2 to 4, in around Albany, Georgia, maybe 3 inches in Pensacola and Panama City, maybe 6 inches or so in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. This is the low end. What I just showed you was the high end. What in the world are we going to do if we end up with a foot of snow in Tallahassee or areas just to the east of Tallahassee? That'll be crazy too. What's happening in New Orleans is crazy enough, but if that also happens on top of this, holy smokes. We're starting to get into the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras now. And yeah, we've got snow there. At site 154. This is I-10 east at mile marker 72. So yeah, down there near Mobile. Snow is happening and it's already sticking. So how about that forecast for you, Savannah, Georgia? 1 to 12 inches of snow. It's 2025. We get blizzards. We still can't really forecast them that well. At least I'm honest about it. You know what I'm saying? keep looking here through these reports just to see if anything new's come in. Five inches of snow is still the highest report that I've seen so far. A lot of places got over an inch of snow back here around Austin. Houston, by the way, it's still snowing in Houston, but it's about to stop. It's about to wrap up in Houston and Galveston. Looks like a lot of places got 2 inches, 3 inches of snow here. 1 to 3 inches is basically what we're looking at through most of the Houston area. So this is probably a little bit more snow than what we saw a couple of years ago down here, but it's pretty close. So not quite the historic storm for Houston, which we didn't expect it would be. This has always been kind of like a southern Louisiana, extreme southeastern Texas. This is where that was supposed to be the biggest deal. But still, 3 inches of snow in Houston is nuts, and especially the fact that it's gotten so close to the beach here now. Texas City and Galveston, this is probably the most snow a lot of you guys have seen ever. But yeah, this is smashing pretty much all the records in Louisiana right now. But by the way, yeah, it is still snowing in Houston, and you have the opportunity to pick up on maybe even another inch on top of what you got right now. Yeah, this is what it looks like right now around Houston, near Texas City. Still coming down good. And then, of course, going back over to Louisiana, we've got our blizzard, our shutdown Interstate 10 blizzard still ongoing. The heaviest snow is still on its way to New Orleans, by the way. Oh, do we got somebody trying to come through the... What in the world we got here, son? Is that a tractor? Sure is. They're trying. They're trying to clear the roads. Look at that. You love to see it. They're giving it all they've got. They don't got a lot. They got one guy with a tractor. Yeah, this is just to the north and east of Lafayette, Louisiana. That guy, he's a hero. He's a hero. It's a grader. Yeah. Dude's like, I'm just going to take my my tractor, my grader to work today. Hey, June, thanks for sending this in. When you send in snow reports, please remember to also send a location. And that way, we usually have somebody that tags the National Weather Service on all these, and they will be able to put you in the official registry. Also, if you don't mind, if you know your own National Weather Service's handle on Twitter, also tag them whenever you send me a report. They can use that data as also, obviously. So here's an interesting graphic. So this is showing the days since the last blizzard warning was issued by the National Weather Service. Everywhere that's white, that with like just the dash in the middle, a blizzard warning has never been issued there, right? So, but right here, it's been 0 days. So this is the farthest south blizzard warning in the continental U.S. That has ever been issued. There's never been a blizzard warning issued this far south, and it's beating that record by a lot, especially if you exclude, this little piece of Texas over here where it's been 700 days. I mean, there's never been a blizzard warning in southwestern portions of Arkansas. There's never been a blizzard warning in Middle Tennessee. There's never been a blizzard warning in eastern Kentucky. But there has now been officially a blizzard warning in southern Louisiana during the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. All right, here's another homemade Yolometer from Hemingway. This is at Montgomery, Texas. Thanks for sending this in, and very, very good job with the Yolometer. Love it. Colin says here in Metairie, Louisiana, we've got over 2 inches so far. I'm seeing lots of reports. Here's another one, about 6 inches in Brozard, Louisiana. I think that I believe that. Earlier, I was kind of like, ain't no way. But I've seen enough. We're going to end up with several places that have 8 inches of snow or more, I think, which is crazy. Here's a live look just outside of downtown New Orleans, and you can see the wind. Similar to during a severe thunderstorm, whenever you see the rain bands whipping along in the wind, a similar effect is happening here in our blizzard as a result of those 30 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts that are ripping through portions of New Orleans right now. This is the blizzard. This is the reason we're under a blizzard warning. I think we're going to continue to be under a blizzard warning for at least the next 2 hours for areas just to the west of here. And also we're going to have, even if we don't end up with a blizzard warning today, for example, in places like Mobile, there will be intermittent blizzard conditions like this. It might not last as long in Mobile, but this whole area, New Orleans, Mobile, maybe even Panama City, will experience a blizzard for some period of time today, which is, I've said this a lot, but it's nuts. Broussard. Okay, gotcha. Laurel Crawford says, I'm in Wisconsin, no snow up here. Yep, they've stolen it. They've stolen it from us. Here's a picture from Waller, Texas, between College Station and Houston, still coming down. Coming up towards, what is that, 2.5, 3 inches or so there? How's the weather in Birmingham, Alabama going to look? Quill, I think it's going to look quite cold and mostly calm. You're going to get a skiff of snow, but most of the heaviest snow is going to go to your south. You're way too far north to get any snow from this one, which is unfortunate and a rare situation to be in. But no snow for Birmingham. Significant snow, I should say. Oops. By the way, and speaking of like this whole cold snap, something that we're doing right now, which, also a big reason why a lot of our team members aren't here at the Weather House is we're still working with the Y'all Squad. How many of you guys know about the Y'all Squad? Hurricane Helene happened not too long ago. There's the Y'all Squad truck going into North Carolina right now. The reason we're going into North Carolina is because this truck is full of heaters, blankets, stuff like that, that were given to various shelters for people who were affected by the flood in North Carolina, it's been requested. We've been working in North Carolina for the past 6 months, intermittently doing different things, and this is just one of the things that happens to be happening today. If you guys ever see this big purple truck, by the way, we've got multiple of them now, and we're constantly doing donation drop-offs and stuff. Feel free to take a picture of it and send it in. We would love to see where the Y'all Squad truck is. Even I don't know all the time exactly where it is. So no matter where you are in America, you might see this big giant purple truck, and just know that it's going somewhere to help people. Thanks to you guys going to the y'allsquad.org and donating. That's a 26-foot box truck stacked to the brim, filled to the brim with all kinds of winter-related stuff for our folks in around Asheville, North Carolina, that general area. Got another view of it here. There's Caleb Beecham in the driver's seat. And it's snowing there. Look at that. Not as much snow expected today in the mountains of North Carolina, but still, it'll snow a little bit. Salty C, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Says, thanks for not forgetting us in West North Carolina. Absolutely not. Not forgetting, Helene is a big deal still to this day. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but like people are still reeling in Western North Carolina from the disaster that happened, several months ago now. And it'll probably be a long time before things are back to normal there, if they ever get back to normal there. So Billy B says, I hope to never see that truck anywhere near me. I you know what? I agree. I hope you're right. I hope that doesn't happen too. Obviously it's always going to be going somewhere to, where people need stuff after a disaster. So I hope you never see it as well. Here's a problem. Stormrunner Media has got somebody in Scott, Louisiana, stuck. And notice what's happening. They're stuck. They're slipping. They're sliding all around. And the snow is still coming down. The tires are literally being buried in snow as it comes down at 2 inches per hour. So this is why shouldn't attempt it. Should not attempt it. Never want to put anybody on blast, but this is a good example of why we are saying, like, don't get out there, don't go. Hopefully this guy makes it. And of course, maybe if you're lucky enough, if you go out and the, heroes like Brandon or any of these guys end up being behind you, they're going to help you. But like Brandon's and these guys, they're in a very small part of this. The odds of them coming up on you is low. I don't know why you'd even attempt it. I don't know what kind of car that is, but that's definitely a front-wheel drive, two-wheel drive car. You know what I mean? I don't know why you would even try it. Sherdra says, question, do you all help with wildfire aftermath? So something that we have never dealt with before is wildfires with the Y'all Squad. But the thing that just happened in Louisiana, we're using it as a learning experience. We're talking to local officials down there. We're seeing how we could have helped. Obviously, we're going to, if they still need something, we're going to take care of that. But basically we weren't really set up to deal with wildfire response. It's way different than floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes. So we're using this in the situation that just happened in California to build our systems to be able to handle those in the future. It's a Mustang. I mean, hey, it's still going. It was having some trouble there, but it's still going. Yeah, and once again, you don't know the story. Like this person might be experiencing some sort of emergency. This person might have a terrible boss and they have to go into work today. You know, hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully, this should definitely be a daggone snow day for anybody involved down here in the deep south. But of course, there's always rare instances where you literally can't help it and you got to be out. And thankfully, this guy's got it's got help if he needs it. Somebody will be able to get to him as a storm runner. There will be able to call somebody in, or might even be able to help him himself. Yeah, the snow totals are looking like they're trying to creep up a little bit the farther east we go. I think that we're in for a bit of a surprise around Savannah, Georgia. You guys are probably going to see quite a little bit of snow. I saw YALBOT report earthquakes yesterday in Washington and Alaska. Yes, I've been working hard on YALBOT. It reports new fires, wildfires, and updates wildfires, and it does the same thing for earthquakes now. But as I was implementing the code into YALBOT to make that happen, I broke it. So like if you've been watching that channel and you've noticed it's been a little bit buggy, it's my fault. I'm still trying to fix it, but once I get all the stuff all the kinks worked out, it'll be worth it because it's the literally moments after an earthquake happens, it zooms in on it. It's like there was just a magnitude whatever earthquake here. It even talks about like whether or not you should be able to feel it based off of the depth. It mentions whether or not there's a tsunami threat associated with it and all that kind of stuff. So pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I broke the. I'm a self-taught software developer, and I do it, out of passion, right? I'm not a classically trained coder. I just hack away at it until it does what I want it to do. And sometimes, I get carried away, and because I'm not a classically trained developer, I'll mess stuff up along the ways. But I'll figure it out. We'll get it going. It's still operational enough to where it's live. It's working. It just every once in a while it gets caught up a little bit. Yeah, YALBOT has. For those of you who don't know, YALBOT has its own channel, 24/7.
A trace of snow was reported by a co-op observer at the Welder Wildlife Refuge.
So yeah, 24/7 over here on the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel. Anytime there's ever anything happening, ever anywhere in the United States, YALBOT's talking about it. Look here. YALBOT's ahead of me. We just got a 7-inch snow report, and YALBOT found it before I did. So this thing, everybody said AI is going to take your job, so I just went ahead and made my own. But like, yeah, the 7-inch snow report in Lafayette, the moment that comes in, YALBOT zooms in on it and talks about it. And then the same thing if there's a tornado warning, if there's a severe thunderstorm warning, if there's an earthquake, if there's a new wildfire, if there's a new evacuation order, if anything happens that's like real-time information, YALBOT knows it within seconds and then starts relaying that information. It's really cool. So yeah, whenever I go offline, you guys should go over here. I don't want to have to compete with the YALBOT. But yeah, you can see all the little fire icons. Those are the active wildfires right now. And then the blue dots are the latest earthquakes that have happened. Most of these are little tremors that most people don't feel. But yeah, it's 100% automated, 24/7. It hasn't stolen anybody's job. That channel wouldn't exist without AI. So, I know a lot of people don't like AI, and I get it. But yeah, like it's just a cool thing. It's a fun project that I've enjoyed working on, and I think it's going to be a positive thing. You know what I mean? 24/7 in-depth coverage. If you're just now tuning in, this is the latest on the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. We've got a rare blizzard warning right now for southern portions of Louisiana. The first ever blizzard warning for this area, and likely the only blizzard warning that will ever be issued for these counties in our lifetime. Up to 8 inches of snow is going to be possible between Lafayette and New Orleans. Just a little bit less than that, even into southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. I don't know for sure yet. But Mobile, Alabama, there's a small chance here, if this continues to overperform, there's a small chance here that this storm will rival the Great Blizzard of 1993, the Superstorm, for you guys. I think you ended up with, 5 or 6 inches in Mobile during that. Right now, I'm thinking we're close to 3 to 4 is more likely with this storm, but we've been surprised by several things so far today, and I wouldn't be surprised to see those numbers increase for Mobile as well. The Panhandle of Florida is going to get in on some big snow today, and we're going to see some ice likely in Jacksonville that could cause some problems, some snow in Savannah, Myrtle Beach, Kitty Hawk, Outer Banks of North Carolina. Get ready. Maybe up to 6 inches of snow will fall in some of those areas as well. On the beaches, by the way, not inland, on the beaches. And what you're looking at here is a live look at road conditions all across Louisiana and Mississippi right now. Stuff is getting absolutely treacherous out there as we are in the middle of our blizzard, just a few miles away from the beaches of Louisiana, which is a sight we likely won't see again for a very, very long time. What's the channel name for Y'allbot? It is it's Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. I'm sure Frank or somebody might be able to put a link in the chat here soon. You guys want to go subscribe to that? It's always on, 24/7. But if you watch it for a couple of hours, you'll notice a couple glitches. And I'm working on sorting those out. I'm not going to add anything else. I've had a lot of fun adding features to it. I'm not going to add anything else until I clean up all the bugs and it just works. Then I'll break it again. It's about, I think, 70,000 lines of code. So, it's easy to break. Good to go. Nick says, let the southern viewers know that after traffic can begin to drive again, watch out for semi-trailers. Snow and ice will build up on the trailers and be extremely dangerous for people who are behind them in traffic. That's a good call out. Thank you, Nick, for that. Absolutely. Also, it's important to point out again that when this snow ends and people go out onto the roads and the roads are still snow covered, it's probably going to be even more dangerous on the roads, honestly, when the snow stops, because people are going to try to go out and stuff. And there might be a little bit of melting that happens tonight or this evening. And tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow, it's going to refreeze. And the roads might even be worse tomorrow morning than they are right now. So keep that in mind as well. What code language do you use for Y'allbot? Most of it's JavaScript. Most of it's JavaScript. A lot of the back end functions happen through Python, and I mean, there's a lot. There's a full stack that goes into it, but most of what you're seeing there is JavaScript. How's Tallahassee, Florida looking? Are we getting snow? Tallahassee, Florida, it is very possible that you get snow. At the very least, I'm thinking you could see around an inch or two. But it is possible that you could see even more than that, maybe 4 inches or so in Tallahassee. The latest HRRR says the areas just to the east of Tallahassee could see over 6 inches of snow. So this is a very unlikely scenario, once again, but some of the latest data shows heavy snow hammering an area from the Big Bend of Florida all the way up to Savannah, Georgia. A foot of snow in Savannah, according to this one run. A foot of snow in Charleston, South Carolina, 8 to 10 inches in Myrtle Beach. This would be absolutely insane if this happened. It's unlikely, but it's one of the possibilities. This is definitely on the high end of what you could expect. Y'allbot's working overtime. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Tallahassee's about to see more snow than up here in Canada. I'm telling you what. It's a crazy time to be alive. Here's an update, by the way, for those of you that haven't seen it yet. Blizzard warning until noon today out here for Lake Charles, Jennings, Lafayette, Pecan Island. Blizzard warning means that frequent wind gusts up to 35 miles an hour are going to be possible, reducing visibilities down to 1/4 of a mile. It's probably going to be less than that. In fact, it is less than that right now, I think, in front of Brandon. Roads and especially bridges and overpasses are likely going to become slick and hazardous. Delay travel if at all possible. Is there another snowstorm that's forming off the Great Lakes? Man, I've been so locked into this one. I don't know. If you're talking about a clipper, yeah, there's a little bit of a quick hit of snow that's going to cross over the Great Lakes tonight into tomorrow. It's mostly going to impact the regions that are currently seeing lake effect snow, so nothing crazy there. What about farther into the future? Are we going to see another snowstorm soon? Once again, I don't know. I've been very much focused on our current situation. I don't know what's going to happen the day after tomorrow. Honestly, I haven't been keeping up with it. GEFS ensembles show our storm exiting. A decent little shot of snow up here for the Great Lakes region. Cold air, by the way, is hanging around. Like, it's still with us on Thursday. A little bit of a warm-up in Texas and Louisiana as we go into Friday and Saturday. And then there is a signal for another storm maybe early next week, January 27th here. I'm seeing a very unorganized signal for a potential storm, but it's too far out. Honestly, I can't tell you much about this right now other than the fact that there's going to be some energy and some cold air in place. This could be a snowstorm that affects, this area, or it could be another one like this. It might even be a severe weather situation for the Deep South, but as of right now, there's in the immediate future, there's no storms to watch. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break. Remember, if you want to send in photos, oh, here we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. If this is real, Kimberly says that she's from Ball, Louisiana, and she has a Yolometer. That's it. I didn't think we would see one today, but there you go. Yolometer in Louisiana. Remember, please send us your snow reports today. Pictures, videos, send a measurement of how much snow you've gotten before the end of the stream. We're going to put all of yous together in a hat, and we're going to pick one of your names at the end of the stream, and we're going to send you $1,000. Why? Because why not? Have you ever watched the weather before and just got $1,000? No. Today could be that day. Literally no reason. Just sounds like something fun to do. And, you know, it's a way to show our support. A lot of times whenever we're here like this together and we're live, we're covering tornadoes. And I don't get a chance to talk to chat a lot. Don't get a chance during hurricanes either. These kinds of situations are still serious. Like there's some bad things that happen as a result of snowstorms and ice storms and stuff, but get a little bit more of an opportunity to talk with y'all and get, you know, see your reports and stuff. So we try to make a big deal out of it. That's why we have the Yolometers. I know a lot of yous don't have Yolometers though, so it's all good. Just send us those. What are these things called? I keep forgetting. Like I think it's the 90s since I've seen one of these. A ruler, a tape measure, something like that. This will work, you know. Thank you, Louis, by the way, for sending this in from Amont, Louisiana. Oh, yeah. Yardstick, meter stick, ruler. Yeah, I remember those. Before we had Yolometers, that's what we all used. Here's Future Y'all Squad. This is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania the other day. But still wanted to show this, and if you're watching, we'll enter you to win. All right? Great picture. Thank you for sending that in, and thank you for getting a Yolometer. The wind in New Orleans is kicking up. We still got an ongoing blizzard down here. This is a live look at the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 raging on in New Orleans. How many of you guys are looking out the window and seeing something like this right now? If you're south of Interstate 10 or along Interstate 10 in New Orleans or in Louisiana, this is probably the only time you'll get a chance to see this. And has anybody built Salty the Snowman yet? Or is it just, do we not have enough accumulation on the actual beaches yet? Any updates for Jacksonville, Florida? Not really. The snow, the precipitation has not started there yet, and it's not going to start. Let me try to give you my best guess here. Jacksonville, I think the rain is going to pick up probably around 4 or 5 p.m. It'll switch over to freezing rain or sleet in Jacksonville probably by 7 p.m. And then it'll probably stay freezing rain and sleet until 3 a.m. or so, and then you're going to get maybe a little backside snow from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. You could pick up a trace of snow from that backside skiff that you get. But the majority of this storm for you is going to be rain, freezing rain, and sleet. We're hoping that the vast majority of it is sleet because that leads to the least amount of problems. If we get a significant amount of freezing rain down here in Jacksonville, which is possible, we call that an ice storm, and that's going to lead to a lot of problems. Nobody knows right now exactly how much ice you're going to get. Maybe around 1/4 of an inch. Could be more than that. That's why I'm live. We're going to give you, once the precipitation starts, we'll be able to give you a better idea of what to expect next. We call it nowcasting. We've done all the forecasting we can do. Now we're nowcasting. We don't know how to build snowmen. I tell you, yeah, I guess that it is a skill that you kind of acquire over time. I guess I forgot about that. Jordan Knight with the 4 inches coming in from southeastern Texas. Thank you, Jordan, for sending this in. And it's still coming down. Still coming down. Yep, no Salty the Snowman yet, but I'm not giving up on y'all. No rain in California, not today. In fact, there is still a PDS red flag warning for those Santa Ana winds. And good news, so far we haven't heard of any major fires breaking out, but if there are any fires today, they will spread rapidly. Palm trees and snow. Palm trees and snow from Adam Lucio. Y'all should go follow this guy on Twitter. Got really, really good. He's a storm chaser just like Brandon, goes all over the United States, gets good footage. Like this. A blizzard with palm trees as the backdrop. Wow. A lot of snow lovers are being born today. This is the kind of storm system that inspires meteorologists. There's a lot of young kids who will become meteorologists because of what's happening today. So if you're a young person, you're watching this right now and you're just fascinated by what's going on, dive into that fascination. You could help a lot of people one day. Aurora says it's snowing in Pensacola, Florida right now. Is anybody else seeing snow in Pensacola? Just started snowing in Pensacola. Will Atlanta get a battering of snow? Yeah, we're looking at a skiff of snow up there in Atlanta. Not expecting much. We're starting to see our snow reports propagate a little bit farther to the east, by the way. Looks like now we've got an official report coming in from Lamar County, Mississippi. But I know that it's snowing in Mobile and Pensacola already. Let's see here. 2 to 3 inches of snow are the greatest snow total reports that we've gotten from around New Orleans so far. More snow is on the way. Let's see here. I'm trying to find that. Yeah, here we go. Our biggest snow report right now is from Lafayette County, Louisiana. 7.5 inches of snow. Several hundred miles to the north of this. It has been years since some of these places have seen 7.5 inches of snow. Yeah, here we are, right next to the Gulf, and it's still snowing. It's not done. Man, like I'm starting to think some of these places might approach 10 inches. 7 inches of snow in Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. 5.5 over there in Jennings, Jefferson Davis. 7 inches in Calcasieu. Wow. So definitely our biggest totals right now, 4 to 7 inches right in here. So right around Maurice, Deuce, pretty much the I-10 corridor between Baton Rouge and Lake Charles and everywhere in between. That's where we've seen the most snow so far. And that band of snow that's dropped all of that is moving up in this direction. So we might see more snow than maybe originally forecast in Macomb, Mississippi, Jackson, Louisiana, Franklinton, areas just north of New Orleans. Hattiesburg, this is kind of coming right towards you. And of course, we've still got a lot of snow to go in New Orleans as well. The farthest east official report we have right now is from Lamar County, Mississippi, but I do know that it is snowing in Pensacola. So if it's not started in Montgomery yet, it's about to. Where do we send our picture of snow? You can send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, or you can send it to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Stacy Evans says, I just showed up for a service call and everybody's just standing around listening to Ryan Hall, y'all. Normally, if somebody in Mississippi or Louisiana is watching a Ryan Hall, y'all live stream, we're talking about tornadoes or hurricanes. But today we're talking about a full-on blizzard down here. Yeah, power outages in Savannah, Georgia will definitely be possible. Especially if we end up with with more than 8 inches of heavy wet snow. Looks like Storm Runner has got another incident over here near Rayne, Louisiana. Somebody's in the ditch there. That's a Jeep too. Look here, son. They thought they could take on the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 because they've got a Jeep. Jeep or no Jeep, you're gonna find yourself in a tough situation if you try to go out in these conditions. I'm telling y'all. And then you gotta rely on another Jeep to pull you out. What happens when we run out of Jeeps? The good news is, like, even still, like we've seen a couple of accidents, we've seen a couple of incidents, but for the most part, this right here is what the roads look like out there. Every once in a while, you'll get a truck going, 15 miles an hour or whatever, but most people are not on the roads. And these are interstates, by the way. These are roads that are typically full during this time of day, so nobody's really out there. So people are listening. That's good. So I think we've done a really good job. The whole weather industry has done a really good job of forecasting this and messaging it and getting the word out there. We got 42,000 people without power right now in Texas. Most of those are coming from southern Texas as a result of the freezing rain and ice. But that's less than what we've got in California. California, we've got about 80,000 people without power, thanks to those strong Santa Ana winds down there near San Diego. Only dealing with isolated power outages so far in Louisiana, but there are a couple places where that number is going out or going up. So definitely keep an eye on the power outages there. And I think that we're probably going to see some decent amount of power outages today in Georgia and Florida once the precipitation gets over there. Will Kentucky have school tomorrow? Yeah. Well, I don't know, actually. There's a lot of schools that are still closed. I know my son, he didn't have school today because, it was like negative. It was like 0 degrees, and there was a little bit of leftover snow that had melted and then refroze. So there will be some isolated pockets that don't have school in Kentucky, but it's got nothing to do with this. There's going to be a lot of school closures tomorrow, and Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Suburban Mama says, do you ever mention Utah? Utah is probably the state that I would mention the least. If you go back and look at every video and every live stream I've ever done, I've probably said Utah less than any other state. I'll just be honest with you, because what I do here is I just focus on who's having the worst weather right now, and out of everybody in the U.S. and like, let's try to give them some coverage and give them some details. And that's rarely Utah, you know, so it's a good thing. If I don't talk about your location very much, that is a very good thing. The Boatless Fisherman, thank you for that super chat. Oops. Watch it. Let's see if we can get him out here. That almost went bad. Did you guys see that? Just about flipped over. It looks like he's out. Anyways, the Boatless Fisherman says, four-wheel drive is like your overconfident friend. It'll get you moving and even kind of help you make turns. But when it comes to stopping, you're on your own. Take it easy out there. Yeah. Looks like Dairy Queen's closed. Breaking news. Dairy Queen in Crowley, Louisiana is closed, confirmed by Storm Runner Media's live stream here. Uh-oh, what we got going on Brandon's feed? That looks like an incident. That looks like a problem.
Exclusive Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. All right, and not something you see every day. Whether you're in Louisiana or Texas, let's take a look at this. Snow on the beach.
Well, I got two jackknife semis up here.
Somebody just said, where's the road? It's under the snow.
20 on the vehicle is Illinois, Papa 1157 114 1157 114 Illinois. You're right.
So yeah, it looks like this is in Jennings, Louisiana, and it'll probably take a while to clear up that situation. The other situation that we were looking at over here in Crowley, Louisiana, in front of the Dairy Queen, looks like the Jeep is out of the ditch and good to go. So hopefully those guys go home and don't try to take on the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 again, because the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 will win.
I don't know if there's really, I think there's an on-ramp entrance right over here.
By the way, roads are getting worse in Mississippi.
This guy looks like he's heavy, though.
This is on I-10 at mile marker 53. It's not quite as bad there yet, but it's getting worse, and the roads are going to quickly become more snow-covered as time goes on. I see more traffic on these roads, too, so we'll probably have to deal with more accidents and problems the farther east we go.
Are you just going to try and cover downtown? I'm going to try to get this heavy band that's coming in, but at some point, I'll have to go back west and north. I want to get east in Mississippi at some point. Copy that. But yeah, you want to poke around town? We'll probably poke around here for a little while.
So you're just hearing live communications between some of the storm chasers out there in
Yeah, I'm just
Louisiana.
going to poke around like downtown. I don't want to get in any of the bad areas, but I mean, I assume that the actual like downtown with all the attractions and stuff.
You guys got somebody on the way, I take it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not stuck. I'm behind them.
It's all pretty rough here. I mean, well, really.
No, I'm just a storm chaser. This ain't anything important.
So I'm gonna have my girlfriend come because the girl I'm giving a ride to needs to get to work. And they like making people go to work.
Yeah.
So yeah,
This kind of snow.
it sounds like they've got that taken care of, but we'll keep checking in with Brandon there. By the way, I have the ability to call him and talk to him. If we have any questions, we can just talk directly to Brandon. But I'll let him deal with that. And in the meantime, we're going to take a look at some of the other places out there, like where Storm Runner Media is in Crowley, Louisiana, where we just saw those Jeeps, in a little bit of trouble. Snow's still coming down there. Snow is still coming down on Interstate 10 at Ruth Street. Roads look terrible there still. Still looking terrible down here on I-12 as well. And then once again, down here in Mississippi, the roads are getting much, much worse as time goes on. And we've got people in Mustangs that are trying to make it, but I'm telling you, it's similar to a flash flood, right? You don't want to drive through flooded roadways because you don't know how deep it is. You don't know how quickly the water is going to rise. It could take 30 minutes of driving down the road, or even 10 minutes of driving down the road, and then they look like this. All right, and now your Mustang won't go anywhere, and it's just going to keep snowing and piling up around you. Snowplow's not coming. Brandon is in Louisiana, so he's not coming. What are you going to do? So that is, that's the concern with a situation like this. Yeah, there's probably some lake-enhanced snow going on off the lake there in Lake Pontchartrain as well. Absolutely. Certainly right to the east of the lake there is probably going to have slightly higher snow totals as a result of that. Rhett, thank you for the very generous 5 gifted memberships, and congrats to all the people who are now members. Say thanks to Rhett. Look at this. From Baton Rouge. Can you believe it, y'all? Still coming down very heavily in Baton Rouge. Lots of places around, especially to the west of Baton Rouge, have 7 inches of snow on the ground, and much more is on the way. Thank you, Brandy, for sending that in. Oh, and here we go. This is what I've been looking for. These are the kind of pictures that are just going to be crazy today. The goal.
All right, guys, this is absolutely incredible. We are at Galveston Island. It's January, and we just had a historic storm move through. So we are sitting on the
Thank
beach.
you so much for sending this in. Thank you so much for sending this in. This is incredible. The beaches of Galveston covered in snow. Once again, this is what a lot of the beaches are going to look like all across Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and even parts of the Florida Panhandle before things are all said and done. This is absolutely insane. Insane. Getting close to 5 inches in Baton Rouge. Thanks to Gregory for sending this in. And then here's another beach snow picture. This is coming in from Brianna in Galveston, Texas. Wow. The Snowshin. The Snowshin. One day we'll be telling our grandkids about the Great Gulf Blizzard of 25, Salty the Snowman, and the Snowshin. They're going to be like, what in the world are you talking about, Grandpa? Yeah, what about Waffle House? Is Waffle House open? Waffle House is closed, right? We always make a big deal whenever Waffle House closes as a result of an incoming hurricane. That's usually a sign that it's actually going to be pretty bad. But I would be pretty surprised if Waffle House was open today in some of these more southern, especially along I-10. This might be one of the greater Waffle House closings that we've had in this area. Guesstimate on snowfall in Raleigh, North Carolina. We're looking at an inch or two up there, I think. Most of the heaviest snow in Raleigh is going to be to your east and south. The Outer Banks of North Carolina will likely get the most snow out of anybody in North Carolina. Here's a video from Sydney from Houma, Louisiana. Once again, we were just covering a hurricane here not too long ago. Now we've got ourselves a blizzard. By the way, blizzard warning still in effect for portions of southern Louisiana for the next 1 hour. I don't know if they'll reissue it or if they will issue a new blizzard warning for areas just to the east, but we will be here when that happens or doesn't happen, and we'll let you know. Thank you, Sydney, for sending that in. Mario says, I'm from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. I'm getting videos of snow from friends in Pensacola, and and I will be sending you mine. I always wanted a Yolometer, but I never needed it until now. I'm telling y'all, I tried it every time we've ever plugged the Yolometer before. I've always said you never know when you're going to need it. Now, I'll be honest with you. I did not have this in mind. But you never know when you're going to need a Yolometer. Depresso. Thank you so much for sending this picture in. This is, how do you say this? Calumet or Chalamet, Louisiana. I've never seen anything like this. Most people alive today have never seen anything like this. So enjoy it. Stay home, stay warm, stay indoors. Enjoy the great Gulf blizzard of 2025. It'll be the last one we have. The next blizzard, I call dibs. All right, it needs to happen in a more normal place. All right, I'll take it. Wow, lots of awesome footage coming in from Galveston Beach. This is incredible. Thank you, Macon, for sending this in. Absolutely incredible. So this is a look at the beach near Houston, over there near Galveston, of the Gulf washing up into the once sandy beaches, now snowy beaches, and it looks like a tundra. I mean, look at the blowing snow. Absolutely incredible. It's pronounced Chalmette. Okay. I should know that by now. I've done a lot of weather coverage in Louisiana. Like over the years, Louisiana and Mississippi are two of the states that we end up talking about the most because we have so much, tornadic activity down here. But I still just can't get those daggone town names right. Mr. Kopic just checking in, man. How's it going out there? Seen anything? I mean, this is a historic storm, but have you seen anything crazy yet?
I mean, aside from that thunder snow, nothing too much. I mean, it's been a little busy out here, to say the least. I mean, we've just had two semis. Excuse me, I cut off the mic. had 2 semis jackknife. But aside from that, the good news is a lot of people are just taking heed of the warning.
So that's an update from Brandon Kopic. So, yeah, normally, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I expected to see Brandon just left and right pulling people out of ditches today. But he hasn't had to do that. Nobody's been stuck because everybody's staying home. Good job. I think the problem that I'm seeing is that everybody was really honing in on southern Louisiana. This is where it's going to be really bad. And I think we did a good job of also forecasting snow for other areas as well. But it's also going to be pretty bad in places like Mobile, Alabama, and Biloxi, Mississippi, for example. And we've got more traffic on these roads. I've seen lots of cars. They keep driving by, and every time I look at this road, it's more covered in snow. I think that we're going to see a lot more problems in southern Mississippi and in the panhandle of Florida with these with these roads, because part of me thinks that maybe there's not as much preparation there. There's not as much people who have planned to stay home today because the messaging was more focused on southern Louisiana. So hopefully people are just making last minute preparations and everybody's going to be getting inside here soon. Speed says 2.5 inches here in Saraland, Alabama. Yep, the air in South Carolina is starting to saturate. I'm getting a couple of reports now of some flurries over here along the border of Georgia and South Carolina. So get ready. The snow is about to start in South Carolina as well. Wow. Lake Charles, Louisiana, y'all. Wow, wow, wow. I'm just amazed. I think we got an 8-inch report. If that is true, yep, there it is, officially. This is our first 8-inch snow report from Lafayette Parish, Louisiana. This is officially the most snow that this portion of the world has ever seen, as far as we know. The last time it snowed this much down here was either never or before we knew how to write it down. Holy smokes. And the last time, we got 7 or 8 inches of snow was before any of us were alive in the 1800s. So this is likely going to smash that record. At least 2 more inches of snow is coming, maybe even more than that. We might end up with 10 inches of snow around Lafayette. Here's an official release from the Escambia County engineer in Bruton, Alabama. This is for immediate release. Effective immediately, all Escambia County roads and bridges are going to be considered impassable until further notice. Citizens are advised that roads and bridges are impassable and travel should be suspended or delayed. Our emergency vehicles should travel on county roads and bridges. Only emergency vehicles should be on county roads and bridges until further notice. So that's Escambia County, Alabama. Shut her down. It's shut down. Shut down Escambia County. Waffle House closed. Here's a live view from Interstate 10 near the Calcasieu River. Very slow moving traffic there. So we've got more people trying to get out there on the roads, it looks like. And I'm telling y'all, it's not going to end well, more than likely. Just another reminder, stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to be out there. And if you do absolutely have to be out there, make sure you've got a winter survival kit. If you get stuck on the side of the road and nobody's can get to you or can't pull you out, you might have to, spend a significant amount of time in the bitter cold in your vehicle. So whatever you need to prepare for that, bring it with you in the vehicle. We never close. Hurricanes employee. So Waffle Houses are still open. Some of them are anyways. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. There you have it. Waffle Houses, it's very hard to get a Waffle House to close. But I would say that whoever's working at the Waffle House, whether they're open or not, they're going to have a hard time getting home this evening. Especially if there's one down there where they've got 8 inches of snow. Zen the Fox, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. And also thank you for the super chat. Zen says, I made my first National Weather Service report as a trained spotter during the last snow in Indiana. That's awesome. Thank you, Zen. Thank you. Eight inches of snow has been observed in Lafayette, Louisiana. This storm is already shattering daily snowfall records, and it will likely, also break several all-time snowfall records. What is going on with Brandon here? Oh, is that a truck trying to pull another truck like that? Interesting. So this is over here in Jennings, Louisiana, one of a place that has about 6 or 7 inches of snow. And we've got some trucks that are stuck. Also, another interesting piece of information, Lake Charles, Louisiana is probably the only, it's the only location in the United States that has ever experienced the eye wall of a strong Category 4 hurricane, as well as having a blizzard warning within 5 years of one another. And that is also one of the things I don't think we'll see that again, So, and by the way, it's not just the strong Category 4, we've had several hurricanes here recently. The most recent one, Hurricane Francine, making landfall near Houma, Louisiana, and now they are also experiencing a blizzard as we speak. Wow, the conditions are... You guys remember what this camera looked like just 10, 20 minutes ago? This is the Mississippi camera. The conditions are worsening rapidly down there near Mobile right now. Holy smokes. Stay home and watch this. You don't have to be out there. I'm going to try to get us some more Alabama cameras. Give me just 1 second. And Dalton, can you check on Florida and see if the traffic cameras are working? I might have to do something for that too. Okay. Oh. Video. All right, Algo. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm trying to get some of our cameras back online. Okay. All right. All right, so another one that we need somebody to reach out if you're from Florida Department of Transportation. We would love to integrate your traffic cameras into our system. Have a little bit of trouble, feel free to reach out if you can help. And once again, this is an update on the roads there in Mississippi, southern Mississippi. We were just looking at this camera not too long ago, and the roads were almost clear, and it wasn't snowing that hard. Now we've got a blizzard. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they made that blizzard warning that they issued earlier, if they actually extended it farther to the east, because this looks very similar to what we were seeing in southern Louisiana not too long ago. All right, let's listen in on Copic's audio here while I finish up fixing Alabama.
On. Handle 1 at the 13 is going to be a black GMC in the medium. 10-4. Hi, Where's 97? 10-4.
I think they're giving up.
they'll probably give up on that and abandon those trucks. If I had to guess.
Okay, team.
And you put that car in ATs, they're going to be pretty close onto the shoulder. The snow just needs to be pushed off the ramp.
Yeah, we've got some beach cameras. It's not snowing at the ones that we have yet, but we'll throw them up as they come
holy
up.
crap, there's an excavator coming. They're about to use a freaking excavator to get this truck unstuck.
All right, wait
And I
about
can't
5
move my
minutes.
camera
Back room.
up.
To go
Reload
to
that
a
program,
residential
and then
home to
Alabama should
transport
work.
those individuals to the warming center. Myself and 44 are still going to be out with that 18-wheeler.
Hey, whatever it
language
takes
barrier,
out here
and they're
in
still
Jennings,
blocking the roadway.
Louisiana,
They're trying to
we're
get them
about
out
to
now.
watch an excavator. I don't know how they're going to attempt this, but we're about to see what happens when an excavator tries to get a semi off
And
the
I
side of the
can't
road.
move the freaking camera up. Oh, it just started spinning. Son of a buck. Hold on. Bring it back now, y'all. Like if it tries for too long, it just darts off to the side.
And while we're watching this, I'm hungry. So I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do for food.
It's going to be at the intersection of LeBron and 10-4.
PDS excavator in progress.
Guys, what should I eat? Dalton, give me four options, and I'll let the chat decide. I'll let them vote. Y'all, if you just now tuned in, we're about 3 hours into our coverage here. We've been live for 3 hours for the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. We're going to continue our coverage for several more hours. And we're watching Brandon and these guys trying to get this truck off the side of the road. We're using this time to get situated. I'm going to try to get some food. But I'll be right back into full-blown coverage mode shortly. But just give us just a moment here, and we'll keep watching Brandon.
Dang it.
You got those 4 options yet? Somebody give me, Dalton, you give me 4 options. Okay.
This is a whole,
And then
like...
once I get those options,
My
I'm going to
No,
let you
that was
guys
right.
vote in the chat.
So the excavator is showing up, and I don't think they know what to do.
Hey, Brandon, it's Taylor. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know what the plan is with the excavator.
We're in commercial break.
Go for it, 713.
Right when you hear the sound, we're going to come straight after you.
Okay.
Are you out with the crew, or are you in your car?
I'm in my car right now.
Okay.
There's going to be a single 20 or 18 white 18-wheeler, I-29 southbound at 13.
All right, y'all. I'm creating a poll in the chat. I'm going to create this poll, and I'm going to go get me something to drink. I'll be right back. By the time I get back, hopefully you guys have decided. The question is, what should I eat? The answers that you can give us, because there's only 2 of us here, we've got to DoorDash it. It's got to be Jimmy John's. Pizza. Several pizza options. Penn Station, which is like Jersey Mike's if you don't have a Penn Station, or Quiznos, sort of. And Slim Chickens, which is kind of like Zaxby's or that other one, the orange chicken store. You know what I'm talking about? All right, the poll is in the chat. Whatever you guys vote on, that's what I'm going to decide. That's what we're going to do. I'll be right back.
Storm that's going on down along the Gulf Coast right now. This is a shot out of Louisiana where, my goodness, I mean, when you talk about this part of the country, nothing against the Deep South. It's just they're better at prep for certain weather events like hurricanes, let's say, than a place like Minnesota. Minnesota's roads would probably look a little bit better than that during a snowstorm, but again, they just don't have the infrastructure for it. So you got to keep in mind, it's really a bad idea to try to get on the roads right now. This is a live shot from Fox Weather's exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Topic. I believe that is I-10. I think we're going to talk to him in a minute here, so I'll get confirmation. I do know that this is between Lafayette and Lake Charles, so it's in southwestern Louisiana. Is that the interstate, Brandon?
I'm actually right here on the off-ramp at I-10, and we're in the town of Jennings, Louisiana right now. The driver of the truck that is... I'm confused right now. It looks like they're about to use an excavator to get this guy out of the ditch.
Wow, Blippi would approve of that. What are the road conditions like? Again, I know you've covered countless different snowstorms. Is it a noticeable difference in how bad the roads are in this part of the country during a snowstorm versus places farther toward the north?
Oh yeah, it's definitely difficult out here. I mean, we're talking about portions of the road that have 8, 9+ inches on the roadway where, I mean, honestly, if you have a 2-wheel drive vehicle, you're just not going to make it. It's remarkable to see out here. And in agreement with your Blippi comment, I am indeed an excavator.
I knew that you're a parent, so I figured it would be pretty safe.
The song's playing in my head.
Well, yeah, I know. Now it's going to be stuck in our heads for the rest of the day. So, look, what are the visibility conditions? You talked about the road conditions. I mean, I'm just in awe. I mean, I'm honestly kind of speechless when I look at some of these videos, especially the ones with the wind. We have the blizzard warning farther toward the west. Did you get a chance to drive through an area that... Are you in a spot where you're under the blizzard warning still? Have you seen close to blizzard conditions yet?
Oh yeah, I am in the heart of the blizzard warning right now. We're not having blizzard conditions now, but I can definitely say earlier on, and I think the reason why we're having such good visibility right now is with the band moving further east is kind of helping it improve, but on top of that, the winds have kind of died down a bit. But there were portions of I-10 when I was driving westbound between Lafayette and Jennings here that visibility at times was less than 50 yards. Like, it was incredibly difficult.
And would you compare that to, like, being in a lake effect snow band?
Oh, yeah, it was completely feeling like that. Like, if I didn't actually know I was in Louisiana, like 20 miles from the Gulf, it felt like I was driving on I-90 near Buffalo.
Wow, that's incredible. Brandon, thank you so much for the time here. I got to get into a forecast about this storm real quick because we have just been, going out to all the live reporters, and I feel like people need a little bit of a forecast. We'll come back out to you pretty soon. I appreciate it. I'm sure you're going to be helping a lot of people throughout the day. That is Fox Weather exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. All right, let me show you where the storm is right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly. I wish I could zoom in on this a little more, guys. My camera is frozen. But this is getting interesting. It looks like they're pushing the side of it with the either that or pulling the side of it with an excavator. I'm not all that sure right now.
I'm back, and I'm looking at the poll. 4,000 votes. The decision is in. Pizza barely wins over Jimmy John's. So, Dalton, you want me to order it, or do you got... all right.
Looks like they're about to hook up the excavator bucket to the side of the truck and pull it sideways.
No, you pick. Do you have my thing on you? Okay. Jason C here sent a very generous $20 super chat. Pass that on to the DoorDash driver.
Just let us know if you start heading back this way.
Yeah, once they...
So thank you, Jason C, for the very generous super chat. Our DoorDash driver, we're gonna pass that on to him. So we got pizza on the way. We've got an excavator doing a good job. I still don't understand. Oh, okay. I see what's happening now. We got an excavator helping a semi get off the side of the road here in the blizzard that's currently happening in Louisiana. We've got snow up to these guys' ankles, almost to their knees. This is crazy, y'all. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 is what I'm calling it. We've got heavy snow, record-breaking snow currently happening around New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette, Louisiana. It's moving up into southwestern portions of Mississippi, southern portions of Alabama right now, and we're going to be here with you throughout the day covering this with storm chaser Brandon Kopic. You just heard him do a live interview on I guess that was Fox. Brandon, he's all over all the different weather channels. I think it was Fox. So yeah, we've got like a behind the scenes view here for our storm chaser Brandon. We've also got storm chaser Storm Runner Media out there in Crowley, Louisiana. And we've got the awesome Department of Transportations in Louisiana and Mississippi giving us access to these traffic cameras around the state. Look at this one, by the way. It's getting wild in southern Mississippi. Please send me your reports. If you're in Mississippi, Alabama, or any of these places seeing snow, send pictures or videos to either me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, or email pics@ryanhallyall.com. Looks like they got the truck, by the way. The truck is out of the picture, so that is good news. And here's a video from Cullen in Metairie, Louisiana. That baby, hopefully you take lots of photos of this because this is going to be an impressive thing this is just something that you're going to want to hold on to because, once again, this is a once-in-a-generation, maybe even once-in-a-lifetime for some people, snowfall event down here in the Deep South, especially in Louisiana. Now, it's going to snow a lot. It's going to snow a lot in places like Mobile. It's going to snow a lot in, Dothan, Alabama. It's going to snow a lot in Albany. I don't think it will be breaking any records in those places, though. All of the records are being broken in southern Louisiana right now. That's where some people are seeing snow for the first time ever, and maybe for the only time ever, as this is such a rare and anomalous event. 6 inches of snow in Hammond, Louisiana. Look at that. Ongoing blizzard. Blizzard warning, by the way, is still in effect. Blizzard warning is still in effect right now. It's going to go on for the next 36 minutes. For Lake Charles, Jennings, Lafayette. I talked earlier about the possibility that they might expand this farther to the east, but it doesn't look like they're doing that yet. But I'm telling you right now, even though you're not under a blizzard warning in Biloxi, Mississippi, in that region right now, this looks like a blizzard to me. So you ain't gonna tell much of a difference out there. Like this is pretty much gonna be a blizzard for all you folks around Gulfport, even like the Highway 49 corridor between Hattiesburg and Biloxi and Gulfport. There's going to be intermittent blizzard conditions there. We're going to get in on some intermittent blizzard conditions in Mobile, Alabama. We're going to get in on that maybe even around Pensacola as well, where it is snowing. We actually got an official report now of snow way over here in Beauregard County and Lee County in Alabama. Snow starting to stick at the intersection of Lee Road and 11 and 14, and that was just a couple minutes ago. So our first official National Weather Service report of snow coming in right here in Alabama. So we know it's snowing there. It's probably snowing in Montgomery as well. Keep sending us those photos. Is it snowing in Atlanta yet? If it's not, it's coming. Macon, it's coming for you guys as well. Continue to have more and more snow reports coming in over here. Iberia County, we got 4 inches, 7 inches in Vermilion Parish. And then here's that big 8-incher in Youngsville, Lafayette. 5.5 over there in Jennings. Whoa. Uh-oh. Here we go. 10.5 inches of snow, an official measurement brought to the National Weather Service via amateur radio. The measurement was taken in Roberts Cove on a snowboard. Are you kidding me? We might have a foot, if that's a real measurement, we might have a foot of snow there before this is all said and done. Did not see that one coming. That is a record smasher. That will be hard to beat. Wow. So yeah, right in here between Rain and Scott, we've gotten lots of 7 to 8 inch snow reports, and now we've got that one 10.5 inch snow report from Roberts Cove on a snowboard. What in the world are you doing with a snowboard in Roberts Cove, Louisiana, first of all? Like, of all the things you could take that measurement on, why do you have a snowboard? Maybe it's somebody that goes snowboarding, you know, they travel to do that. I don't know. Oh man. By the way, these were from a couple hours ago, but we got 1 inch snow reports around Louisiana. It's been a second since we've had an official report come in from the New Orleans area. I imagine we're probably approaching 3 inches in a lot of these places. More snow on the way. In fact, another very heavy band's coming out of the Gulf right now, heading right up towards New Orleans. Hattiesburg, snowing heavily up there. It's going to get even heavier. Get ready. Okay. Starting to snow now in Warner Robins, Georgia. I'm going to keep that one up just so we can all understand the gravity of what we're dealing with here, Bulls. He probably has a board on the ground. But you know that, like, the first thing that comes to mind is a snowboard. Not a board to measure snow on. Hey, thank you, Laura. We'll do that. Snow has started in Auburn, Alabama. Bob Cleveland, thank you for the very generous super chat. John McCall, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to or John McCall and Self-Indulged, both for their extremely generous super chats. If it wasn't for people like them, we'd have to run a bunch of commercials and stuff like that, and it'd be plumb dumb. I don't like doing commercials and stuff, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why we don't do it. So thank you so much. Look at these pictures coming in. This is over there in Biloxi Beach, Mississippi. Lauren sent this in to Caitlin on Twitter. More snow beaches, palm trees, the Gulf, and a blizzard. The Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025 is still among us. This camera right here is just outside of Mobile, Alabama. Oops, sorry. This one is. So yeah, stuff's already quite messy there, and we've got people driving. There's a lot more traffic in Alabama. So here's the pattern I'm seeing. We've got barely any traffic in Louisiana. We've got a little bit more traffic in Mississippi. Lots of people on the road, it seems, though, in Alabama. So whenever the heaviest part of the snowstorm gets to you guys in Mobile, it's going to cause a lot of problems because it's not any easier to drive on untreated roads in Mobile than it is in Lafayette. It's just getting started out there. JC, thank you. Brandy says, how can I get the most accurate measurement? So the way that you get the most accurate snow measurement is by taking an average of multiple measurements. So go outside, find a nice flat spot away from buildings, away from trees. If you've got a snowboard or if you've got a flat surface that that's got an equal amount of snow on it, that's good. But even if you're just out in the yard, right, in a grassy area, take a ruler or a yallometer or something like that and take a measurement in one spot. Write it down. Go about 4 or 5 feet away from that. Take another measurement. Write that down. And then making a triangle, go about 4 or 5 feet away from that. Take another measurement. Write it down. You'll likely get 2 1/4 inch in one spot, 2 1/2 inches in another spot, maybe close to 3 inches in another spot. You take the average of all 3 of those, and that's how you're supposed to measure snow, because the exact amount of snow is going to vary a lot across any surface. So just take the average in a general 15-foot area, and that's how you'll get a more accurate number. Or you can just, go out somewhere and measure in a couple different spots and pick the one with the most and only report it. Because that's more fun. And I feel like that's what a lot of people do. Yeah, it's like we're watching an episode of Ice Road Truckers here through Brandon's feed. But nah, this is still Louisiana. Rusty Texan, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, I'm waiting on snow south of Tallahassee. It's coming. It's coming. I promise you it is. Hopefully, if you like snow, hopefully the HRRR is onto something, because it says you're going to get more than 6 inches of snow. More conservatively, I would expect around 3 inches. That's more likely, but we've seen lots of the forecasts over, the actual snow amounts overperform with this storm. And if that continues to happen, I think south of Tallahassee is a shoe-in for a lot of snow. Bill Joyner, thank you so much for the very generous $75 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spicy McNugget, Thanks for that. It says, what should we expect in Rincon, Georgia, just northwest of Savannah? So if you're just north and west of Savannah, Georgia, you can expect pretty much, honestly, it's a similar situation as to what we're looking to happen in Tallahassee. It's going to start snowing. It's going to start raining here in a couple of hours. It's going to switch over to sleet and freezing rain around 3 to 5 p.m. And then likely around 7 to 9 p.m., it's going to change over to snow. So it'll be snowing in Savannah and surrounding areas around 9 p.m. Eastern. And once it starts snowing, it's going to get heavy. We're talking about very heavy snow, likely the heaviest snow you've seen in Savannah, Georgia, around midnight tonight. And then that's going to turn into moderate snow and then light snow, and it'll taper off by 5 or 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. But if the HRRR is right, then by the time this is all said and done, Savannah, Georgia could, on the high end, have around 10 inches of snow on the ground. Remember, that's top of the line. I don't expect any more than that. The bottom, in a situation where we don't see that much snow, we're talking about probably still 2, 3, 4 inches, but possibly up to 10 inches is possible. Some portions of northern Florida might even get in on that. North of Jacksonville. How about you up there in Hillard, Florida? Rockville, Florida? It's possible that you guys see up to 10 inches of snow. I know it sounds crazy, but this is real. April says, how do we send you pictures? Pictures can be sent to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, or on email, pics@ryanhallyall.com. Still not seeing much in the way of power outages. We are up to about 5,000 people without power in Louisiana, but so far so good on that front. Here's the famous Bourbon Street. Look at that. This is from Bourbon Street and Canal Street in New Orleans. This is from Hunter. Thank you, Hunter, for sending that in. The Waffle House is open there. Daniel says, Ryan, I know it's a long shot, but what are your thoughts on the snow in the Birmingham area? It's all around us at the moment, but nothing's here yet. I'm really sorry to say I'm not very confident in snow for Birmingham. This is not a Birmingham snowstorm. If you end up with a skiff of snow, maybe. Like that's the high end. Like there's not going to be much snow in Birmingham. I'm sorry. Same thing could be said for our folks in Atlanta. All right, you're gonna taste it. You're gonna be able to smell the snow. It's gonna be pouring just to the south and east of Atlanta, but you're too far north. Probably the same thing can be said for our folks in Greenville, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, Greensboro, and Raleigh even are likely too far north. Richmond, Virginia, too far north. You'll get a little bit of snow from this in Virginia Beach, but just to your south in Kitty Hawk, they'll get a lot more. Wilmington, North Carolina looks to get a decent amount of snow from this. Myrtle Beach this might be, what's their record in Myrtle Beach? I got to figure that out. Myrtle Beach snow record. One second. Okay, so 14 inches. In Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, it snowed 14 inches during the snowstorm of December 22nd, 1989. So that's a lot. I don't think we'll get there in Myrtle Beach, but the second place would be 9 inches on February 9th, 1973. Third place is 7 inches on March 24th, 1983. So, yeah, I think that there's a chance that we get in that top 5 zone in Myrtle Beach with this. All right, we're starting to see some snow, just very light snow in Orange Beach, Alabama. So it's starting down here, and it's just going to get more and more intense as time goes on. Oh, somebody double check me on this. Is the record for Savannah, Georgia, 3 inches of snow? That's what I'm seeing. Three inches of snow is the record for Savannah, Georgia? Bro, yeah, that's definitely getting broke. Why did I think that was... Huh. There's a very, very high chance that record's getting smashed. Now, it's one of those things. The forecast is still iffy. The official forecast from the National Weather Service right now in Savannah, Georgia, is only like an inch or two. But some of the more recent HRRR runs are dumping a foot of snow in Savannah, Georgia. Don't think we're going to see that much. But the fact that we've been overperforming so much over here in Louisiana and Mississippi tells me that that's probably going to continue to happen down the line. So 3 inches is that we could be setting the all-time record for snow in Savannah for sure. I don't think we'll do it in Myrtle Beach because they had 14. But what about Charleston? We're breaking records today, Bulls. Yeah, so it snowed 3.6 inches in Savannah, Georgia in 1989. No, 1973. There was another one that was close in 1989. And let's see here. Charleston, South Carolina, the record single-day snowfall in Charleston occurred on February 11th, 1899, when the city received 6 inches of snow. So probably Charleston, I'm not confident that we'll see 6 inches of snow, but it is possible. So lots of records could even be broken on the East Coast here, which is something that we weren't really talking about yesterday because the models had backed off. I wonder if the National Weather Service has updated their forecast any. No, it's still very conservative. Look at this. So the latest NWS forecast, like the official NWS forecast, still only calls for a couple inches of snow in Savannah. Still only calls for like 2 inches in Myrtle Beach. But consistently, the HRRR has been showing quite a bit more than that. But I think that it's unlikely that we see the big numbers, but I do think that 3 inches of snow in Savannah is certainly on the table at this point. Interesting stuff going on here, y'all. Looks like we got another incident here in Rain, Louisiana. Ryan, how do you reckon the roads in Atlanta will be around 5 this afternoon? If the roads are going to become treacherous at all in Atlanta, that's likely going to happen right around 5. There's the little skiff of snow that we're going to see in Atlanta. It's going to start around 4. It'll be done by 6. So I don't think that it'll be terrible, but if there are any travel implications at all from the storm, it'll happen right around 5 p.m. So just be wary of that. We're talking about at the most a dusting of snow, but it could come down fast enough to where it could coat the roads and stuff. So keep that in mind. Does the snowstorm have an official name? Well, none of the official weather organizations name snowstorms, like the weather or the Hurricane Center names tropical storms and hurricanes, obviously. The Weather Channel names winter storms, but that's just a Weather Channel thing. It's not like a real thing. I don't know if they've named this one or not. I don't know what its name is. But I think we should all call this, because it sounds cool, the Great Gulf Blizzard of 25. I mean, that sounds better than, Carla or whatever the name is from Enzo. Okay. Well, the Weather Channel is calling it Enzo, which I must admit, it sounds pretty cool. But I'm still calling it, when this live stream ends and we archive the live stream, it'll be on the channel as the Great Gulf Blizzard of 25. All right, checking in on reports here. Still seeing some 7-inch reports coming in. All 8 inches down here. Biggest one I'm seeing is still that 10.5-inch report coming in from near Crowley. Just not too far to the north of that. We're between 4 and 5 inches. So there's a pretty small corridor of the heaviest snows right in here, and it's still snowing there. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of 12-inch reports coming out of there. Another really heavy band is about to come into New Orleans. So the heaviest snow of the day is coming into New Orleans right now. We've got a couple of 2 and 3-inch reports out there. Definitely think we're going to surpass 5 inches, maybe even more than that in New Orleans. We've got more reports coming in from Alabama as well. It's starting to snow at Troy University. Grass and rooftops are starting to become snow covered in parts of Montgomery, and the snow is sticking to the roads in Beauregard County as well. No official reports yet from Georgia or South Carolina, but I know a few of you guys have said you've seen snow. Whoa, here we go. An official report from a trained spotter. This was an hour ago. There was snow on the intersection of Highway 258 and Banks School Road. So apparently it's snowing even all the way up here in North Carolina. So that's interesting. The air is becoming moist enough to support snow even at the surface. I'd be interested to hear from Florence. If anybody's from Florence, Columbia, or Augusta, let us know what the conditions are like for you. And also, production, I think we've got cameras in South Carolina. Check and see if they're working. They might not be. It's been a while since I've done anything with them. But traffic cameras should be there. All right. So, yeah, keep those reports coming in, and remember to tag the National Weather Service if you send them in to me on Twitter. got a little bit of some slow-moving traffic over here on Interstate 12 in Louisiana, but things are moving a little bit. Also, it looks like the snow has slowed down here for a moment. There is another large band of heavy snow coming, though. By the way, we just got a special weather statement up here in New York. We've got up here near Niagara Falls. We've got lake effect snow coming in, dropping heavy snow in the Buffalo, New York area. So it's not just the Gulf that's experiencing snow right now. It's also our friends up here in New York. Do we have anybody in Buffalo watching? A pretty hefty band is coming in. This is going to be a strong lake effect snow band coming into the Tonawanda area. So get ready for that. Looks like Brandon's got another incident as well. All right. By the way, 12,000 of you guys have voted for what we're going to eat for lunch, and pizza is the winner, so we've already ordered it. I'm going to end that poll. Only gray skies northwest of Columbia, South Carolina. Okay. Keep me updated. And get all of your South Carolinian friends in here so that we know when it starts. Share this stream on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is. Let's see. The more the merrier, right? Chef Jans, thank you so much for sending this in. This is from Pearl River, Louisiana. This is a nice custom Yolometer here. I love to see it. Thank you so much for sending this in. About 3 inches or so there. Thank you so much for sending that in. Love the sign. This is getting entered into our competition. Remember, send us those snow reports at the end of the stream today. We're going to randomly select one of these to get. We're going to PayPal, Cash App you, Venmo, or whatever it is, like whatever else exists, $1,000 to you, just because why not? So send those reports in so you can be entered to win. And whenever the Yolometer 3.0s come out, even y'all need to consider getting one. You never know. You never know when you might need a Yolometer. Lots of people are experiencing their first snows ever today. Even people who have been alive for a while. And here we go. Look at this. It's starting to snow in Milton, Florida. Wow. Milton, Florida. Blizzard conditions continue just off of Lake Pontchartrain there at Loyola. A lot of the winds and the heavier snow rates that we're seeing here are a result of the lake. The lake is enhancing the snowfall, similar to what happens up in the north. Incredible stuff going on in New Orleans right now and surrounding areas. Blizzard warning still in effect, by the way. So yeah, this right here is Milton, Florida. It's just started there. Heavy snow is on the way. The heaviest part of this snowstorm hasn't gotten to you yet. It is going to, the fact that it's starting off as just pure snow in Milton, oh my gosh, guys. We're going to break all kinds of records. What's the daggone record in Milton? Milton, Florida, snowfall record. The closest thing to a snowfall record would be trace amounts of snow or sleet that have occasionally occurred during severe cold snaps. Did Milton not get anything in the blizzard of 93? Dude, the Florida Panhandle didn't get anything in that. They got rain. I didn't realize that. Here's the total snowfall for the blizzard of 93. I know that there were some places like near Mobile that got quite a bit of snow, but it didn't even touch the Florida Panhandle. So yeah, we're definitely completely smashing all the records in Florida today. It's going to snow more than we've ever seen it snow before down here in Pensacola, Destin, Crestview, Milton. Holy smokes. How's it going to be in Charleston, South Carolina? It's going to snow. It's going to snow quite a bit. Has the potential to be the most snow you've seen in a very, very long time. We're now casting at this point. Oh, man. All right. We showed this camera earlier. There was no snow, and now we've got snow officially in, how do we say this? Perdido Key? Perdido Key? Florida. So yeah, we've got a couple of, I don't know if we have any, there's a couple cameras over here on the beach. And some of them are closer to Panama City and Apalachicola, but we'll be able to watch this one as the snow piles up. And I think it's going to. I think we'll have a decent amount of accumulation here by the time it's all said and done. By the way,
so Ryan is actually live right now. Okay.
just an update.
To use some of this stuff, that's what I was doing, was like filming that we're dropping it off.
From our crew in North Carolina, we're dropping off our big truckload with pallet loads of heaters and other sort of warming supplies to shelters in North Carolina for those folks who are still homeless after the devastating flooding from Hurricane Helene. No, they're just sending me videos right now as this is what's happening right now as we're dropping those supplies off. And this is the big purple Y'all Squad truck on the road going towards that distribution center just moments ago. If you ever see this thing on the road, snap a picture of it. Let us know where in the world is the Y'all truck right now. Thanks to y'all, by the way, for going to the y'allsquad.org, our nonprofit organization, and donating so we can do stuff like this. If you're just now tuning in, we are knee deep in snow along the Gulf Coast, especially in Louisiana. We've got heavy snow moving into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, the panhandle of Florida. Some of these places are going to see more snow than they've ever seen before. Nobody alive today has seen a storm of this magnitude this far south. And we are just watching it unfold. We've got all of the radars turned on. We've got the official National Weather Service link with the storm reports. We've got storm chaser Brandon Kopic out there on the roads in Louisiana. He's going to be traveling into Mississippi here soon. We've got Storm Runner Media out there as well. We've got live cameras on the beaches of Florida. We've got traffic cameras in Louisiana, Mississippi, and other places as well. We've got every single possible angle of this thing covered for you. We're going to be here for you for a while. We've been live for 3 hours and 35 minutes. We're going to stay here until we're not needed anymore. Now this is going to go like it's still going to be snowing quite heavily in places like Savannah, Georgia, for example, 3 a.m. tonight, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's going to be a long night. I don't think we'll be here that long, but we will be here giving you all the latest little changes in the forecast as we go along and keeping you updated on the snow reports as they come in. By the way, our overlay just went pink. The reason for that is our highest priority warning now is a winter storm warning, as the blizzard warning has been allowed to expire. And it doesn't look like they're going to issue another blizzard warning for Gulfport and Mobile, even though it's technically going to be a blizzard down there. All right, it's not going to be as bad, but for a brief period of time, we are going to see a little bit of a blizzard in Gulfport and Mobile. Edgar, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Chad Charles, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to Chad and Edgar. Ryan, will we get a good amount of snow in Ludwosi? Oh, man. I don't know how to say that. Georgia. We're about 30 miles south of Savannah, Georgia. Thanks for all you do. There's a good chance, Chad, that you're going to see more snow than you've ever seen before today from this storm. Now, I don't know if that means it's going to snow an inch or two or 10 inches. Both of those are possible right now. It's all going to come down to the very fine, intricate details of what happens when the storm gets to you. All of our forecasting models, all of our knowledge about weather forecasting is based off of history. And never before have we really seen a storm like this. So there's not a lot of historical data to go off of. So we're now casting at this point. Just know that the possibility is there for a significant amount of snow, and do whatever you need to do to prepare for that, including staying off the roads. You've only got a couple hours left before it's not safe to be on the roads. In a lot of these places in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, make last-minute preparations now. There's also a chance that we get some ice, especially in Florida around Jacksonville, pretty much between Jacksonville and Savannah. There's a chance that we get a little bit of an ice storm, and that could cause some problems with power outages. So if you've got a generator, make sure you've got the propane and all that stuff ready for it as well. New Siberia update, please. So New Siberia, Louisiana, is still experiencing snow. The heavier snow band is moving through right now. Once this snow that you're seeing right now lets up a little bit, it is going to taper off. We're not going to see as heavy a snow as what we've been seeing for the rest of the day, but it is going to snow moderately and lightly for the next several hours. So a lot of places in and around New Siberia have anywhere from 4 to 7 inches of snow on the ground. Expect at least an inch or two more before it's all said and done. We've got a couple hours left, and then it's going to be moving out of here. We are mostly done in the Lake Charles area. There's going to be a couple more inches of snow possible. Actually, you know what? Maybe an inch is possible as these flurries come over, but it looks like we've rounded out with about 5 inches of snow around Lake Charles. It's going to continue snowing for a significant period of time in New Orleans. In fact, I don't think you guys have even seen your greatest snowfall yet. I think that the heaviest snow is still to come. Same thing for you guys in Gulfport. It's just getting started in Mobile and Pensacola, Destin, and those areas. It's also just getting started up there in southern portions of Alabama. So keep keeping us updated on those snow reports, and get ready. More snow is coming. Man, that fluorescent pink for the winter storm warnings is a little much, ain't it? I don't know. Maybe we should change that. It's almost, I feel like that's what we should be using for like tornado warnings or something, that it feels a little more urgent. I don't think we've ever been live before and the top alert be a winter storm warning. This is a first. It's usually a blizzard warning or an ice storm warning or a tornado warning. Wow, look at this. Pictures coming in from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, from Ayla. This was sent to me on Twitter. My handle is @RyanHall, y'all. Incredible stuff coming in from our folks in and around Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You still got several hours of snow left as well, by the way. It'll get lighter. Your heaviest snow is over, but it's going to keep snowing for quite some time. Hey, bulls. Look here, we got some people on I-10 here in Baton Rouge on foot. Look at that. Nobody's on the road driving, but the people are walking. Unbelievable. Once again, this is on I-10 near Nicholson. And this is a 511 LA traffic camera. We've been looking at these things all day. We've seen some insane stuff. This is one of the more memorable images, I think, from the Great Gulf Blizzard of 25. Ken Ravi, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but this is an unfortunate situation here. It looks like we've got a fire in St. John's, Louisiana, due to a chimney. It's a chimney fire. Something else to, another reminder, there's a lot of things people are doing today to keep themselves warm. We've got, chimney fires going on probably for the first time in a while. For some of these places, we've got propane heaters, we've got kerosene heaters, electric heaters. The fire risk is also really high in situations like this, so be careful with that stuff. Make sure you're paying attention and you're following all the safety guidelines and stuff. This is funny. It's not real, but it's funny. This is, according to Jack, this is from New Orleans this morning. Hey, honestly, it could be. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, you can send in photos to pics@ryanhallyall.com or @ryanhallyall on Twitter. Here's one from New York. Fort Drum, New York, up in the big lake effect system that's going on up there. We've got, look, there's places right now in Louisiana that have more snow than Fort Drum, New York. A very impressive 7 yalls of snow there on the Yallometer. Love the flag. Love everything about this. Thank you so much to the Sharps for sending this in. Thank you. All right, what's going on up here with Brandon? Let's listen in.
It's too muddy. Yeah, this is mud. This ain't even pavement.
Looks like they're trying to get this truck unstuck as well. No excavator this time. We're going to have to get Brandon his own pull-behind excavator because they apparently work so well. Some people are telling me that y'all bot is stuck. I'm gonna go fix that real quick, and then we'll keep watching Brandon. I'll be right back. I fixed y'all bot. I can't believe I just went and fixed my competitor's live stream. I know some of yous are choosing to watch the daggone robot over me, and I always knew this day would come, but I thought we had more time. No, I'm proud of that robot. I put a lot of work and a lot of time into that thing. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. I don't know what he's doing, but something is happening here where we're trying to get this truck unstuck. It's stuck right now, so we're going to stick with Brandon and see what happens there. And we're also going to keep an eye on all the other aspects of the weather as well. We're watching the snow approach more portions of Florida. It's moving into the panhandle of Florida. We've got some places like Milton, Florida, which are already seeing heavy snow. Pensacola seeing snow. This is going to continue to break out farther east as time goes on. So keep those reports and videos coming in, and we'll just keep doing it. We'll keep doing our thing. Yalbot is Ryan's smart AI child. Yeah. We're, come tornado season, Yalbot will be sort of more involved in these streams as well. But the way that we were doing it in the past, I didn't like it. So putting it on its own channel has been the best way to go about that. But there's ways that it's actually useful to have it during emergency situations, and we're working on ways to implement that here on these streams without it being too much, because some people don't want to watch a robot, and that's completely understandable. But it's undeniable that certain parts of having that tool are helpful and potentially life-saving. We've gotten an unbelievable amount of pictures from you guys. Thank you guys so much for sending in stuff. I haven't been able to show them all, but know that we are logging them all. Okay, everybody's entered to win. We're trying to compile our database of reports here. I might not show every report on the air, but please keep sending them in. Like this one from Dawn, showing the snow is sticking to surfaces in Pensacola. There's the fire department headquarters right there. The Great Gulf Snowstorm. It is still the blizzard. I'm calling it the Great Gulf Blizzard. We had a blizzard warning. It's official. This is a blizzard. The blizzard warning has been allowed to expire. Here's another video from the beach. It's snowing at the beach. This is from Haley. Thank you, Haley, for sending this in. Tagged me and the National Weather Service in New Orleans. That's great. Thank you for that. Hey, can I get a pizza update? Okay. All right. Thank you. Pizza update, by the way. DoorDasher is on the way. I'm plumb near about starved to death, bulls. I think that I forgot to eat breakfast this morning. Didn't eat dinner last night. Not just because like I was busy. So I'm about to really enjoy some pizza here in a moment. Another interesting tidbit here is it looks like the city of New Orleans is going to have more snow in the month of January than Mammoth Mountain, California. Which, if you know anything about Mammoth Mountain, California, that's crazy. This pattern that we've been in is so weird. We've got extremely dry conditions in Southern California during the wet season. We've got wildfires down there when normally they don't worry about them. We've got negative 55-degree wind chills all across the northern plains. We've got snowstorms in the Gulf. What? Yeah, I'm just going through all of your reports right now. Thank you for sending so much. Yeah, here we go. This is don't worry, guys. The roads in Florida should be just fine. We're sending in reinforcements. You know, didn't have time to invest in a full fleet of snow removal vehicles, but we've got this. Here's an amazing photo from Gulfport, Mississippi, right on the beach. This is from Lori. Thank you. Remember, y'all, I still have yet to see Salty the Snowman. Somebody has to build a snowman on the daggone beach. Salty the Snowman, it has to happen today, or it is never going to happen. Hello, Linda. Yeah, that's the snow removal vehicle from Florida. Yeah, I know. Narum. This is unreal. The deep south has more snow than we have in Fargo. Yep. There are parts of Louisiana that have gotten more snow today than we've seen all month long in portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. How crazy that is hard to articulate. And without sounding like a nut job, right? Like without sounding like somebody that's trying to make a big deal out of nothing. Like this is crazy. Like this is unreal. You asked me 3 months ago if something like this was even possible, and I would have said obviously no. Like. Here's some photos from Hattiesburg. Thank you, Berto, for sending this in. This is Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's just now starting to cover everything really good up there. The roads look decent for now. I think there's going to be a little bit of a lull in the snow here and over the next hour or so, but the heaviest snow won't be in Hattiesburg, I think, for another 3 or 4 hours. So stand by. It's coming. And of course, we've got the sleds out in Slidell Park, Louisiana. Look at this. This is just north of New Orleans. Unbelievable. These kids will talk about this for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, man behind the Jackson, Mississippi. I'm hoping for snow. If it's not snowing right now in Jackson, Mississippi, it's not going to. It's about to move out of there, and there is snow happening above your heads. But if it's not hitting the ground, you got a couple hours left of potentially getting a skiff of snow. Yep, this is something that these kids will seriously remember forever. And once again, I'm telling y'all, these anomalous events like this are what inspire meteorologists. So if you've got a young one who takes interest in this, who's just really fascinated about it, wants to learn more about it, really, lean into that because that's how we get that's how meteorologists happen. It's not very, it's not like a very popular job, you know what I'm saying? And it's not something that a lot of people decide that they want to do later in life. It's some people are just, they become fascinated with it at a young age, and they just go all in. So that's happening down here more than likely. Thank you, Miss Carter. Alea Carter, thank you for sending that in. Wonderful video. Here's a report coming in from New York. So we got a lot of people watching from New York because we've got the lake effect snow going on up there. Still, though, New York, you're losing. This 6 inches of snow here is nothing compared to the 10 inches down here in Louisiana, which is, I know it's not a competition, but I just can't stop talking about it because it's crazy. Already have gotten about an inch of snow in Pensacola. This is unreal, y'all. TG, thanks for sending this in. About an inch of snow is already piled up in Pensacola, and it has just barely begun. Wow. What about Atlanta? Is anybody seeing snow in Atlanta yet? It looks like there's a decent pocket of heavier precipitation moving into Atlanta. I don't know if it's hitting the ground yet or not. It'll be interesting to hear from y'all. Robert Harwell, thank you for sending this in. Here is a photo from Crestview, Florida. And here's one from Pace, Florida. Wow. And remember, y'all, if it's starting to snow right now where you are in Florida, you've got hours to go. We expected this would start off as a little bit of rain. Nothing yet in Atlanta? Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. I do think it will snow in Atlanta. I just don't think it's going to be very much. And the longer it takes for that precipitation to hit the ground, the less that we're going to be talking about. Yeah, let's get an updated look at some of our snow reports here. Once again, nothing official yet from the Mobile area, but I know that we've gotten a significant amount of snow. Remember to tag the National Weather Service. If you guys are in Pensacola, that area, tag your local National Weather Service on Twitter whenever you send me these pictures and stuff. It's actually like your snow report is of historical significance. So like, you know, we're going to do our best to make sure that we relay everything that we can. And there's people usually that tag the weather service offices in the comments below my mentions. But just try to include them so that they can get you in the official database. And 100 years from now, whenever it does this again, they'll know, you know what the record was and stuff like that. So, yeah, we've gotten snow reports as far east as North Carolina. Lots of snow reports are coming in from southern portions of Alabama, from Pike County, Lee County, and Montgomery County. No significant accumulation out there just yet. Lots of snow reports are continuing to come in from around Slidell as well. We've got 2 or 3 inches all around New Orleans here. 4 inches of snow near Kenner, Jefferson. So that's, once again, we've still got several hours of heavy snow left down there. We're probably going to exceed 7 inches in New Orleans. Some of our greatest snowfall totals have come from over here, though, where we've got 8 inches of snow in Lafayette, 5 inches a couple hours ago in Lafayette. There's the 8.5 inch report, 8 inches in Youngsville. There's a 6.5 inch report, 4 inch. 10.5. That's still the biggest one that I've seen. 10.5 inches of snow in Acadia Parish, 8 inches down there in east of Crowley. So basically this area that Brandon's been crawling back and forth on the interstate there on I-10, that's where the heaviest snow has fallen. There's a 9-inch snow report from Evangeline, 5.5 in Jennings. So right in here, we've got a general 7 to 10 inches of snow that's fallen. And that's the heaviest totals that we've seen so far. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think we'll see some heavier snow totals come from this corridor right here as well. Don't know if we'll get up to 10 inches, but we will definitely be higher than what any of us expected, I think. It does look like Brandon's on the move. He's going to go up towards Mississippi. He'll follow this thing all through the night. All through the night. Here is a photo from West Baton Rouge. This is from Blake. Thank you, Blake. It says, I never thought I'd need a Yolometer, but I wish I had one now. Hey, this works. This works. I love it. Yolometer 3.0. Thank you for the report. It looks like people around New Orleans are getting an emergency alert on their phones. This is a public safety alert. The number of accidents being reported is increasing. First responders strongly urge you to stay off the roads in the snow and ice impacted areas until conditions improve. Monitor 511la.org for the latest statewide road closures. So we're starting to see people trying to get out and about more. We're hearing about some accidents around New Orleans, especially around Slidell, it seems like. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating. And I know what's happening. The video I just showed earlier of the sledding, that looks like so much fun. That stuff's probably going around on Facebook, and everybody's like, oh, let's just go. Let's go find a hill. People are getting in the cars because the snow, it seems like it's slowing down. Maybe it's coming right back. And then now we're having more accidents. So continue to stay home. The snow's still going to be there even after it's done. Maybe even after if we end up with 10 inches of snow widespread down here, the roads will probably be clear before like the grassy area. So you might still get to sled and make Salty the Snowman tomorrow or the next day or whenever it's actually safe to be out on the roads. Snow, it'll take a while for this to melt from the surfaces. Thank you, Patrick, by the way. Lovely Yolometer. That was from Gosher, Mississippi. This one comes from Julie. There's the snowfall from Morganza, Louisiana. This is the Great Southern Blizzard, January 21st, 2025. A good 5 inches of snow there. Soak it in. Yeah, so New Orleans isn't the only place experiencing traffic problems. You can very clearly see where the greatest traffic problems are occurring right now by looking at Google Maps. You can literally draw I can't draw. You could draw exactly where the heaviest snow is falling. So we've got traffic delays and road closures and all that stuff happening from around Montgomery, Alabama, down to Pensacola, Mobile, Gulfport, and the Houston area is gridlocked. Nobody's moving in Houston. All these roads are closed. Even though the snow is pretty much over there, it's the roads are still a mess. And once again, they don't have the ability to clean it off. They're waiting for it to melt. Beaumont, same situation over there. Big time road closures on Interstate 10 between Lafayette and Baton Rouge as well. This is completely shut down. A lot of the roads around New Orleans are completely shut down as well, even as far south as down into Houma. Highway 90 between Amelia and Matthews, completely shut down. I expect that the roads in Mobile, like all of these, Interstate 65, 165, I-10, this will all be completely closed before too long. Get ready. I mean, if it continues to move east without starting off as rain, get ready for Interstate 10 near Crestview and Chipley and Tallahassee to also shut down tonight. Blizzard conditions are continuing. Over here at the exit near Loyola, Louisiana, this is just off of Lake Pontchartrain. Lake-enhanced snow is causing the more intense snowfall rates here and the wind. Still a blizzard. Sparkles, thanks for sending this in. Happy snow day from Southeast Houston. We got roughly 5 inches of snow. Wow. So yeah, if we're hearing about 5 inches, I'm getting conflicting reports from the Houston area. I need everybody in Houston to tell me how much snow you got. I'm seeing it on the official side. On the official side, I'm seeing a lot of 3, 2.5, 3 inches of snow, 3.2 inches there. I guess though, over here closer to Beach City, there's some 5-inch reports, 4 inches. It looks like from Pasadena over towards LaPorte, Deer Park, Webster, these areas definitely got more snow. So downtown Houston probably is about 2 to 4 inches, but just to the east of town there's some places that got much more than that. 5 inches of snow there on the east side of Houston. Thank you so much for sending that in. If that's the case, once the dust settles and we go back and validate all these reports, this is also going to be a record-breaking snowstorm for Houston. When the stream first started, I thought that maybe it was just 1 inch or 3, but I'm seeing lots of reports over 3 inches, which is a significant snowstorm for Houston. It's extremely significant for Galveston. The fact that we've got 3 inches of snow down near Texas City is mind-blowing. And there's that 10.5-inch report from Acadia Parish. The pizza has arrived. I was hoping that we'd have something to tune into. You know what? The weather, we've done talk to the Storm Prediction Center into it. The National Hurricane Center does video updates now. Now the Weather Prediction Center needs to do it too, so we can have something to play while I go eat. You know what? Y'all bot. I'm going to let you give me just a second.
8 minutes ago,
I'm going to go get my food. I'll come right back.
Specifically 5 miles
in the
northeast
meantime
of the city,
let's listen to y'all.
2.5 inches of snow.
I'll be right back.
This is quite unusual for the area, so residents are advised to stay indoors if possible and avoid unnecessary travel. Stay tuned for further updates and stay safe. Just wanted to let you know there are currently 216 active weather watches, warnings, and advisories across the United States. Stay tuned, and I'll keep you updated on all of them in real time. See those fire icons on the map? They represent currently active wildfires. The bigger icons mean bigger fires. Right now, there are 12 wildfires actively burning across the U.S. A new snow report just came in from Lumberton, Mississippi in Lamar County about 11 minutes ago. The snow is measuring up to 4 inches deep. This report comes from Emergency Management. Let's check in on the special weather statement for parts of New York, specifically Orleans and Niagara counties. A band of heavy snow is moving through the area and is expected to continue for the next half hour or so. This snow is coming down at a rate of half to 1 inch per hour, which could lead to 1 to 3 inches of accumulation in a short period of time. Locations such as Niagara Falls, North Tonawanda, Lockport, and Medina are in the path of this snow band. Please be cautious if you're out driving, as roads can become slippery quickly. Allow extra time for travel and drive carefully. Here's a quick update on the freeze warning for the Northwest Valley, East Valley, Buckeye, and Avondale, Deer Valley, Central Phoenix, North Phoenix and Glendale, Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, South Mountain and Ahwatukee, and Southeast Valley and Queen Creek in Arizona. Sub-freezing temperatures in the lower 30s are expected, potentially harming crops and outdoor plumbing. This warning will expire in 21 hours and 18 minutes. Let's check in with Corey Gherkin, Radar Omega, who is currently streaming live from Metairie, Louisiana. He's live on YouTube. Hey chat! Welcome to the YallBot family Unity MMO developers. That membership means a lot, and you're right about the queue system. I'm learning as I go. Nicole, I hear you about Elijah. Don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. Thomas, I see that YallCast request coming in hot for Lexington. And Frank, don't even worry about it. We're all figuring this out together. Y'all are the best chat family anyone could ask for.
All right, thank you, YallBot. Great relief from YallBot there, who's pretty much doing the same thing I'm doing over there on the 24/7 channel. Once again, if you guys ever want to look at this, it's on the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel. 24/7 YallBot's doing this, no matter what's going on. If the most impressive or like the most interesting thing that's happening in America is a dense fog advisory, YallBot's on it, and it's like it's giving you all the information about the dense fog advisory. And then like I really enjoyed Local on the 8s from the Weather Channel. So we play that kind of music the whole time. But if the weather intensity score were to ever exceed 50, the music becomes a little bit more urgent. And then if it gets over 100, it's like Lord of the Rings. the score from Lord of the Rings. Not really. It's actually a little bit more subtle so that you can hear the details. But yeah, that's the Y'allbot. That's the automated weather thing that I've been working on for the past 6 months, and it's really cool, especially during severe weather. It zooms in on the radar and shows the velocity. You can track the tornado as it goes, and literally seconds after the warning's issued, it can hone in on it. So very cool stuff. And it just allowed me to scarf down 2 slices of Papa John's stuffed crust pizza. I'm still working on the 3rd. But I feel plenty nourished and ready to go. I'm ready to look at more snow. We've been going for 4 hours. I feel like we've been going for 4 minutes. Yeah, let's do it. And well, another thing, Y'allbot being ahead of me. Y'allbot showed Corey Gherkin there, so we're going to show Corey Gherkin too. He's out there. He was just helping this truck get unstuck. So Corey's out there in the middle of some of the heaviest snow as well. So we're going to keep Corey up and Brandon as they both are out there helping people as the traffic incidents become more common, as the roads continue to get worse and people become more and more, I guess, inclined to go out on the roads. People are getting a little stir crazy. Stay home. It's not time to go out yet. By the way, production, if we've got any cameras around Columbia, South Carolina, or Columbus, Georgia. No, never mind. This is Columbus, Georgia. It is snowing in Georgia. I still don't have the traffic camera set up for Georgia yet. Hopefully somebody from the Georgia Department of Transportation has reached out to our email. I won't be able to deal with that until after the stream, but the next one, hopefully we'll have Georgia traffic cameras. Wow, look at this. Honestly, this is like historic imagery. This is stuff that we'll see forever. Like a snowball fight right now on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. This is the kind of stuff that you see like old black and white photos of, and it just doesn't feel real. You guys know what I'm talking about, like stuff that record-breaking things that have happened a really, really long time ago. And this is that, but for our our predecessors 100 years from now. They're going to look back at this and be like, it's so disconnected from reality. You know what I mean? This is on Bourbon Street in New Orleans right now. Savannah, Georgia. Still nothing happening in Savannah, Georgia just yet, but it's coming. So far, it looks like it's overperforming pretty much everywhere, and it could also overperform for you. On the low end, I would look for around an inch of snow in Savannah. However, it is possible that we get much more than that. It's not something that anybody's going to know until we get closer. Like we're nowcasting. Here's a camera from Dothan, Alabama, where snow is picking up. Snow is absolutely picking up. all across southern portions of Alabama. It's moving into southern and central portions of Georgia. And a lot of the western side of the panhandle of Florida is getting covered up with snow as well. Oops, sorry about that. Yep, rain, Louisiana is the highest snow total right now with about 10 inches of snow. Kathleen, thank you for becoming a member. There's a picture in Wikipedia of a snowball fight on the Florida State Capitol steps from 1899. Yep. That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with here. Sorry, I'm being a little quiet. I'm trying to figure out why. I would really love for our Florida traffic cameras to work inside of our systems. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix that. So we're going to have to do it this way. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll throw up a couple of cameras, and what's unfortunate about this is I can't keep them up on the screen like we do with the other ones. I have to like come over here to the browser. But this is about what it looks like right now over here in the I-10 corridor near Milton. The roads are becoming covered very quickly, and it's getting a lot worse, especially over here near Pensacola. Even we're starting to see the roads look really treacherous, like actually pretty bad. So hopefully everybody's staying off the roads, and we're staying indoors. We're staying warm. Here's a picture from Samara, Kayleen, of palm trees and snow down there in Perdido Key, Florida. We've got a camera down there, thanks to Inco Electronic Systems. Looks like we do have a little bit of accumulation happening there on the beach. Looks like Brandon's got a little bit of an incident here in front of him.
My bad. I was just saying that same semi that we watched get pulled by that rope that I gave that guy, that he's stuck against. Yeah, that shocked me. I thought this guy was getting stuck trying to go through an intersection. But I stopped and asked him to push. He's like, no, the light's red. I'm just waiting for it to turn green as he's in the middle of the intersection.
I think this guy's He's just got to keep going. Oh, that was not a... So you see there's not a lot of passing room here. This is another reason why it's important to stay off the roads. If this guy is so stuck he can't get out of the way,
I got several
he's
stuck
blocking
semis at this
emergency
exit
vehicles
that
and
I
stuff
had
like
to
that.
take.
But, hey, Brandon's there. He's there to help. So this is a live look right now from Lafayette, Louisiana. Hey, Bulls, this is a news station. Acadiana Live. Even the daggone news stations. I'm telling you, this ain't no hurricane, son. This is a daggone blizzard. Corey Gherkin's also out there. And every time I look at one of these Storm Chaser live feeds, I see more and more people on the road. People are they're getting confident, all right? They're like, all right, we're going to go out and be in the snow. I'm telling y'all, it ain't time yet. The roads are as bad now as they're ever going to be. This is, what is this, News Channel 10? Do you guys know News Channel 10? The road conditions out here are bad. Even if they get unstuck right there, I don't know if they'll be able to make it back to the station because this is just a couple miles down the road from them. And look at the interstate. It is completely covered, completely untouched, untreated. 8 inches of snow. These guys are going to have to abandon that vehicle more than likely. Two-wheel, front-wheel drive. Let's go snow chase. Hey, get the Ford Fusion. Get the Ford Escape. We're going snow chase. This is a live look from Interstate 10 down here near Lafayette, Louisiana. I think they're about to get it, maybe. But like, is he going to be going the wrong way? Lafayette, Louisiana, it's got about 9 inches of snow officially. That's what we're dealing with down here. Hey, Jeff Anderson, shout out to you. Everybody say thank you to Jeff. Very generous super chat there, $150 from Jeff. Says, thank you for your fabulous weather coverage. If you send snow, preferably a blizzard, to Northern Illinois, I'll triple my next super chat. I'm working on it. I actually, we dropped this one. It went too far south. But we'll get you some snow, Jeff. Don't worry. Because if you get snow, I'm probably going to get snow. And I want snow. But seriously, thank you, Jeff, for that. And huge shout out to everybody that's shown support, including you, Rich. I don't know how to say your last name, but Rich, thank you for the very generous super chat as well. Just started Small Snowflakes in Aiken, South Carolina. Exciting stuff. What we're looking at here, this live view from Brandon, this is what the roads could look like tonight in and around Tallahassee, Florida. We could see similar sights to this over towards the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So get ready. It's not started snowing yet, but it's coming.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, I feel like they're pointing the wrong way now. Did they have the snow chains on the rear wheels? Did they have snow chains? I didn't.
DL, you can make it around.
I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about when we're, these. I said in the video a couple days ago, these people don't own jogging pants. Because why would you? Why would you know which wheels to put the chains on? It don't snow down here. Boom, 10 inches.
All right, good. There's this like Civic over here that's gonna need help.
Somebody said, just put some chains on some wheels. That's what you do in the snow, right? And somebody else said, I guess.
Like worse than Ryan Scholl almost, except he's still mobile.
Yeah, lots of people are getting stuck now. Once again, this is a cautionary tale. Like, it's too late. In Louisiana, if you're out on the roads, good luck. But a little bit farther to the east, this kind of snow is coming for you. It's starting now in Pensacola. It's coming to Tallahassee. It's coming to Albany, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama. Stay off the roads. You got a little while longer to prepare, I guess, in places like Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, places like that. But it's about to start in Albany, where we're going to see at least 4 inches of snow by the time this is all said and done. It will cause similar problems, as this whole region down here just does not have the infrastructure set up to deal with this kind of snow. TSI Mike, thank you. Use snow tires or don't drive. Simple as that. Yep. Probably the best thing to do would just be to not drive. Any idea what Atlanta will get? I'll tell you what. Is it snowing in Atlanta yet? Do we have snow hitting the ground in Atlanta yet? Because if the answer is no, then probably nothing. If the answer is yes, then a little bit more than what you've got right now. Atlanta is not looking to get much snow at all from this. TSI, thanks you for the gifted membership. Susan, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, they got him out. Maybe it's Brandon that's going the wrong way. Or maybe this is a 2-lane road and we just can't see the other lane. I don't know what in the heck's going on. It's chaos down here in Lafayette, Louisiana right now on the roads. Crazy stuff, y'all. 7 inches of ground clearance and 8 inches of snow is never going to work, especially when you've got a front-wheel drive car and chains on the back tires. No, so from what I'm hearing, it's still not snowing in Atlanta. It's not snowing yet in Destin. It's probably about to. Is it doing anything in Destin? Is it raining, sleeting, anything? If it's not, then it's likely going to start as snow here soon. All right, there's Brandon Kopic saving the day once again. Welcome to the Sunshine State. Unbelievable. Already just north of Mobile, we've got about 1.5 yalls, according to Sleepy Orange Feline on Twitter here. This is in Satsuma, Alabama, just north of Mobile. Thank you. And nice looking Yalameter. Nice. Dothan, Alabama is looking a little bit more treacherous now. It's coming down pretty good. Yeah, it's coming in Destin. It'll be there before you know it. Yeah, you can send me photos on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all or email pics@ryanhallyall.com. So the the camera that we were looking at earlier of the snowball fight happening currently in Bourbon Street, somebody tried to throw a snowball at the camera, and they almost, this is a really good throw. Check it out. They almost hit it. If you're able to get to this spot on foot, don't drive. Come throw a snowball at us. I'm gonna see if somebody can make that happen. That's an Earth Cam. Earth Cam. Here's a nice snowman from Milton, Florida. Hey, this would work on the beach. If somebody can get me Salty the Snowman, even in this form, this is fine. All right, let's check in on some of these snow reports as they continue to come in. We've got lots of reports coming in from across Alabama. We've got, flurries and snow showers all the way over towards eastern Georgia, eastern Alabama, western Georgia near Columbus. We're starting to see some accumulation in Pike County, Alabama, about an inch or so, half an inch. We're seeing accumulation of an inch and a half already in Covington County, Alabama, 3 inches of snow in Escambia County, Alabama. Hearing reports also of 3 inches of snow in some portions of western Florida, north of Pensacola as well. Just north of Gulf Shores, we've got an inch and a half. Just west of Mobile, 2 to 4 inches out here. So keep those snow reports coming in. There's so much more snow coming, guys, right in this corridor here. I think some more records are about to be broken. Yeah, that was a snowman. That counts. So we got so many people in New York with Yalameters, even when the snow is only affecting a small part of the state. We've got tons of people sending in Yalameter pictures. But Linda here, thank you for this. Got about 4 inches of snow there in, Shodak, New York, or Shodok, New York. This is the first big snow event there. And on the same day, the New Orleans area is getting 8 inches. Absolutely unheard of. Crazy says, I would build a snowman, but the wind is vicious. Brandon says, any reports on Shelby County, Alabama, southern Jefferson County? I don't want to risk driving when I can't see the snow. So I haven't seen any reports out of there specifically, but I do think that it's snowing there just based off of surrounding reports. So you can avoid the roads, I would. Snow in Florida. Nothing but Virga and North Georgia. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing any reports of snow making it to the ground in Atlanta. I don't think the stuff over here in Columbia is quite making it to the ground. I could be wrong. I know it is in Augusta. Macon, it's hitting the ground. Montgomery, you guys are actually getting in on a decent amount of snow. And of course, the heaviest snow right now is happening in the greater New Orleans area, moving up towards Gulfport, eventually towards Mobile and Pensacola. You guys will get in on that as well. Is Buford, Georgia going to get any snow? Buddy, I don't know where that is. Buford, Georgia. You are probably not. Probably not. If you do, it's going to be a skiff. It's not going to be much. Nothing very disruptive, I should say. We are up to 6,000 people now without power in Louisiana. But still, nothing crazy. No widespread major power outages yet. I will keep you updated on that. We might have to rename the Gulf again to the Gulf of New Siberia. As New Iberia, it is still snowing there. It's about to come to an end. We got a couple hours. Well, maybe about an hour left, I would say. It looks like a good 4 to, well, there's a report of 8 inches of snow from 11:35 to the north of New Iberia. There, and then at 10:35, there's 4 inches. So I'd say there's a widespread 4 inches, 8 inches of snow on the ground between Abbeville and New Iberia here. That's, add another inch to that. That's probably what we'll end up with. It's done snowing in Cameron. It's done snowing in Cameron County or Parish. It's done snowing in Calcasieu Parish for the most part. This backside here is it. Once this moves through, you're done. Still got quite a while left of snow for Baton Rouge. Still got a very long, a lot of snow left, I should say, for New Orleans. So y'all get ready. It's just now starting in places like Destin, Dothan, and Dawson. Lots more to come. Yeah, South Carolina right now, no changes. I think that the best chances of seeing accumulation is going to be towards the beach. Charleston and Myrtle Beach have the best chances of seeing heavy accumulating snow today. This is a live look right now. Is just outside of Baton Rouge. Still coming down very heavily. Lots more snow on the way. Check this out. We've got lots of stopped trucks here on Interstate 10 where Brandon is near Lafayette. It looks like where Brandon is right now, the snow's calmed down a lot. So he's, probably on Interstate 10 near Rain in Lafayette. That's where the snow stopped. But if Once he goes a little bit farther to the east, he makes it past Lafayette and starts trucking up towards Baton Rouge. This is what it's going to look like out there. So he's going to get right back into the thick of it here soon. The Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. Is it still going to snow in Beaufort, South Carolina? Absolutely, yeah. You guys want me to go through the simulated radar again? Let's take a look at the future radar here. Just to give you a little bit of a better idea as to what we can expect for the rest of today. So this is pretty much what we're dealing with right now. We've got heavy snow in the Gulf. We've got heavy snow in New Orleans, Biloxi, Mobile, the Panhandle of Florida. What's it going to look like, though, in a couple hours? 6 p.m. this evening. The heaviest snow at this point will be in the Panama. I guess the heaviest snow was probably going to be somewhere between Panama City and Pensacola at this point, likely right over Destin. And it'll be snowing heavily as well in places like Dothan and Bainbridge, Donaldsonville, Blakely, and Albany at this point, and accumulating quite heavily. It'll probably be a mixture of rain and snow between Panama City and Apalachicola, and it'll probably be a mixture of sleet and snow in Tallahassee, Thomasville, Valdosta, that area. Snow at this point should be well underway in central portions of South Carolina, and it'll just be starting in North Carolina. Let's go even farther into the future. 8 p.m., still snowing heavily in the Panhandle of Florida. This is going to be an incredibly record-breaking storm for Pensacola and Panama City. It's going to be towing the line between rain and snow in Apalachicola and Tallahassee. It's probable that this will start off as rain and sleet for Tallahassee. That'll be a big tell, right? If this doesn't start off as rain in Tallahassee and it just starts snowing right off the bat like it did in Pensacola, then there is a chance that you will get, more than 6 inches of snow in Tallahassee. But if it starts off as sleet and rain like we expect it will, it probably won't switch over to all snow until 8 or 9 p.m. But then it's going to be heavy snow all the way up until 10 p.m. At 10 p.m., it's going to be snowing heavily in Savannah, Georgia. It's going to be snowing heavily in Charleston, South Carolina. It'll be snowing heavily in Myrtle Beach. Pretty much everybody over here in the southeastern corner of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia is going to be getting hammered by heavy snow. This is going to continue throughout the night. I mean, if this happens, Savannah, Georgia is going to see more than a foot of snow. What could potentially happen, though, to keep that from being the case is Savannah, it might take longer for the rain to switch over to snow there. We might not have the moisture stick around this long. If that's the case, then we'll see less snow. But still, this is just an incredible forecast here from the HRRR. If anything close to this happens, we are going to, once again, this is going to be a historic storm, not just for Louisiana and Texas, but also for Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. The latest snowfall forecast from the HRRR. This isn't to be taken too seriously. This is probably on the high end of what could happen, but still, This is showing 7 or 8 inches for Pensacola. This is showing 6 inches for Apalachicola. This is showing 6 to 8 inches for Tallahassee. This is showing over a foot of snow for areas just north. Uh-oh. Our stream dropped. Not good. I think we're coming back. Maybe. Y'all let me know when you can hear me and see me again. We just dropped a ton of frames there, but I think we are back. Something happened with our fiber connection here. We've switched over to backup cellular. So you won't lose us. We've got the backup cellular and Starlink that'll keep us on the air. We might lose y'all, but what's going to happen here? So are we good now? Can you guys see and hear me fine now? Okay. All right, sweet. Shout out to ISP Tech. ISP Tech, internet company that set us up with that backup connection there. So thanks to them, we don't have to migrate to a new live stream link. All right. So yeah, where were we? What in the heck was I even talking about? Oh yeah, snow. So this is on the high end of what you can expect. This is showing 10 inches of snow for Charleston, a foot of snow for Savannah. I mean, we've seen crazier things. All right. So that's what's on the table. That's what's possible. Julia, you didn't lose me at all? Never lost you? You were not gone? Okay. Well, some people lost me, and there was a moment there, I dropped 2,268 frames. So we were down for a few seconds. But no worries. We're back now. Here's a video from Newfoundland, Canada. Oh, wait, I mean, this is actually from Ferry Pass, Florida. It's easy to get those two mixed up these days. Hey, thank you, Lee Garrett, for sending that in. No audio? Yeah, if the audio's cutting in and out, then that's a connection issue. It should sort itself out. I'm back completely online now. I'm excited to see how much snow we're going to end up with over here in Savannah, because the fact that the record is 3 inches is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that we have the opportunity to break that so significantly with this storm. the fact that if it ends up snowing 6 to 8 inches in Savannah, who knows when the heck that would ever happen again.
Currently here in North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina, and we are.
Chandra is one of the people with the Y'all Squad that's out there right now. I showed you guys the Y'all Squad truck earlier. This is what they're doing today in North Carolina, giving out blankets, heaters, propane stuff to people who still need it after the flooding from Helene.
I'm with the Y'all Squad. We are currently here in North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina, and we are unloading a 26-foot box trailer full of supplies. And the supplies consist of foam board, heaters, tools, all those types of things. And we are hoping to get those out today to those in need. So follow along. Thank y'all.
All right, so yeah, there's the Y'all Squad Big Purple 26-foot box truck.
Hey y'all, it's Tina,
once again, thank you guys for donating to our nonprofit. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to do stuff like that. We've been working in North Carolina since the hurricane, and we've done a lot of good. We've done a lot of good thanks to you. So just wanted to, anytime I get a chance to throw some updates out there about that stuff, I like to do that. I know a lot of you donated, and we're going to have a full video soon covering all this, but the little updates are nice too. Yeah, that was Chandra with the Y'all Squad. Caleb's out there with the Y'all Squad as well, making it happen. Heather says the snow is coming down like crazy in downtown Aiken, South Carolina. All right, so it has officially made it into Aiken. We've got snow in Augusta, Aiken. How far down Interstate 20 does this go? Do we have snow in Columbia yet? And is it heavy? Some people are having audio issues. I think what you guys need to do is refresh. And if they're having audio issues, they probably can't hear me. So we should let them know in the chat, hey guys, refresh. Bass Master, thank you. Thank you for the generous super chat. Ligority has been here for 7 months. And they've been following for 3 years. Happy to be a member. I'm glad you're a member too. Thank you. Yeah, for all the people who can't hear me right now, this is for you. Why does that look like no soup? No sound? F5. What's the refresh symbol? Oh, yeah, it's like... That's not it at all. They're like, what? Refresh. There we go. I think we got the message across. Two inches in Baldwin County. I think 3 inches is the biggest snow total I've seen so far yet outside of Mississippi and Louisiana. 3 inches. I'm interested. There's yet to be an official report from Pensacola. Send us all the reports that you can from Pensacola. Make sure you're tagging the National Weather Service as well. Oh, yeah. So it did work. People are like, oh, okay, I can hear you now. So a lot of this up here, so pretty much all of this for the most part, is not hitting the ground. It is like all of this is hitting the ground, and the snow gets heavier the farther back here you go. But all of this up here, even though it's painted white on the radar, it's not hitting the ground yet. This is what we call virga. There's an area of dry air here that is, because we've got all this cold Arctic air coming down. That's why we have snow in the first place. It's also very dry. And that dry air is, near the surface. And what has to happen is the reason the radar shows these snow showers is because it is snowing. But the snow is evaporating before it gets to the ground because there's no moisture to sustain it. But when the snow evaporates, that moisture doesn't disappear. It still exists, and that moisture is going to kind of slowly resonate the average relative humidity of the atmosphere near the surface higher and higher. Once the humidity at the surface is high enough to support snow all the way to the ground, then the snow will hit the ground. So that's what's happening up here. It's snowing, but it's not making it to the ground yet, and it will. The more it snows above you, the sooner it will get to the ground, but it's not making it there yet. We call that virga. This is a live camera about 20 miles to the west of Pensacola. Right on the Gulf. If it wasn't snowing so hard, you'd probably be able to see the beach down there. But you got palm trees. You've got Florida. Essentially Florida, this part of Alabama, and you've got Orange Beach, Alabama here, and you've got snow. The most snow this area has likely ever seen. If not yet, then soon. I know that like places around here got a little bit more snow from the blizzard of '93, but I think that it's going to be no problem at all for us to surpass that. Here's a photo from Jack. This is an update from baby Hunter, who's 3 weeks old. A couple weeks ago, we were chasing naders with you, and now we are in a blizzard. Wow. That's amazing. Thank you, Jack, and great Yalameter. Great Yalameter, baby Hunter. This is a big moment for baby Hunter. Might be the biggest snow that he'll see in his home area there. Thank you for that. And here's Gray Lady 14, just making it work. Anything is a Yalameter if you want it to be. 6 inches in Baker, Louisiana. Thank you all for sending in your reports. You can do so on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all or through email, pics@ryanhallyall.com. Here's a video from Lorelli. I hope I'm saying that right. This is in Pensacola, Florida. Thank you for sending this in. Pensacola, Florida. Look at that. Nothing in Jacksonville, Florida just yet. It'll be probably a few hours before it even starts doing anything there. Do you have any estimates of how much snow and ice Charleston, South Carolina is going to get? It looks like you could get up to 4 inches of snow by the time this is all said and done. I don't see ice being a huge problem. However, that's going to come down to nowcasting. Honestly, we're not going to know about the ice situation until it starts. The potential for ice is there. That's why we've been hooting and hollering about it. But as far as total accumulations go, with a setup like this, it's a wait and see kind of game. If you're having audio issues, just a reminder to refresh. Here's a photo from the Naval Air Station, Pensacola, Florida, where heavy snow is occurring right now. It's where the Blue Angels are based out of. Ryan, what about the Virginia coast? That's a good question. I have not been purposefully ignoring the Virginia coast. What's going to happen on the Virginia coast is likely underwhelming. But still, if you're in Virginia Beach, you've got a very, very small chance of getting an inch or so of snow tonight. But the rest of Virginia, this is extreme southeastern Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, that area. A trace to an inch or two of snow is possible. The vast majority of the snow is going to be happening to your south. Jennifer says the few flurries that we got in Columbia are gone. Nothing stuck. Well, the good news is if you want snow, I guess it's good news. If you want snow, what you witnessed was a moistening event. All right, so those few flurries are just the appetizer, right? The real heavy snow is still back here, and it's still coming towards you in Columbia. But the fact that it flurried during that first part means that it's going to snow moderately for this. And then whenever the heavy snow gets to you, all of it will fall. And that might actually increase your snow totals in Columbia, South Carolina. So it's not done. Like, there's still several hours of snow coming for you in Columbia. Columbia, you are in a unique area where, I don't think Atlanta's going to see much snow today. I don't think Charlotte's going to see much snow today. But Columbia, you could sneak away with a few inches of snow out of this. Where is the Y'all Squad truck? If you're talking about the big purple one, it's in North Carolina right now. Dropping off supplies to people in North Carolina who still, months after Hurricane Helene, are in shelters and not home because it's going to take years for anything to get back to normal over there. Will Athens, Georgia get anything? You're in the same boat as Atlanta. If it's not snowing there now, it might not snow. So you just keep an eye on, like, when those first flakes start to fly, keep an eye on where you are in this train of snow that's coming in. The backside is going to be moving this way. The bulk of the heaviest precipitation is going to be moving this way. So if it doesn't start snowing soon there, you're likely not going to get much. Let's see here. Cat. Never seen this much snow in my life. Lots of photos like this and lots of statements like that coming out of New Orleans. and the greater southern Louisiana area today. Oh my gosh. Brian Emfinger has an amazing video. I can't show it. We want to protect our Storm Chasers copyrights here, but he's got an amazing video. I just retweeted it. 1.5 foot deep snow drifts meet the Gulf in Cameron Parish, Louisiana. He's got literally 1.5 foot of snow and the waves of the Gulf coming right up on it. A video like that will never in our lifetimes be taken again. I can promise you that. This is a live look at a camera in southern Mississippi. Things are definitely getting more and more treacherous down there. Also, our live camera on the beach at near Pensacola is we continue to see more and more snow piling up on the sand there. And also back towards New Orleans, it just doesn't want to stop. Just off the lake here. It's crazy. Look here, Brandon Kopic's pulling a cop. Oh my goodness, Brandon Kopic is rescuing the cop. That is a Louisiana state trooper getting pulled off the side of the road from Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic himself. Hero of the day. Look at this guy. We got a blizzard in Louisiana. We got Brandon Kopic pulling a cop. What else are we going to have? Amazing stuff. That's Brandon, by the way. If you guys don't know what Brandon looks like, that's him in the yellow jacket there.
I'm another 74 Mike, sending on Mills.
I'm hearing some people saying it's starting to snow a little bit in Atlanta now.
Region 2.
30.
I'm going to call about another still waking wheeler in about the 11 or 12.
So yeah, that was Brandon Kopic just pulling a cop off the side of the road, slid right off. And yeah, he's almost to Baton Rouge. Brandon's heading up towards Baton Rouge. He's going to continue covering this storm. If I understand correctly from our conversation earlier, he's going to go all the way up towards Biloxi and continue to cover it up there. So I guess it depends on how many incidents like this he comes across, because Brandon stops and helps everybody.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So stay off the road so Brandon can make it to Biloxi and build Salty the Snowman.
In New Orleans, and there's like 5 inches of snow and heavy winds, like strong winds and blowing snow. It's palm. It's ridiculous. Oh, just past Storm Patrol 6. Look out.
The trooper is out and on his way.
Say state trooper or storm trooper?
State trooper. I just pulled a state trooper out.
Oh, I thought you were pulling a storm trooper out. You got the storm trooper.
Yeah, he gave me his business card. He goes, hey man, you can text me. He's like, don't worry about it. You need anything, let me know. He goes, but I'm Gus.
114.
All right. So that's Brandon. We're going to be sticking with him throughout the day. We're also going to be continuing to check in with Corey Gherkin, who's in New Orleans, which we're still experiencing quite heavy snow there in New Orleans. Also seeing the traffic picking up there. The exit at Loyola continues to experience blizzard conditions as a result of the enhancement of the lakes, or the Lake Pontchartrain. This is crazy right here. And then moving on in Alabama, we are going to continue to watch the roads out here and in Mississippi and in Florida. We've got you covered all over the place. Brandon is the stormtrooper pulling out the state trooper. Here's a live look from just a little bit to the east of Mobile, Alabama, near Spanish Fort, where the snow is picking up really good over there as well. We are going to see a big increase in snowfall and like the snowfall rate here soon. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me reload this. I'll come over here to the radar. Turn the reports off. Okay, so Mobile and Pensacola, you guys are over here. You're experiencing right now a decently heavy band of snow. But the area of precipitation that's down here near New Orleans right now is much heavier snow, and that's coming right up towards you. Gulfport, Mobile, Pensacola, this will likely drop an additional 3 to 4 inches on top of whatever you have from this. So if some places over here already have 3 inches on the ground, I wouldn't be surprised to see 6 to 7 inches total by the time this is all said and done in Pensacola, Destin, Mobile. So yeah, get ready for that. It's going to be a while before the roads are usable again. No snow yet in Wilmington, North Carolina. Nope, not yet. It'll come there, but it's not happening yet. Oh, here we go. Nice little snowman here from Pensacola. Nearly 3 inches in Pensacola so far. So I'm telling y'all, you might have 7 inches of snow in Pensacola by the time this is all said and done. Maybe even more than that. Which that will be, once again, historic to say the least. If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. This is a unprecedented snowstorm of proportions we haven't seen since the 1800s in some areas. Maybe even longer than that in others. And it's continuing to gain strength as it moves up towards Mobile, Panama City, Dothan. We're going to see some snow in south central Georgia tonight. Savannah looks like it's going to get quite snowy. Areas just north of Jacksonville are going to see a good amount of snow tonight. Also, what about you guys in Charleston, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, North Carolina, the Outer Banks of North Carolina? Significant snow is possible. Also, some ice is going to be possible too. So we're watching power outages. So far, so good. Whether you get 6 inches of snow or a half inch of ice, both of those things in this kind of situation where it's a heavy wet snow could cause power outages. So I expect to see some problems with that in Georgia and Florida tonight, especially. But so far, no major power issues. Here's the beach at Dauphin Island, Alabama. This is from Lisa. And here it is. a good foot of snow there. This is real from Lafayette, Louisiana. Guys, I live I live in. I don't live on top of a mountain. Like I don't live in the higher elevations of the Appalachians, but I live in the Appalachian Mountains, and this is more snow than I've ever measured myself. In Lafayette, Louisiana. Well, we've had several really close, but as far as a one-time measurement goes, close to 13 inches. The New Orleans wins, I guess. Just a reminder, if you are having problems with sound, please refresh, and that should resolve most of those problems. Here's an image from the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. Conditions continue to deteriorate. Please avoid travel if possible. This photo is of Interstate 10 at the 47-mile marker westbound in Baldwin County. Yep. And it's not going to look any better than that anytime soon. It's just going to keep getting worse. By the way, here's downtown New Orleans. What a sight. What a sight. At least 8 inches of snow, have been reported across big chunks of south central Louisiana. The blizzard warning has been allowed to expire, but this has definitely been a historic storm so far. We are now watching this storm overperform in areas like Mobile, Pensacola, Dothan. All these places are going to see more snow than what was originally forecast. Same might go for areas even farther to the east, towards Savannah, Charleston, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Wilmington. Get ready. It's coming. By the way, the fact that it's snowing so far to the south, one of the big reasons for this is because of how cold it is everywhere else. Up to your north, the high temperature today in Chicago, it just got up to a very toasty 0 degrees in Chicago just now. And if it was just a little bit colder, the all-time high temperature daily record, as far as like being a cold temperature goes, is -4. That was set in 1883. So even in Chicago, well displaced from the precipitation, we are experiencing very unusual weather as a result of this. The cold temperatures are going to stick around in the Great Lakes region for a significant period of time. Once again, it's 0 degrees in Chicago. That's probably about as warm as it's going to get today. So when we started the stream today, we pulled up this camera and were blown away by the blizzard conditions taking place in Brizard, Louisiana. And this was probably going to be the last look that we take of this area, as the storm is over here for the most part. So now we're buried in snow. We've got 8 to 10 inches of snow for throughout a lot of this part of Louisiana. We've got 5 inches of snow as far west as Houston, and the plan is now to just sit tight and wait for it to melt. There's no snow plan. There's no fleet of snowplows. There's nothing like that. Just wait for it to melt. And it's going to take a while. Some melting may happen this afternoon and evening, but it'll freeze again tonight, making the roads really bad tomorrow morning. And then we'll just hope for the best tomorrow during the day, as high temperatures might approach freezing for a lot of these areas. So, yeah, that's what we're dealing with there. The snow is, for the most part, though, is over in Houston, in Broussard, in places like Lake Charles. It's just about over in Lafayette. So, yeah, now we're moving on to the east. Still very heavy snow right now in downtown New Orleans. Yep, 10.5 inches is still the highest official total that we've gotten in so far. Lots of 8 and 9 inch reports coming out of southern portions of Louisiana, but that 10.5 is the highest total. Officially, like some of the photos we've seen show 12 inches or more, but we'll wait for the National Weather Service to put that in their system before we call it official. Here's a video from Red Thorn. This is over there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Red Thorn, thanks for sending this in. Lots more snow on the way for you as well. I think we're going to be really surprised by the snow totals in Mobile, Pensacola, and that whole area, because the heaviest snow hasn't even gotten there yet. Like some of these places already have more than 3 inches of snow. Lots more on the way. All right, here's an update from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. Heavy blowing snow possible. Dangerous, potentially life-threatening conditions on the roadways over the next couple of hours. Get ready in Tallahassee, it's coming. A zone of better lift is taking shape over southeast Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, which could lead to potentially heavy snow as it moves eastward. Gusty winds up to 25 to 30 miles per hour combined with the heavy snow may lead to blowing snow in near whiteout conditions. Hey, National Weather Service in Tallahassee might have to issue a blizzard warning. That would be something else. This could quickly become a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation if out driving, especially if you get stranded without protection from the cold or a winter survival kit. And that's coming to you from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. How many people do we have watching here in and around Tallahassee? I think that you guys are in for a heck of a snowstorm tonight. A blizzard in Florida. How many people that are watching right now in Tallahassee, Florida, ever thought that they would ever potentially be even close to being considered for a blizzard warning. Any snow for Charlotte, North Carolina? Charlotte, you guys are in the same boat as Atlanta. Maybe a little bit at most. We're not expecting much at all. We're talking about a skiff at most, nothing at the least. This is you're way too far north. I'm near Destin. Nothing but sleet here. Okay, that's an interesting report. We got a report of sleet in Destin. Is there anybody else in Destin that can report something similar? It'll be interesting. Like if it starts off as snow in Panama City, then I mean, there's just going to be an incredible amount of snow. If it starts off as sleet or rain, that will probably cut down on the totals a little bit down here. So if you're in Destin, let me know what's going on. I know it's all snow in Pensacola. I know it's snow in Crestview and Enterprise. Lots of 3-inch reports coming out around Mobile. Coming down pretty good in middle Georgia. Heavy snow is continuing to move eastwards, with snow totals of 2 to 4 inches being right behind it. Coming over towards the panhandle, the central portion of the panhandle of Florida. Get ready. Tallahassee, Panama City, Chipley, Marianna, Chattahoochee. It's coming. Look at this. Take a look at the amount of snow coming down on the Pensacola beach camera here. A historic snowstorm is underway, as we've already shattered a bunch of records in New Orleans or in southern Louisiana. I think we might even shatter more records in the panhandle of Florida if we continue to see snow on the onset of this precipitation rather than rain. Corey Gherkin's got an incident here. And he is in downtown New Orleans right now. You can try to get some audio on him. 1 second.
It ain't crap!
I think they got whoever they was trying to get.
They walk across the road and it's slicker than the sidewalk and they don't expect it.
But it looks like the winds are really picking up here as well. This is
Well, now they're just laying.
This is the most blizzard-looking footage I've seen from downtown so far.
I'm right behind you. I see what you're talking about. I apologize that everybody in New York has to listen to us right now.
So yeah, that's a live look at Corey Gherkin out there in the middle of New Orleans. In a blizzard. I mean, like we've got definitely some 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts going on here. We've got reduced visibility, people getting stuck, heavy snowfall rates. This kind of snow is what's heading up towards you guys in Gulfport. The heaviest snow is still coming for you in Gulfport, in Mobile and Pensacola. It's currently down there near New Orleans, and it's coming up towards you right now. I'm seeing some people saying they got near 5 inches in Mobile. Here's a snowball fight in Orange Beach, right on the beach from Mallory. This kind of stuff right here is just, I don't know if I'll ever, like I'm obviously impressed by, you know, how strange it is to see this. I figured I'd be used to it by now after seeing so many pictures and videos, but like, this is absolutely nuts. So the snow is wrapping up. It's already wrapped up in Texas. It's going to continue to wrap up across Louisiana. I think we've got a couple hours left, though, in New Orleans specifically. And then we'll continue to see sites like this across southern Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. It'll be a while before it makes it to southeastern Georgia, Jacksonville, that area, you know, Myrtle Beach. It'll be a while before it makes it to you. This is going to be a long event. I think the first thing that's going to happen in places like Tallahassee is it's going to start raining. That rain will switch over to sleet and snow at some point. And then I think everybody north and west of Jacksonville will be all snow by 10 p.m. tonight. So that includes Apalachicola, Tallahassee, Thomasville, Valdosta. This includes Waycross, Georgia, Hinesville, Savannah, Beaufort, South Carolina, Charleston, and of course everybody in North Carolina and those places. All snow by 10 p.m. tonight, and it'll be heavy. It just depends on how much rain happens before that. That'll determine a lot about the final totals. But I think a record-breaking snow is possible in both Charleston and Savannah, certainly in Tallahassee. And I think we've already broken pretty much every record over here in Pensacola. So... here's a virtual rail fan camera. How many of you guys are fans of this channel? They've got a bunch of cameras all across the United States. The goal of the cameras and like the theme of the channel is to watch trains. A lot of people really love trains. But also, since they've got so many cameras all over the place, it's a good way to keep up with the weather across the nation. And they let us look at their cameras on the stream here. So huge shout out to Virtual Rail Fan, who's showing us some of the first flakes flying in Cordell, Georgia, as things are getting more and more interesting all across Georgia. I think it should start snowing here soon, if it hasn't started already, in Waynesboro, Eastman, Albany, this is pretty much what we're looking at here. So yeah, if you haven't seen snow yet, it's going to start looking like this in those places very soon. Yeah, Virtual Rail Fan is awesome. We're extremely grateful for them. Gosh, I really wish our Florida cameras were working, man. There's so many on Interstate 10 over here near Pensacola. Here's a look right now at Interstate 10. Christopher Pipkin, you guys know him? Says, just like hundreds of other meteorologists today, I am speechless. I'm telling y'all right now, I never would have guessed this one. Of a daggone, technically, a blizzard in Florida. There will be intermittent blizzard conditions throughout the day today across the panhandle of Florida. Storm Prediction Center has got an update for us. Moderate to heavy snow is going to continue through the afternoon there from Mobile over to Pensacola. Pretty much what we've been talking about. That corridor right there is going to get hit by a pretty hefty, a pretty hefty band of snow over the next couple of hours, and it's going to drop a lot of snow. So here's something else that's kind of cool to talk about when we're tracking winter weather. If we go to our normal radar here, right, the one that's not painted pretty colors to show you where it's snowing and where it's raining, you can get a little bit more high resolution detail by just looking at the regular reflectivity. And you can see where the heaviest bands of snow are. You can see that there's a really heavy area of precipitation out over the Gulf here heading up towards Panama City. You can see that we're starting to see some really heavy precipitation in Pensacola. And honestly, a very heavy band is set up over Mobile right now. What's really interesting is if I flip over to the correlation coefficient, this is what we normally use to look at debris, right? When we want to see if there's a tornado and we're trying to find debris in the air, we will often look at the correlation coefficient to determine that, because what the correlation coefficient does is it tells us how many what's in the air here. Do the things in the air correlate with each other? In a typical storm right up here, where it's all snowflakes are generally the same size. So the colors are all kind of painted the same color. It's this orange, red color. That's because we've got just a bunch of snowflakes flying around out here. But notice what happens down here. We start to see a drop in the correlation coefficient. Whatever is in the air down here does not correlate with whatever's in the air up here. And since we know that this is definitely snow, we can just assume that the reason this doesn't correlate is because it's rain or it's sleet. So this is a really interesting thing. This is a very fine-tuned way to figure out where that rain-snow line is. It looks to me like it should technically be mostly snow in Destin if there's precipitation right now, but that rain snow line is likely set up right over Panama City. So the first bit of precipitation that we see in Panama City might actually be sleet or rain, but the colder air with the snow is going to work its way in. Sleet is similar to hail. But it's very, very small. Imagine Dippin' Dots. Remember Dippin' Dots? But even smaller than that, it's just ice pellets. Let's see here. I'm trying to find what is the biggest snowfall total report we've gotten so far around Mobile. I've gotten lots of people saying that they've got 5 inches of snow, but we don't have any official readings yet. The biggest snow total I see around Mobile's 3 inches, but I'm sure we've got more than that. It's just not come through yet. 3.5 inches up there in Wigginstone County, Mississippi. 3 inches in Bruton. So, yeah, keep those reports coming in. Make sure you're tagging the National Weather Service in those. Still by far, the biggest snow total that we've seen today is right here, 10.5 inches. Six inches in West Mobile. Well, that's that's really crazy because the heaviest snow of the day is still way down here. If I turn the reports off, just notice the general movement of the snow, right? Everything's going up in this general direction. Mobile, you're right here. The heaviest snow in this whole system, which is currently around New Orleans, is coming up towards you. So if you end up with 7 inches before that gets to you, we could be talking about some serious totals in Mobile, similar to what we were looking at in Louisiana earlier. By the way, this is a live camera in Mobile, right near downtown there on Water Street. So yeah, more record-breaking snowfall on the way. I don't see very many people on the road, but there is a car right there that just stopped. Don't know if they're stuck or what, but just another reminder, stay off the daggone roads, especially in Florida, man. We talked about how Texas and Louisiana don't have good snow removal systems. Southern Alabama and the Panhandle of Florida also don't, and maybe even more so. I don't even know if there's, people with graders just out, plowing the road out of the kindness of their hearts in Pensacola. You know what I'm saying? So stay off the road if at all possible. If it's not possible, if you got to be out, just another reminder, you got to pack you a winter survival kit. You might have to spend a significant amount of time surviving in your car because nobody can get to you if you get stuck. So keep that in mind. JM says it's officially snowing in Sumter, South Carolina. Yeah, the more I see, the more we see these totals come in for southern portions of Alabama, the less I'm confident in our conservative forecast. I think that we will see some higher totals even in eastern portions of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia later. So y'all get ready. All right, here we go. We're officially seeing it on our end. We've got flurries flying in Columbia, South Carolina. The atmosphere has moistened enough to support snow, and it's not going to stop now. The snow is going to continue for several hours. Road conditions are going to deteriorate significantly. Lots of people on the roads out there. It's possible we get a couple inches of snow in a very short period of time, so get ready for that in Columbia. Next in line, Florence. It's going to start snowing for you all here soon. Then it probably will snow a little bit in Lumberton, North Carolina, over towards Jacksonville next. Here's an insane picture from Lafayette, Louisiana. Oh, man. This would be insane if it was in Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? Like, who knows when the next time we'll even have a snowstorm of this magnitude in places where we're supposed to have snowstorms. Another shot from Bourbon Street. I wonder if that image is even possibly recreated with AI. What's a good image generator? What oh yeah. That is such a, like this, the photo I just showed is such an abstract idea. Let's see here. How do you even describe this? Couple skiing on Bourbon Street in New Orleans in a blizzard. I'm so interested to see if that is even possibly recreatable. We'll try Grok and Midjourney here. Yeah, this is just like any old street. So it's like, what do you, even like artificial intelligence is like, what are you talking about? Oh, well, you know what? Like the Twitter one, Grok actually has done a pretty good job, but it's probably because that photo was posted to Twitter, so it's already it's already in the system. Crazy stuff, y'all. Gussie, thank you so much for the super chat. Started snowing in Calhoun County, South Carolina. We're watching it coming down all across South Carolina now, from Columbia back towards Aiken. It's coming down good. Chandra with the Y'all Squad, it looks like they're done with their supply drop-off over there in the flood-stricken areas from Helene. And now they're dealing with their own blizzard. But yeah, you can't even recreate this correctly with artificial intelligence because of how crazy it is. The snow in New Orleans, if we got a lot of people watching in New Orleans right now, the snow is going to continue for a few more hours. I don't know exactly what kind of snow totals we're looking at just yet. I know we've got at least 3 inches down here, but there's certainly lots more to come where that came from. So keep an eye out. Here's an update. We just showed this camera not too long ago, but here's an update from Cordell, Georgia, where very quickly the ground's getting covered. We're also continuing to watch the snow get heavier in Columbia, South Carolina. That's going to continue to happen over the next little bit. We've got Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin out there still in New Orleans showing us the snow. And we've got Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic on his way to the Biloxi, Mississippi area, trying to keep up with the heaviest part of the snow, as he's right now in Port Barre, Louisiana, getting close. And probably the heaviest snow I'm seeing right now out of all these cameras is down here near Spanish Fort, Alabama. And looky there. I see a real life snowplow. Look at that. That's the first one of those I've seen during this whole broadcast. Where in the heck did you guys get snowplows? That's cheating. I guess, Florida ain't going to have them, right? But I guess if you're in southern Alabama, you could probably borrow them from the northern half of the state. There's probably, like Huntsville probably has some snowplows, even though those are rarely used. One of the more insane videos you'll see this year, more than likely. Welcome to the Sunshine State. Interstate 10 right now in the panhandle of Florida from Pensacola over towards Tallahassee is a wreck right now. And I'm pretty sure we're going to shut down the portion between Mobile and Pensacola here soon, if it's not already shut down. And then we'll continue to see portions of the interstate shutting down farther east as the snow moves east. They plow sand on the coast. So are there sand plows, and maybe, is that what we saw? Wow, here we go. This is right on the coast of Gulfport, Mississippi, almost 6 inches. More snow on the way. That might not even be half of what you're going to end up with. 5 inches so far in Mobile, Alabama. We are officially hearing some reports of flurries in Atlanta, by the way. Look here, the cop. We got a cop pushing a cop. Just bull barring it. Hey, that's one way of doing it. You don't always have to, worry about hooking up a chain and a tow strap and all that stuff. Just push them right out. Conditions are continuing to deteriorate down here near Spanish Fort. That plow just went through like 5 minutes ago, and the road's completely covered again over there. Remember, if you want to send pictures and videos, you can do so on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, or pics at RyanHallYall.com. The email address there if you prefer that. He's got this. I think this one's just going to push the other one the whole way. Mason says, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. Our boss wants us to come to work tomorrow. Should I be worried? I mean, like, there's probably going to be a decent amount of snow on the ground. Oh, that's cool. The mayor of Pensacola has reached out to Atlanta to borrow some snow plows. Okay. So it looks like they've got 3. Those are nice, too. Atlanta's got some nice looking snow plows. And speaking of Atlanta, Here's a camera just to the south and east of Atlanta in Stockbridge, Georgia, where we are seeing snow, a decent amount of snow. I don't know if it's coming down this hard in downtown Atlanta right now, but this is pretty close to Atlanta. And once again, just like Columbia, until the precipitation shield completely exits the area, the snow is going to continue to get heavier. Once it starts, it's not going to stop, at least until it completely stops, if that makes sense. Oh, yeah, look at this. This is from the Florida Department of Transportation. FDOT crews have deployed snowplows along I-10 in Santa Rosa County to remove the snow and ice from Blackwater River Bridge. Very cool. Hey, just another beautiful thing about weather forecasts. We had time to coordinate with Atlanta. Hey, like, let me borrow some snowplows down here in Florida. This kind of forecast also wouldn't have been possible very long ago. Weather forecasting isn't great still, right? You know, it can still be wrong. But it was way worse 20, 30, 40 years ago. Last time we dealt with anything even similar to this. We've had a much greater heads up for this one than storms of similar magnitude in the past. Here's just a few moments ago. This is the Pensacola Bay Bridge. Whiteout conditions. All right, this camera is in northeast Georgia. This is courtesy of the Radar Omega app and the Cyclone Port system. But yeah, we're starting to see a decent amount of snow come down over here near the Rabun County High School in Tiger, Georgia. Here's a photo from New Orleans, which is just... Once again, another one of those that you can just tell that there shouldn't be snow there. Probably still the most impressive one of the day is this. This is in Lafayette. Those big circular tables are perfect for snow photos like that. It just looks like a big snow cake. You know what I'm saying? Monica just sent this in. Thanks for the photo of a palm tree in the middle of a daggone blizzard down there near Pensacola. This is an area called Beulah. Thank you, Monica. So yeah, it's coming down decently in Atlanta right now. Let me come over here to the radar. Let's do some in-depth analysis on Atlanta. Okay, so this is interesting. Atlanta, it looks like this burst of precipitation is what done it. Okay, the heavier returns there, that has moistened the atmosphere enough to actually promote snowfall at the surface. And what's going to happen from this point on is everything else is going to stick. So there's a decent blob of heavier snowfall rates getting ready to come into the southwestern side of town. Currently at the Atlanta, the airport near East Point, it's snowing pretty heavily. It's gonna get heavier, I guess I should say, as it comes into downtown Atlanta. Get ready in Gainesville, Commerce, even up there towards Anderson, South Carolina. This might be a quick half-inch of snow, and that could also cause some problems on Interstate 85. Also, we're seeing heavy snow or heavy precipitation continue over here between Pensacola and Crestview. The Interstate 10 corridor here is going to continue to be a nightmare for the foreseeable future. We've got really heavy precipitation down here to the south and west of Panama City. But once again, if I go over to the correlation coefficient, I'm starting to see, okay, this is all sleet and this is all sleet. So anywhere to the east of this line, it's not snow, more than likely. It's starting off as a rain, snow, sleet mix. So everybody in Destin that's been seeing rain, that's why. Once this gets by you, which, let me put this into motion, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You see how it's moving east? Once that line gets past Destin, it'll be snowing. But this big blob of precipitation that's about to move into Panama City does look like it's going to be all rain, or it's a mixture of rain and sleet. And it'll be not until the colder air moves in that turns into snow. Coming back here towards New Orleans, still extremely heavy snow in New Orleans right now, which is where Corey Gherkin has just helped another person get unstuck. So Corey and Brandon, I don't know if we're keeping count or not. We needed some sort of scoreboard, like a cop car's got to be worth 10 points if you get them out of the ditch. A news vehicle with chains on the wrong tires, that's probably worth some bonus points too. So Brandon's probably in the lead, but we need to come up with a scoring system and implement an actual scoreboard before the next stream like this. Let me see what Brandon's doing.
Downtown New Orleans, the new snow.
Hey, Brandon, you got a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we're trying to develop a scoreboard for your efforts out there. You're doing some heroic stuff today, but is a news vehicle or a cop car worth more points, you think, whenever you help them off the side of the road?
I mean, I'd probably say a police vehicle, just the fact that, news, I kind of fall under the categories of a news vehicle as well. Down here, that poor guy, his transmission was just destroyed, but hey, that was a news vehicle, so he didn't care. But yeah, I would probably say a police vehicle would be a little higher on the list.
All right, we'll keep you updated on your score. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Here's the camera just outside of Apalachicola, and it does look like we're starting off with some flurries here. Do we have anybody that lives down here that can confirm? That looks like mostly snow, and the ground is a little wet, but it doesn't look like much rain is mixed in there. So that's another piece to the puzzle, I reckon. Let's come over here. Apalachicola is on the KEVX radar. So you can see we've got some precipitation coming into Apalachicola right now. If I go over to correlation coefficient, it looks to me like it should be rain or sleet, but there are some pockets of other things. So I would assume that in Apalachicola it will be rain for a period of time, but the onset of the precipitation here almost certainly includes a decent amount of snow. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Yeah, and we've been keeping an eye on this camera for a while. We pulled this one up before it even started snowing, but we've got a decent amount of accumulation on the beach here near Perdido Key, Florida. Perfect beach, by the way, to go make Salty the Snowman. I can't believe we haven't gotten Salty the Snowman yet. I'm telling y'all, it has to happen today or it will never happen. We got to have a snowman at least 3 feet tall on a beach. Here's cars. We've got cars that have slid off the road here on I-10 near Crestview, Florida. Please stay off the roads. You don't want this happening to you. Yeah, look at this. So we've got a car that's very obviously not going to be capable of driving in the snow. Well into the medium here. We've got 2 cop cars now having to help. It's pouring the snow. By the time they're done, there's going to be an additional inch of snow on the ground. It'll be harder for these guys to get out. This one might get stuck. This one's going to have to push them out. This one's going to get stuck again down the road. In my opinion, when it comes to these situations, the best thing to do would be to avoid the vehicle. Just have this one drive you somewhere, have somebody come pick you up. Or I guess abandon the vehicle is what I'm saying. Because if this happened to you here, it's going to happen to you down the road a little bit too. You know what I'm saying? Getting unstuck is nice, but it doesn't always help that much, and especially in situations like this. Snow's coming down quite a bit more intensely now around Atlanta. This is just outside of Atlanta in Rockdale County. And I'm seeing lots of your reports from around Atlanta of the similar stories. Here's a photo from was it Ezzy Trades? Says here's Pensacola, Florida, with snow on the ground. Breathtaking. Look at the steam coming off the warm waters. Man, I would love to be there, to be honest. Just about did it. Didn't do it. Should have done it. Hey, thank you, Laura. Very nice Yalameter. You are now entered to win $1,000 for watching the weather. Just for sending in a report. There ain't another weather channel that'll do that, folks. Here's one from I keep forgetting how to say this one. Metairie, Louisiana. Metairie, Louisiana. That is so you can tell just by looking at this that is the perfect snowman making snow. make a snowball, put it in the snow, roll the snowball. Additional snow sticks to the original snowball. Roll it again. Keep rolling it until it's so heavy you can't roll it anymore. And now you've got the bottom. Do it again. Set that on top. Do it again. Set that on top. Now you got yourselves a snowman. How do you win the contest? So everybody that's sending in a photo today of their snowfall report is entered to win. We do this because over there on our website, shopryanhall.com, we sell these things called Yolometers, all right? And we've got thousands and thousands of these Yolometers out there in circulation. I guess we took them off the site because they're out of stock. But, you know, and it's a fun way to get people involved and stuff. But, you know, I can't expect y'all to have Yolometers in South. Like, you never thought you'd have one. So everybody's entered to win. Everybody that sends in a snow report is going to be in the drawing. But next year when we release the new Yolometer 3.0s, I would highly recommend getting one. The Yolometer 3.0s are going to be, there's going to be different color options. There's going to be bigger ones. And something cool about the 3.0 is it's going to have a QR code on the back. You'll be able to scan the QR code, and now you'll have your own little Yolometer profile. You can scan that code, take a picture of your snow measurement, and then I'll automatically get the picture with your location as long as you agree to send it over to us, your location and all that good stuff in our database, so you don't have to worry about sending it to Twitter and all that stuff. It'll just populate on my map, and I'll be able to see your Yolometer submission. Really excited about the 3.0s, but it'll be next year before we have those. Yeah, the Yolometer 2.0s are out of stock, and they won't be being restocked. We sold the last 10 the last live stream, and I signed the last 10. I don't know if I think I saw a couple of them that people got. Thank you all for all the support over there on shopryanhall.com. Here's another video. This one is Interstate 10 northwest of Pensacola. We got a lone semi just crawling along in near whiteout conditions. This is a blizzard, y'all. We could have had a blizzard warning for this part of Florida, I think. The visibility there is definitely less than a quarter mile. And I've definitely seen some wind gusts that look to be approaching the 35 mile per hour range there. More photos from Pensacola. This is from Lee Garrett. Thank you so much. Seven inches of snow officially in New Orleans. You heard that right. 7 inches of snow, official report from New Orleans. The all-time record is 8.2 inches set in 1895. That will be shattered today. Nobody alive today has seen the amount of snow that we're seeing right now in Louisiana, in that part of Louisiana. Not a single drop of snow, though, in northern Louisiana this morning. Shreveport, Monroe, completely left out of the action. Yeah, it's going to be cold tonight. A lot of people are asking about the temperatures. It's going to be very cold tonight. Here's the Ohio Valley. Hold on. Here's what we are looking at in the Ohio Valley tonight as far as temperatures go. This is wind chills, negative 13 to negative 20 in Chicago. The entire state of Illinois is going to be in the negatives, negative teens in Indianapolis, negative teens and 20s in Michigan. All of Ohio, especially Northeast Ohio, could be in the negative teens to negative 20s. In fact, some places over there just off the lake near Cleveland could be negative 30 with the winds because there's going to be stronger winds over there. Over here in my neck of the woods, we'll be right at 0 or just a little bit under 0 degrees. So bundle up. The cold air is going to continue to be with us tonight. And this will probably be, for some of us, this will be the coldest of this last batch of cold air. And then we're going to have a very slight warm up. It might be as warm as 0 degrees Wednesday morning and Thursday morning with the wind. So looking forward to that. Yeah, in Ohio, yeah, we've got snow on the ground from 2 weeks ago here as well in my neck of the woods. So we have been streaming now for 6 hours and 30 minutes during the great Gulf blizzard of 25. Thank you guys for being tuned in here. We are, I mean, as far as the total duration of this event, we're less than halfway through it. However, we're probably over halfway through the live stream here. We're not going to be able to stay on the air until 3, 4, 5 a.m. tomorrow whenever this thing starts wrapping up. But we are going to be here during the heaviest part of the storm for Pensacola, Mobile, Gulfport. We will be here for the onset of the storm in Tallahassee. Hopefully also for you guys in Myrtle Beach and Wilmington as well. We probably won't be on the air whenever the storm gets to Jacksonville. But just so you have the most recent update here on timing. This is when we expect the snow to start in all of these places. As early as 6 p.m. in a couple hours, it could be starting in the Myrtle Beach, Charleston, South Carolina. It might start off as a mix of rain and snow at first. All snow in Myrtle Beach by 8 p.m. All snow in Wilmington by 8 p.m. We're going to be all snow throughout all of Apalachicola, Panama City, Destin, and Pensacola still at 8 p.m. Heavy snow is going to be happening in Dothan, Alabama, Bainbridge, Albany. Extremely heavy snow is going to be happening down there. We're going to be experiencing heavy snow in Vidalia and Statesboro by 8 p.m. tonight. We're going to be experiencing heavy snow in Orangeburg, South Carolina, Mox Corner, Georgetown, Myrtle Beach. It could still, at 8 p.m. tonight, we could still be looking at some mix of sleet and snow in Savannah, Beaufort, Brunswick, Waycross, Jacksonville, even as far south as Gainesville. We could see some mixed precipitation in Cross City tonight around 8 p.m. I do believe that it will be all snow in Perry, Florida, in Tallahassee, Madison, and Valdosta at midnight. In fact, some really heavy snow is likely going to be happening in Valdosta, Georgia around midnight. Waycross, you guys are going to get in on that. Will be all snow in Savannah more than likely by midnight. And then everybody else up the coast of the Carolinas will be all snow by midnight. And then it's just going to snow. It's going to snow until potentially 7 a.m. tomorrow for some of these places. And if that is the case, if that ends up being the case, we might have, we might have 6 inches of snow on the ground in Myrtle Beach tomorrow morning. We might have 10 inches in Charleston. We might have a foot in Savannah. We might have 6 inches in Tallahassee. It's possible we have 6 inches or more in Apalachicola. We've already got close to 4 inches in Pensacola. So it wouldn't be surprising to me to see 7 by the time this is all said and done. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. Most of that snow, though, for the farther east you go, is going to fall after we end the stream tonight. The South is shut down. Yeah. Nathaniel, I'll look for that, man. Thank you for that. HK from Jay, Florida says he made his first snowball today. Should I try and make a snowman? Absolutely. What are you waiting for? Snow is starting in Panama City Beach. Liz, thanks for being a member for 27 months. 27 months. There's some people that are approaching their 40th month. But 27 is nuts. Thank you so much for being here for so long and putting up with me. And seriously, I do appreciate it. That's a big thing. That's a big deal. Still coming down here in Port St. Joe, Florida. Doesn't look like much is sticking to the ground here. We definitely have a warmer ground. The surface temperature is also likely right at freezing or just above freezing. So we've got some rain and some snow and some sleet mixing in down here the closer you get to Apalachicola. That'll switch over to all snow before too long. Discreet Defense, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Seven inches. 7 inches in Perkinson, Mississippi, and this is a wonderful custom Yolometer here. The Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. You love to see it. Lots of activity in the chat. Huge shout out to Midnight Noon for being here for 37 months. Billy, 10 hurrahs for Thunder Snow. Hey, I think that Thunder Snow is possible, especially if some of that more convective energy continues to move up into the Apalachicola area and it's snow. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Thunder Snow in Florida sometime this afternoon. In Auburn, Alabama, 2 inches of snow. Driving's impossible, and it's just going to keep getting worse, Virginia. Chris, thanks for becoming a member. Matthew, hello from Columbia, South Carolina. Today's my brother's 10th birthday. Happy birthday, Matthew's brother. It's snowing in Columbia. Yep, we've been watching it come down there. It's going to keep getting harder. Howie, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. As a trucker, your honest and accurate videos are much appreciated. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate your support, and I'm happy I could help. We're trying our best to put as much real information out into the the noise that is the internet as possible. And thank you, N8UUP 73s. Oh, here we go. We've got moderate snow just east of Destin in Miramar Beach. This is from Dean C. Thanks for sending this in. I was just in this area over the summer. And I remember thinking, wow, it's crazy that, like, probably never going to snow here. I remember having that thought, you know? Peachtree City, Georgia is getting a nice covering. I jinxed it. I did. I'm sorry, y'all. David says, hey, hey, Ryan, what's this stuff falling from the sky? It's not yours. I'll tell you that much. This is misplaced. Hopefully we'll be taking it back soon. No, you guys can have it for a little while. Kato says you should really get some background music. Maybe that's something that we should consider for winter streams. I guess there is a little bit more silence as I'm just like reading some of the reports and stuff. When it comes to the tornadoes, there's less silence. And also I feel like the background music would be less appropriate. But this is definitely a little bit more laid back. We'll see. We might try it out in the next one. I don't have it set up right now. I think that no music, though, is probably the way to go for the most part. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. This is one of the rare opportunities where I get to read pretty much all of the chat. Obviously, not every message, but like. I'm able to answer questions. Obviously, I can't do an individualized forecast for every single town, but like anything at all that's not just how much snow am I going to get in this location, because I'm going to say that a million times during this stream. I'll try to answer as many of those questions as possible. Here's a video from Mobile. Is Waffle House open? As far as I know, yeah, all the Waffle Houses are open. No music? Yeah, you guys can turn your own background music on if you want. still looking at a potentially record amount of snow coming for Savannah. I don't know exactly how much you're going to get, but it could potentially be more than 3 inches. Sledding in a kayak. Yeah, we're not going to do the music. I'm trying to think. If we try it out, it won't be in this stream. It'll be in a lower. Maybe we'll try it out in a members only stream one day just to see. But I think that it's going to be a no music stream. If you want music, go to Y'allbot. Skylers, thanks for becoming a member. Matthew says, I watched your Helene coverage as it barreled through the Carolinas. I've been watching since 2022 when we had that tornado outbreak that caused the Allendale tornado. Matthew, I remember that. That was a pretty crazy day over there in Allendale. Storm chaser Mitch West had the video of the tornado. Is that also the day? Is that There Goes the Roof? Is that video still out there? You guys know what I'm talking about? You remember there was a tornado and this guy, he filmed it from his porch and the roof flew off of his house. And he was just like, there goes the roof, like very calmly. I'm pretty sure that video came from that day. I'll never find that video, but I'm pretty sure that was from that day. Firefighter 1837, thank you for the very generous super chat. You've definitely got more snow on the way. Or your order's coming right up, sir. We've got anywhere from 6 to 8 inches officially on the ground in New Orleans. And it's still pouring the snow with just a quarter-mile visibility. Winds are gusting up to 36 miles per hour in squalls. It's going to be an all-timer for New Orleans. And here's another just insane view of Biloxi Beach in Mississippi. Coastal North Carolina, I definitely think that you guys are in for a good 2 to 4 inches of snow, with more than that likely in the Outer Banks. And that's probably on the lower end. I don't want to oversell it. It's very easy for these storms to produce less. That's also why it's kind of surprising that so far we've seen that on the higher end of what we thought we would see. And a lot of times with these overrunning events and with these systems that deal with warm air, it's very common that we see them underperform, and a lot of places see less snow than what was expected. So far, almost everybody involved has seen much more snow than what we originally assumed that there would be. I don't want to say that that's going to be the case for the Outer Banks or for the eastern side of North Carolina. So we're going to stick with the conservative forecast of 2 to 4 inches, 3 to 6 in the Outer Banks, and just know that it could be much more than that. But whatever you need to do to prepare for, 4 inches of snow is probably pretty similar to what you would do to prepare for 8 inches of snow. So that's why I'm not putting a lot of energy into trying to figure out exactly what your total is going to be. It'll be somewhere in there. Hey, thank you, Jesse likes weather. Milton, Florida. Also, I'm getting reports of snow officially starting to come down in Greenville, South Carolina. Four inches of snow in Daphne, Alabama. Winter wonderland down there. Donna, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Lisa Scott says, would this qualify as a snowmageddon? So I don't know what the criteria is for a snowmageddon, but I'm just going to call this the Great Gulf Blizzard of 25. I think that's got a good ring to it, and I think that does a good job of kind of really stating the rarity and significance of the event. Without, snowmageddon might be a little bit too much. CC, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. Says, I've been a fan for a while. I love your stream here in Proctorville, Ohio. Stay safe, Southerners. I remember an ice storm when I lived in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina in the 80s. It wasn't pretty. Thankfully, so far today, we haven't had to deal with much ice. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case tonight. But so far today, we're doing all right. There is a small corridor on the latest HRRR of significant ice accumulations down here. This is like, what is this? This is from around Cross City to Chiefland to Bronson, Gainesville, over towards St. Augustine. Anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of ice possible. But the reason why we don't have a widespread ice storm here is because a lot of what's going to fall is probably going to be sleet. This is showing 2 inches of sleet in Jacksonville, which is crazy. That's easily 10 inches of snow. If it didn't turn into sleet, that would be about 10 inches of snow. So it's just going to be just slightly too warm to be a 10-inch snowstorm in Jacksonville, likely. But still, 2 inches of sleet with a couple inches of snow on top of that is going to cause a lot of problems in Jacksonville. But so far, the forecast and everything else doesn't call for a terrible ice storm. But this is one of those things where, in the same way that we can get surprised by the fact that we're seeing more snow than what we expected, we can also be surprised by the fact that we see more freezing rain than what we expected. So just in case, I want to make sure everybody is aware that there is some possibility for ice and power outages and all that comes along with that down here tonight. Chamberlain says it's really snowing here in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. It's coming down in a lot of the panhandle of Florida right now. Tina Phillips says, I'm in Foley, Alabama. I never thought I'd have to worry about hurricanes and a blizzard in 1 year. Me either. Me either. Yeah, this is a really interesting post from Michael here for Faramango WX. These two radar images are only 152 or 132 days apart. There is our hurricane, I believe this is Francine. And then the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. 132 days. Lynn, thanks for becoming a member. Another thing, just another piece of information that's just wild to contextualize here. Mobile, Alabama hasn't had a good 2-inch snow event since 1993. In fact, if you add up all the snow that has fallen for the past 20 years in Mobile, Alabama, all that snow will be less than what we will see today. Like it snowed a trace. It's even snowed an inch, here and there. But if we end up getting 7-8 inches or more, that's going to be more snow than literally what we've seen over the past 20 years if you pile it all up. The winds are really cranking in New Orleans, by the way. If we take a look at Corey Gherkin's feed, you can see that the winds are still ripping around. We've got drifts of snow several feet high. We've got snow drifts that are in the feet right now in New Orleans as the blizzard rages on. I'm really surprised they didn't continue that blizzard warning to the east. Snow's coming down in Warner Robins, Georgia. Thank you, John, for sending this in. Ashley Andrews, thanks for becoming a member. If you're just now tuning in, the heaviest snow is still happening right now in New Orleans. We're still waiting to hear what the final total is. I'm pretty sure it's going to smash the all-time record. New Orleans has never, as far as we know, and as far as we can remember, and as far as we've been able to write stuff down, we've never seen snow this deep in New Orleans. We've never seen snow this deep in Lafayette. Now our focus is really shifting to the east. Probably similar statements are going to be said about Mobile and Biloxi. And even farther east, the latest HRRR model is forecasting heavy snow from the Florida Panhandle all the way up through southeast Georgia and into the beaches of the Carolinas. It is hard to comprehend, but this is going to be a historic snowfall even over there. If we actually get the totals that the HRRR, the high resolution model, is printing out. This will be the most extreme weather event of the past couple of 100 years, more than likely. If it snows 10 inches in Savannah, Georgia, that is going to be more anomalous than anything that has happened ever, as far as we know. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're making such a big deal out of it. Like that's why people are freaking out about it. 10 inches of snow is 10 inches of snow. Thankfully, we're not seeing an anomalous event of this magnitude in terms of a tornado outbreak, right? Thankfully, we're not seeing it in terms of a hurricane or something like that. It's snow. It will melt. But still, I just want to really make sure everybody understands how insane this is. Hippie Chick, thanks for becoming a member. Clyde, thank you as well. So here's the highest official snow totals that we've gotten so far. Officially now. I think there's some unofficial reports that will supersede these numbers. But in Mobile, Alabama, the biggest official report is 4.7 inches. In Rain, Louisiana, we got 10.5 inches. Lafayette, 9.5 inches. Lake Charles, 6 inches. In Mississippi, Lumberton's got 4 inches. Pine Forest, 6 inches in Texas, 4 inches in Houston. So those are our biggest totals right now. I've got a lot of you guys saying that there's already 7 inches in Mobile. So as those reports continue to get filtered through the National Weather Service, I'm sure those numbers will increase. This is in New Orleans. Thank you, Cats, for sending this in. Unbelievable. 8 inches of snow in New Orleans. All-time record broken, smashed. Likely to not be seen again in our lifetimes. Good news is power outages are still on the low side. We've got just 2,000 people without power in Louisiana. Nothing crazy so far. Look here, we had the roads completely clear in Louisiana. Everybody listened. There were hardly any incidents in Louisiana. But look at how much traffic we've got in Alabama. This is in Auburn, Alabama. Lots of people on the roads. Lots more snow on the way. Okay, if you're in Auburn, I mean, the heaviest snow is still yet to come. So there's going to be some problems out here on the roads. Get home, get off the roads as quickly as you can. What are we thinking for snow totals in Virginia Beach, Virginia? The last one, we only got a brief dusting. It's probably going to be about the same for this one. Probably going to be about the same for this one. Most of the snow is going to be to your south in Virginia Beach. Jessica says our cat Pumpkin is watching. Oh yeah, cats love watching the stream. I think it's this right here. I think that's what gets them. So I don't know how many people we've got watching right now, but I always say that if you include cats, we're probably breaking records right now. Or cats are just big weather nerds. Oh, this is a great picture right here. This is from Nathaniel Miller. This is Pensacola, Florida. Look at that. The water fountain, frozen, snow. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, no, the cats. I'm talking about the movement of my cursor. That's what attracts the cats. I guess it did. It looked like I was like they love the ocean. No, I'm talking about the movement. Here's a clip from the Florida Welcome Center. This is a traffic camera. There's usually traffic on here. Right now, all you can see is nothing because it's completely whited out. This is I-10, 4 miles east of the Louisiana border. You can just barely make out the highway signs. Here's a photo from, who's this from? Natasha from Andalusia, Alabama. Thank you so much for the custom Yalometer submission. Looks like we're about to have a traffic jam out here in Auburn, Alabama. It's not looking good. And it's just, is Auburn in Central or Eastern? I guess they're in Central. So this is rush hour. Maybe things will calm down over the next 30 minutes or so. Angie, thanks for the super chat. She says, really appreciate you. It's super weird seeing salt trucks in South Georgia. I'm about 45 minutes north of Tallahassee. Yeah. You guys ain't supposed to have salt trucks down there. This is not normal. This is not normal weather. This is extremely anomalous. This is something that I would imagine, maybe they would include in a, like, you ever watch the movie like the day after tomorrow? Like this, this isn't crazy. This isn't the end of the world, right? But like this is like at the beginning of that movie, like when weird things start to happen. Oh, a blizzard in Florida. Like this is that level of fiction. But anomalous events happen. Okay. And this is just one of them. We happen to be alive during a really, really rare event. Attention North Florida, as winter weather sets in, please prioritize your safety and stay off the roads. Lillian says, Ryan, my 23-year-old parrot loves your voice. Jade gets upset when your live streams end. That's awesome. It's still snowing in Atlanta. It's still snowing in Atlanta, and it's still piling up down here in Florida. Look at the beach. Completely snow-covered now. And snow's coming down even harder in Auburn. And is this... Yeah, we're pretty much at a standstill here on I-85 near Society Hill Road. This is not good. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to see as much snow up here as what we'll see a little bit farther to the south. But if we get a big traffic jam like this and people and the snow builds up around all these cars, they're not going to be able to turn around. These people are going to be stuck there, and they're going to have to sleep there tonight. We've seen it happen time and time again. Most of the time when this happens, though, it's somewhere up north, and a lot of people, they do have the winter survival kits in their cars. These people don't. I'm assuming they don't. So this is going to be a terrible situation if we actually get locked up here and the snow makes it impossible for them to get out. But in Auburn, I don't necessarily think we're going to see enough snow to make that happen. But it definitely, if we see a similar sight later today in the Crestview area, Dothan, Bainbridge, Tallahassee even, that could be a big problem. So hopefully we see the traffic starting to move here soon. If it's not snowing yet in your part of Georgia, it'll happen slowly over the next couple of hours. The last place it'll start snowing in Georgia is down here near Kingland and Brunswick. But it's a slow process. It's going to take a while before it gets to everybody. Just watch the radar here. It's all moving this way. I pulled this one up and I was like, this is obviously at a crazy amount of snow. But I was like, I wonder which town in Louisiana this is. That's how warped our brains are now that this is happening. But no, this is actually from Watertown, New York, where it makes a lot more sense. Lots of snow up there. The lake effect has been crazy because the lakes have been warm, and we've had all of this northwestern flow. Lots of big lake effect snow events this year. If you can't drive in this mess, you need to stay off the roads. Absolutely. If you don't have to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. All you're doing is putting yourself and others in danger. Oh, here we go. This, when we had a blizzard in Louisiana, this is what I was expecting to see more of. Never change, South Louisiana. I agree. You gotta retweet that. Looks like we got snow coming down pretty good here in Monticello, Georgia. Thank you, Jennifer, for sending that in. Blizzard conditions are still ongoing in New Orleans, by the way, which is where Corey Gherkin still is. So I think we're going to more than shatter that total snowfall record down there. I don't know. It'll probably be an hour or so before the snow really stops in New Orleans. Yep, Smoke Man, that's the same problem that Jackson, Mississippi is having. That's the same problem that a lot of northern Georgia is having in Charlotte, North Carolina. Andy says it's a good bush latte deep here in the Florida-Bama line. That's pretty good. I mean, if you don't have a yolometer, it's a good way to measure. Three inches of snow in Milton, Florida, officially. It's essentially a blizzard right now in Pensacola Beach, Florida. All that white back here is not sand, it's snow. It is snowing and accumulating in Atlanta. That's going to continue. Shoot, man, it might continue for some time, Atlanta. You're right on the edge. Literally, you couldn't be closer to having no snow at all. But if the snow keeps coming down, you've got another decent area of snow coming up this way. Whatever you've got right now, double it. And that's probably what we'll end up with in Atlanta. Traffic starting to back up both ways over here in Auburn, Alabama on I-85. Hopefully these people get home and that's it. But I'm telling you, this could end up being a pretty dangerous situation if these folks have to be there too long. It's snowing in Hickory, North Carolina now. It's sleeting in Holden Beach. So it looks like the snow has officially started all the way up into North Carolina now. So right in this corridor for the next several hours, it's going to continue to snow harder. It won't stop until the backside of the precipitation has moved east past you, okay? So now we're just going to watch this slowly move towards the east. It won't start in Savannah until that gets to you. It won't start in Brunswick and Jacksonville until that gets to you. So it'll be a slow, this is not going to develop very quickly. It's going to be a slow burn. So just watch the radar, know where your location is, and you'll have a good idea as to what you can expect over the next hour or so, because everything's just sliding in one direction. There's not going to be any major changes. I'm gonna dump some camera names, Dalton, and just see if they're working. Because I've got some here that if they are working, they're probably pretty cool. Oh, okay. 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 What about that Resort Cam 61? Is that okay? All right. So yeah, y'all, we're trying to figure out our camera situation. Got lots of cameras in South Carolina. Had tons in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. little bit of a blind spot in Georgia and Florida, but we do have some coverage here. Yeah, roads are starting to get a little bit more tough to drive on around Atlanta. I'm starting to see some reports of traffic problems out there. Here we go. This is the closest thing I've seen to Frosty or Salty the Snowman so far. This is from Houma, Louisiana. From Wayne. Thank you so much, Wayne. Unbelievable. Got a report of sleet in Tallahassee. So there is a decent amount of precipitation moving into Tallahassee now. So it's starting. It'll probably start off as sleet and rain, and it'll slowly turn into snow over time.
So tire chains might.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get myself something else to drink, and I'll be back in like 1 minute. While I'm gone, I'm gonna leave y'all with YallBot. So give me just a minute.
Sure, you have an extra flashlight,
stretch the legs,
food, and water in your vehicle for emergencies. For the latest road conditions, please call 511 or visit the MDT Road Report website. Remember, a winter storm warning indicates at least an 80% chance of impactful winter weather conditions during this period. Stay safe and stay prepared. The National Weather Service has issued a cold weather advisory for portions of central, north central, northwest, and west central New Mexico. Expect very cold wind chills as low as 9 below zero from 9 p.m. this evening to 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time Wednesday. Bundle up, check on vulnerable friends and family, and ensure heaters are used safely. Here's an update on the lilac fire in Bonsall. The fire has grown to 85 acres and is 35% contained. Firefighters have made significant progress and fire activity has decreased. Evacuation orders remain in place for several areas in the SDC region. Residents in these zones should evacuate immediately. Evacuation warnings are also in effect for nearby areas, so stay alert. The temporary evacuation point has been moved to Riverview Evangelical Free Church at 4980 Sweetgrass Lane. Please prioritize your safety and consider relocating if you're in an affected area. Stay informed via local news and CAL FIRE updates. Attention everyone tuning in, we have a top priority update regarding the winter storm conditions affecting Benzie, Leelanau, and Manistee counties in Michigan. A winter storm warning is now in effect and will remain active for the next 32 hours and 16 minutes. As the advisory transitions into this warning, we are expecting heavy snow with accumulations ranging from 5 to 9 inches. Additionally, winds could gust up to 35 miles per hour. This combination will likely create slick, hazardous roads and reduce visibility to less than a quarter mile at times due to blowing and falling snow. Whiteout conditions are anticipated, making travel extremely dangerous and potentially life-threatening. If you must travel, please proceed with extreme caution and ensure you have a winter storm kit in your vehicle, including essentials like tire chains, booster cables, a flashlight, shovel, blankets, extra clothing, water, and a first aid kit. Stay safe and consider delaying any non-essential travel. Here's a quick update on the ongoing winter storm warning affecting southeast Georgia, including cities like Douglas, Jesup, and Waycross. Expect heavy snow, sleet, and ice, making travel difficult. This warning remains in effect for the next 20 hours and 14 minutes, so plan accordingly and stay safe. Here's the latest update on the winter storm warning affecting the Bears Paw Mountains. This warning is in effect for the next 30 hours and 13 minutes. Heavy snow is expected, with accumulations ranging from 2 to 5 inches and up to 8 inches in areas close to the mountains. The cities potentially impacted include Lewistown, Rainsford, Hilger, Hobson, Stanford, Geyser, Benchland, Moccasin, and Windham, all within Judith Basin County and Fergus County, below 4,500 feet in the state of Montana. Wind gusts could reach up to 50 miles per hour, significantly reducing visibility due to blowing snow. These conditions will make travel very difficult, with potential snow-packed roads.
Are you guys making fun of y'all bot for mispronouncing stuff too? It's, you can't escape it, the bullying. No, I get it. I try my best to say the town names right. I really do. If you're confused about what in the heck you just watched, that's Y'allbot. That's the AI weather assistant that I've been building as a fun side project. It lives 24/7 over here on this YouTube channel. It's called the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. You can go subscribe to this channel. Go tune into this live stream at any time. Anytime anything is happening anywhere, whether it's a wildfire, an earthquake, or any sort of weather event, Y'allbot is telling you the latest information about it. Literally seconds from when an earthquake happens or whatever it is, it knows, and it zooms in, it starts telling you about it. So really cool thing. It's free, 100% free, and available to anybody who wants to watch it, put it on a screen somewhere. It's nice. So yeah, that's Y'allbot. That's what's taking my job. Someday you guys will prefer watching that over me, and maybe not, but your kids. the robot revolution, it's coming. So I if you can't beat him, join him. Make your own robot. Oh, man. So this is the latest on what's going on with the Great Gulf Blizzard of 2025. This is, we're right in the middle of a very historic snowstorm, y'all. I don't know if I've said that yet or not in this stream, but just in case I haven't, there you go. We've got an unprecedented system going on where we've got snow in the Gulf of Mexico. We've got a blizzard in New Orleans, a blizzard in Pensacola. We're going to have more than a foot of snow in some places that haven't ever seen much snow at all. We're going to smash all-time records. We've got more snow on the ground than anybody alive today in these areas has seen. And also, by the end of this, there's going to be a couple places that there's going to be more snow on the ground than we know has ever been on the ground there since we knew how to write and record things. So this is an incredibly anomalous event. This is a rare, historic, once-in-a-lifetime storm, and we're just watching it now. As it's been a pretty well-forecasted event. It's snowing more than forecast in some places, but we're just watching it unfold now and hoping that we don't see too much of this, because this is a big problem here where we've got big-time traffic jams in Alabama and Georgia right now. If it keeps snowing and it traps these people on the roads, Some people might have to sleep in their cars tonight. And that's always something that we don't like to see, especially because it's unlikely that a lot of people have the winter survival kits in their vehicles. If you do have to be on the roads this evening, you just know that Florida, they don't have snowplows. They borrowed some from Atlanta, but now Atlanta needs their snowplows. Like if you live down here where it doesn't snow very often, your local, Department of Transportation is not equipped to handle it. And if you get stuck, you might not be able to get unstuck, and you might have to spend some time in your vehicle. So make sure you pack a winter survival kit so you can get through that in the cold in your vehicle. You don't have to be out. Don't be out. Simple as that. Candles. Hey, History, thank you for that. Says, thank you. In Mobile, Alabama, filming footage now, 7 inches and more to come. Yeah, Mobile, you guys have got at least a couple more inches to go. So definitely going to be a record smasher in Mobile. All the way down in Apalachicola, the snow's starting to pile up now. We're actually starting to see accumulation. So I think from this point on, it's going to be all snow. So once again, the high end of what we were talking about earlier is possible. Maybe 6 inches of snow or more is going to be on the ground here in Apalachicola before all is said and done. Street Ninja says, greetings from Auburn, Alabama. We are officially snowed in. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Street Ninja. Enjoy being snowed in. Stay home. Stay off the roads. All that good stuff. Remember, y'all, if you want to send me pictures or videos, best way to do that's on Twitter. My handle is @RyanHall, y'all. Another way to do that, though, is through email, pics@ryanhallyall.com. Okay, this is from Pickles Cage. This is from his family member in Pensacola, Florida. Once again, just something you never think you'd see coming out of Pensacola, Florida. All right, so here's another interesting thing. This is a snow report. Let me see if I can't pull it up over here. Yeah. So this is a snow report coming in from Escambia County, Florida. 5.5 inches of snow. If this is verified, if this holds up, this is going to be the new all-time Florida snow record by 1 inches already. So the all-time snow record in Florida was 4 inches. This is already beating that. And there's a lot more snow to come. You see all this? All that snow is still coming up into Escambia County. We're going to have 8 inches or more of snow on the ground here by the time this is all said and done. So this is an all-time record for Florida. We've never seen, as far as we know, snow deeper than this in Florida. In any part of Florida, the whole state. Which, of course, one thing. If one thing makes sense today, it's that at least the record is being set in northern Florida. The records in Louisiana are being set in the southern side of the state. Now, if this was happening in Miami, I guess it would be even crazier. But yeah, now record-setting snow officially on the boards for Florida. Has Miami had snow before? I want to say no. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I certainly don't think they've ever had measurable snow. If it's ever snowed in Miami, which I highly doubt it, it's been like a flurry maybe, or like a mixed snow in with rain. You know what I'm saying? But I highly doubt that that's even. I'll just be honest with you. I don't know. Increasing potential for snowfall rates near 1 inch per hour up here in southern Georgia. A trace in 1977. Okay, that makes sense. Don't think that's going to be happening today. Here's a photo from Washington Township, Michigan. My 10-year-old twins with the Yolometer at the home in the home weather station. They want you to know that they are your biggest fans, and you help them not be scared of the weather. You inspired them to compete in the Science Olympiad, weather or not category. Thank you for all that you do. Felicia, thank you so much for sending this. And that is so awesome. That is so awesome. Thank you guys so much, and enjoy the snow. Almost an inch, quite a bit less in Michigan than what we've got down here on the beaches of Florida right now. So yeah, that's what's happening there. But seriously, thank you for sending that in. That's awesome. Here's a photo from Milton, Florida. That's a lot of snow for Milton, Florida. I'll tell you that much. We're getting a pretty quick accumulating snow over here near Apalachicola. The winds are picking up too. I'm telling you, we're going to have intermittent blizzard conditions out there in Apalachicola, in Panama City, Port St. Joe. We're talking about, how do you say, Weewahitchka, Mexico Beach, all the way up there towards Tallahassee. It's coming. Get ready. Weewahitchka. Should Fort Walton and all these other places have our faucets dripping to prevent our pipes from freezing over? It's probably not a bad idea anytime it gets significantly below freezing, which some of these places are, you're not, if you're not 10 degrees below freezing or more, like if it's not below 25 degrees, I wouldn't worry about it. But I guess since you're in an area that doesn't experience cold temperatures very often, insulation around pipes and placement of pipes is probably not considered when thinking about the outdoor air temperature. So it's not a bad idea. Yeah, definitely let them drip tonight and until we have temperatures for an extended period of time above freezing. But I don't think that's going to be a huge problem unless it's getting below 25 degrees for an extended period of time, and that it will be the case for a lot of us tonight. But it shouldn't be tomorrow. Like tomorrow night, I don't think we're going to have. I don't think it'll be that cold. Let's take a look at the forecasted temperatures. This is the this is the ground temperature. So tonight, what is today? Tuesday, yeah, Wednesday morning. The coldest spots in Florida are likely going to be up here in the northwestern panhandle. We're talking about Pensacola, 15 degrees. Crestview, 16 degrees, 15 degrees in Chipley. In those areas, yes, I would definitely, do whatever you can to keep the faucets or keep the pipes from freezing over. However, notice as you get down into the Big Bend, places like Tallahassee are closer to 27, Cross City 28, Gainesville probably right around 30 degrees. That's where I wouldn't worry about it as much. And then tomorrow night into Thursday morning, we'll be back in the teens again in the northwestern panhandle of Florida. It's going to be 19, 17 degrees back here and pretty similar out here in the Big Bend. Doesn't really warm up until Friday morning. It's going to be a very balmy 25 degrees in the panhandle of Florida. Don't worry though, we are going to get back up into the 50s and 60s next week. But man, that is some long lasting sustained cold for Florida right there. That's surprising to see, just like the rest of this. Seth, it's just because we've got this huge Arctic air mass in place and it's keeping all of the activity to your south. It's suppressing the storms to your south. So if you've got a big high pressure cold air mass on top of you, all of the low pressure systems and all of the convective activity is going to happen to your south. And that's what's been happening in Iowa. Looks like there's a special weather statement in Pennsylvania. Near Pittsburgh. How about you over here in Pittsburgh? Getting in on some heavy snow. We've got a snow squall moving into Pittsburgh right now. We've got, let's see here, the Pittsburgh Regional Airport, the Hanny Beaver Airport, Heritage Valley in the path here. This is going to bring down temperatures quite a bit, or I'm sorry, bring down visibilities quite a bit. So yeah, make sure you are ready for that. If you're traveling on Highway or Interstate 376, if you're over here near Center Township or Cranberry Township, we have a snow squall moving in that's going to make travel difficult for the next little bit. And it's just this small area of precipitation that's moving to the south and east towards Pittsburgh right now. So treat this as if it's a severe thunderstorm with snow. We're going to have 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. It's going to look like a blizzard. It's going to pour the snow. Visibility is going to drop, and then it'll be over before you know it. Here we go. This is coming in from Mindy. This is my mom, Amy. She just reached her 2nd year of being breast cancer free. She made this for you and wanted me to send them. She said she never thought she would see this day. Thank you for all you and your crew do. We appreciate you. Wow, look at this. Baton Rouge, 7 inches of snow in Baton Rouge. We have rain, we have floods, and we even have some tornadoes. Our ground quakes during LSU football. And now we can say it snows. You've got it all in Baton Rouge. Thank you so much, Mindy and Amy, for this. Thank you for making this, and thank you for the support and the report. That is awesome. Seven inches in Baton Rouge. A similar amount could be on the horizon here around Apalachicola and Destin. You heard that right. Not pulling your leg. We're watching the first bit of the snow come down right now, and it's accumulating quite quickly. Kristen, thanks for becoming a member. Your y'all bot has double voices at the same time. That's one of those bugs that we've been trying to fix. So we'll give it a reload here. And it should be good in just a few moments. Hey, John, thanks for becoming a member. King Kim, you as well. Hey, Ryan, do you have any timing or insight on Savannah, Georgia? Yeah, I think that the snow in Savannah, Georgia is going to start later than most other places. All right, so this is what the radar could look like tonight around 6 p.m. Eastern, about an hour from now. It'll be raining probably in Savannah at this point. That rain's going to switch over to sleet, freezing rain, and a little bit of snow by 8. That is going to switch over to mostly snow by 10. At 10 o'clock, it'll be snowing heavily, and that'll continue until 6 or 7 a.m. By the end of this, you will have completely shattered your all-time snowfall record by several inches. So I'm expecting way more than 3 inches of snow. We got flurries in Wilmington now. Noah, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, conditions continue to worsen as the winter storm moves east across northern Florida. Do not travel if it's not necessary. Stuff is really rough out there on I-10. We're hearing about flurries in Rock Hill, South Carolina now. We got flurries 30 minutes to the east of Fayetteville, North Carolina. So a lot of this is reaching the ground now. All of this. I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but I'm hearing preliminary reports that the Waffle House in Gulf Shores has closed. Does anybody, can we get a confirmation on that? This is a big deal. I'll go. I haven't gotten any. Dalton, if you can hear me, go manually reload y'all bot it. My command didn't work. Also, I'm working on an attempt at fixing the Alabama cameras. Give it about 10 minutes and refresh it. Yeah. Yep. View reload. All right. It could also be just the fact that the site was getting a lot of traffic, but I'm gonna try. JB, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Working on getting some cameras back up on the Alabama side. I think we did, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at my inbox here. I think I did get a message from somebody at the Florida Department of Transportation and Georgia. So hopefully we'll have those on in our system before next stream. We've been trying for a little while, but honestly, I thought we had more time. I always do. I was like, yeah, Georgia and Florida, how long is it going to be before we even do a stream down there? We're going to be doing the Northeast. We're going to be doing the Great Lakes. It's snow season, guys. But here we are. Apparently, the Waffle House in Greenville, Alabama, is closed too. What's happening with the traffic jam on the freeway? That's one of the cameras that we've lost. I don't know if we just the camera's down or what, but we're working on getting it back. Four inches now in Crestview, Florida. This is a storm report of historic significance, as it does tie the all-time record for Florida. We have other reports of up to 5 inches in Florida, which is unbelievable. But Ashley, thank you for sending this in. All the cameras that you're seeing here are not Buffalo, New York. This is not Minnesota. These are images from Louisiana, Florida, Mississippi, and Alabama. The Weather Nerd has been here for 44 months. God. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for being here for so long. He says, the last thing I expected on my winter bingo card was to see snow on the coast. I agree, especially the Gulf Coast. We're completely covered now, by the way, in Port St. Joe. It's a winter wonderland. It looks like we're probably going to end up with around a foot of snow total in New Orleans by the time this is all said and done. It's still snowing heavily there, and we're closing in on a foot. So, yeah, the all-time record is completely shattered there. Jimmy's been here for 31 months. Says, thanks for all you do, Ryan and crew. How's Charleston, South Carolina looking with the snow? Still looks good. I guess you could say it depends on how you look at it. Here's a good key messages image from the National Weather Service. Charleston has got you in the 3 to 6 inch range, essentially, for Charleston, South Carolina. I agree with that. This is going to be a historic winter storm for the Deep South. A major winter storm is going to continue to spread impactful weather, including heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain from parts of the Florida Panhandle through the far eastern Carolinas tonight and early Wednesday. Historic snowfall along the Gulf Coast is going to continue. Very cold weather before and after the storm. So watch out. 6 inches of heavy wet snow can knock out the power just like a half inch of ice can. That's a lot of weight on trees and power lines, so keep that in mind. That might cause problems. And it's going to be very cold. Sub-freezing overnight lows for several days in a row. Here's East Bank Bridge just outside of New Orleans. Blizzard conditions still ongoing here. But the good news is Louisiana, if we've learned anything from this storm, Louisiana takes snow seriously. There ain't nobody out here. Nobody is even trying. And these are not rural roads that we're showing you. These are normally jam-packed this time of day. Like this is high traffic areas, and you know, you've got to watch this for 15 minutes to see one vehicle. Same thing for Mississippi near Biloxi. Now I think down here it's just because nobody can move. There's a whole lot of snow out here, but still not a lot of people out on the roads. Alabama Alabama, we're not doing so great. Hopefully we get the cameras back. We'll check on those traffic jams again, but we've had a lot more traffic incidents, I think, in Alabama than we have in Mississippi and Louisiana today. Don't even try to cross the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway today. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like there's a little bit more snow than a skiff happening in Atlanta. This little extra snow is hanging around the downtown area just long enough to cause problems. Just a couple miles to the north and west of Atlanta, there's nothing. Little bit stream says, hey Ryan, never in my 32 years of life has it snowed this much in Florida near Eglin, AFB, native Floridian here. Never in anybody's life that is alive today has it snowed this much in Florida. So congratulations for being in, honestly, a historic event there. And thank you so much for sending your report. Looks like about 4.5 inches or so. Quite a bit more on the way, I should say. I'm tongue-tied. I'm speechless. Here's another one from Fort Drum, New York. There's a Yalameter. Okay, you guys are catching up. You guys are almost doing as good as Florida and New Orleans and Louisiana and Mississippi today with the snow. We got about 10 inches of snow there. Respectable. Fort Drum, New York. Thank you for sending this in. And yeah, by the way, you guys should try this in Florida. You go outside and take a nap in the snow. It's something that, it's something you really wouldn't understand unless you're from New York. But you've got the opportunity to try it today. There it is. I present to you Salty the Snowman. Legends will be told of Salty the Snowman for years to come. A snowman 3 feet tall on the beach. You gotta love it. All right, it looks like we got our traffic cameras back in Alabama. Let's check in. Oh, man. These vehicles look very similar to the ones that we were seeing before we left this camera. So, not a lot of movement here. Yeah, on Society Hill Road in Auburn. A ghost says it's snowing good now in Panama City Beach, Florida. Visibility is less than half a mile, and it's sticking good. Yep, it's just getting started there. Chase and Sanborn. Thank you so much for becoming an official sponsor. That's the high tier membership. Thank you for that. And Eric B, thanks for being here for 27 months. My Daily Addiction, thanks for all you do. Thank you, Eric. I'm glad I could help. I'm glad you guys enjoy the and find value in the stuff that we do here. I'm just a weather nerd, love the weather. So thank you all for being here. Yeah, y'all shouldn't be thanking me. I should be thanking you. Cody, thanks for being a member. It's not snowing yet in Walterboro, but I can feel it coming. Keep up the great work. That's from Michael. Snow for Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah, it's going to start here soon. You're going to get a little bit of snow. Nothing crazy, but it'll snow a little bit this evening. Most of the heaviest snow totals will be to your south. I did say the same exact thing for our friends in Atlanta. And they're actually getting a little bit more than I thought they would. So that might be the case for you guys as well. But don't expect too much. Oh, yeah. Got a car plumb off the side of the road there. You see on the right next to me here. Right there. That was really difficult. You see it. It can happen in a flash, y'all. And there's nothing you can do about it. Once it starts, you're just going wherever gravity and inertia and momentum, wherever it wants you to go. There's nothing you can do about it. How do I send Ryan photos? You can send me photos through Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. Or you can do pics at RyanHallYall.com, the email address. Looks like Brandon Kopick's getting back in the snow. So he was, he got behind a little bit because he's helping pulling all the cops out of ditches. But he's caught back up with the snow now. He's in, Gramercy, Louisiana, about to cross into Mississippi. He'll be in Biloxi soon. Will Valdosta see anything off this storm? Yes. Yes. You guys are going to see a significant amount of snow. Get ready. It's about to start. Possibly more than 4 inches by the time it's all said and done. It becomes a little harder to forecast snow totals for the coast because there are so many things that determine how much snow we get and how much snow we don't get right along the coastlines. This is an anomalous storm where in New Orleans and in Mobile, the rain snow line is way down to the south. But it's not going to be the case in Savannah, Charleston, and Myrtle Beach in these areas. The rain snow line is going to straddle the coastline. So, although I think it is likely that we see more than 3 inches of snow in Savannah and Charleston, it is also likely that we see less than that because right on the coastlines, there's a chance that some warmer air could infiltrate at the last moment and cut in on those totals. So that's why I'm not confident in saying exactly, how much snow to expect. Other than I think that we have the opportunity to see more than 3 inches of snow in both Savannah and Charleston. Some of the models are showing 10 inches of snow. They're showing a foot. Some of them are showing an inch. So there you go. That your official forecast, 1 inch to a foot. Welcome to 2025 and our amazing weather forecasting technology that we have today. What in the heck? This is mesmerizing to watch. Oh, so we're looking out of the back of Brandon Kopic's vehicle as he, I mean, as he blazes a trail. So he'll be in Biloxi before you know it. I tell you who ain't going nowhere very fast, though. I swear these same cars were on here 30 minutes ago, about 20 feet farther back. It's this smart. Don't go too fast. We saw what happened to that car right there. It slid right off the road. So we've got an incident here where a car has gone off the road on I-85 near exit 60 southbound. Also, if you look at the truck back there that's kind of stopped, you see the one with the cursor there. I think that one's not able to move, and everybody's having to go around him. So it's a little bit of a tricky situation on Interstate 85. Firehawk, thank you for the kind words. I'm glad I could be here for you. I do this all year. If anybody is new here, this is what I do on this channel. I talk about weather before it happens. I've been making videos about this storm for the past week. Whenever the storm happens, I go live. We watch it unfold together. A lot of times it's tornadoes and hurricanes, and it's not as fun. But potentially some life-saving information comes out of every live stream. We always work with storm chasers. We've always got, all these different unique angles to monitor the storm from. And we stay live for 11, 12, 13 hours, however long it takes. And then we move on to the next storm. And if it's just going to be sunny and 75 everywhere, that's when I take a break. Right, so I don't bother you whenever you can just get the weather from your app. Your phone app does the job. You just need to know the high and low temperature. But whenever bigger storm systems come through, and especially tornadoes, severe weather season, that's when I think the extra guidance of having somebody like me and meteorologist Andy Hill and all the storm chasers is really useful. That's where we all come together and try to provide live coverage. I'll always do this for as long as you all let me. This is what I want to do. As long as you keep showing up, I'm going to be here. So please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It'll also always be free. It'll always be free. You'll never have to pay for this. And I promise you that. But I'm imagining that a lot of you probably aren't new here. We probably been through this together with the hurricanes and stuff, or severe weather. So welcome back if that's the case. Hopefully you already are subscribed. Yeah, snow reports, keep them coming in to @RyanHallYall on Twitter, or pics@RyanHallYall.com. Here's the Mardi Gras snowman. Tim, thanks. I love it. The Mardi Gras snowman, Salty the Snowman. You guys are going to have your own new set of holiday winter songs as a result of this super historic storm that's happening here. David Bailey, that the image from David Bailey is deleted now. Guys, watch for that one. If it gets re-uploaded, send it back because it looks like it's funny. I can't really see it though. Bill's Toys, thank you. Carter Smith, thank you. Matthew says, hey, buddy, where do you get your music for the 24/7 live stream at? So there's 3 different sources for the music that you hear on the 24/7 live stream. One of them is called Epidemic Sound. That's just a big, royalty-free music website. It does cost, like you have to pay to license it. It's like so many dollars a month or whatever, but that's where about half of the songs come from. The other half, some of those songs are made by me. I'm a enjoyer of FL Studio. Sometimes I like to make electronic music, and some of the songs are AI generated. I also enjoy playing around with some of the music generators that have come out here recently. So, yeah, that's where that is coming from. My plan is to eventually put all of the stuff that is exclusive, like my stuff and the AI generated stuff, on its own channel somewhere. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, here we go. This one's from David Bailey with the What the Heck-O-meter. I love it. The Yalameter Beach version, What the Heck-O-meter, Destin, Florida. This is good. Well, I think if we were going off of creativity, this would definitely, this would be up there. But yeah, you're entered to win. By the way, we're still doing it before we end the stream today. We're going to give somebody $1,000, so stay tuned for that. Somebody that sent in a snow report now. Well, now that you guys are getting in on the extreme cold here, I would call 15 degrees extreme cold in some portions of Florida tonight. I'm interested, Floridians, and anybody along the Gulf Coast, what do you prefer? Extreme heat, 100-degree temperatures, or 90-degree temperatures with 100% humidity, or extreme cold? Which one would you rather have? Because now you've experienced both. Well, Actually, wait to answer that until tomorrow morning. Because some of you, 15 degrees is a lot different than 25, so. Especially with snow on the ground and a little bit of wind, that's going to feel colder than your typical 15-degree Florida day, which, you know, obviously that's not typical, but you know what I mean. All right, we got to do a poll. We got to do a poll, right? All right, I'm starting a poll. Which is preferable? Extreme heat, extreme cold. I'm going to specify less than 15 degrees Fahrenheit or greater than 99 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, crap. I got them mixed up. Hold on. All right, vote. This is an important moment. Okay. We're about to 1,000 votes. Extreme cold is in the lead. Wow, that's surprising. Daggone it, I got the signs wrong. I put less than 99. You know what I mean. Greater than 99 or less than 15. 1,600 votes. We're starting to even out, 43 to 57%. This is fascinating. By the way, we've got a little bit of movement with our standstill traffic over here on cam number 2. I-85 Society Hill Road. Things are moving slowly but surely. The good news is in Auburn here, like I was talking about earlier, we're not going to see as much snow as some areas farther to the south. So if this was, if it was snowing at the same rate as it is right now in New Orleans here, this would be a big problem. But hopefully we're able to get these people moving before the roads get too bad. Also, this is a picture sent in from Jen in Milton, Florida, with one of the best looking homemade yallometers I've ever seen. Look at this, about 6 yalls of snow there. And honestly, like that's, you pretty much have the real thing. Like that looks really good. Jen, awesome. Thank you for sending that in. At first glance, I didn't know that it was homemade. I thought that it was just a regular yallometer. This is from Chloe and Isabel. This is the first time in their lives that they've seen snow, and they built a snowman. This is in Pensacola, Florida. This is actually a really good snowman. This is the best one I've seen today. So Chloe and Isabel, you guys are in the lead. We do have a leaderboard. Okay? Today, you guys are winning. You've got the best snowman. I would like to see anybody who thinks they've got anything on this. I will judge your snowman. I will, if you want me to. All right, so another look at the poll here. We're over 3,000 votes now. Extreme cold is still winning, so we'll let that go on for a little while longer. But it looks like you guys are more fans of the cold than the heat. Yeah, it was a very good snowman. How do I send my Y'all meter pic? Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all or pics at RyanHallYall.com. Email. So this is, as far as we know, this is the easternmost point on Interstate 10 where snow is sticking right now. This is about 16 miles northwest of downtown Tallahassee. It's coming for them soon. So this is just 16 miles to the northwest of Tallahassee. This is what it looks like. We've got snow on the way to Tallahassee right now. TG, will Valdosta and Waycross, Georgia be in bad shape? My guess is yes, but what do you think? I do think that you guys have a good chance of seeing a significant amount of snow tonight. Significant meaning more than 3 inches. So yeah, I think that tomorrow morning travel is going to be extremely difficult in that general vicinity there. This is what it looks like in Waycross, Georgia right now. Nothing crazy. In fact, I think it's raining. But what's going to happen here soon is that rain's going to start mixing in with a little bit of sleet, a little bit of freezing rain. And then within the next 3 hours, it'll be all sleet. And then about a couple hours after that, it'll switch over to sleet and snow. And then probably around 1 a.m. To 2 a.m., it'll be heavy snow, and that'll last all the way until 4 or 5 a.m. or so. So however much snow you pick up during that last little bit in the early morning hours tomorrow is how much you'll end up with. And it looks like it could be a very significant amount. This camera is brought to us by Virtual Railfan, which is an awesome thing, which apparently a lot of you guys are familiar with. Every time we bring them up, the chat goes wild. So if you're not familiar with them, go subscribe. They've got live cameras all over the U.S. watching trains. Oil Medic, thanks for being a member for 16 months. Oh, yeah, good shout out here. Hats off to the mods that handle the wild people in here. Yeah, huge shout out to our mods, Frank, and everybody else, all the mods, for putting up with, sometimes there's a lot going on in chat. Sometimes we have 400,000 people watching during Hurricane Milton. And you can only imagine the insanity that entailed. But they handled it just fine. Love the mods. Checking back in near Apalachicola, specifically near Port St. Joe, Florida. We're completely covered up now. Snow's still coming down, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. Likely the last time. Well, honestly, I don't know, but like this is going to be the most snow that this area has seen. And it will be the most snow that this area will have seen in a long time. I think that we definitely are going to see more than 3 inches of snow here by the time it's all said and done. We could even see more than that. So keep those reports coming in. If you're around Destin and Apalachicola, we're really interested in what's going on there. Also, as the snow starts in Tallahassee, make sure you guys are sending in your reports as well. Yeah, we had 400,000, close to 500,000 live concurrent viewers during Hurricane Milton this year. We've had several streams with over 100,000 concurrent viewers, and I'm telling you, that's not something that happens all the time. So the fact that our mods were able to keep the chat somewhat useful during it is a testament to how awesome they are. I really don't want to restrict the chat to members only, even though that is a smart thing to do. A lot of channels do it because the chat isn't necessary, right? It's not a vital part of the experience of watching the stream. But I like keeping it open, and they allow me to do that. Yeah, there's over 10 inches of snow on the ground in New Orleans. Let's go over some of the reports. Some of the more recent reports here. I don't have like an official reading yet from New Orleans. I don't know why. But yeah, we're definitely closing in at over a foot in New Orleans. Yeah, these are all old. I don't know what's going on. The biggest one still though in Florida is 5.5 inches in Escambia County. That was 2 hours ago. So we've got more than that now. I just don't know exactly how much. The reports aren't being processed, I guess, as fast as they were in Louisiana earlier. So my goal is whenever we launch the Yolometer 3.0s, we're going to have a map like this, and it's going to automatically be populated by your reports. The website is going to automatically detect how much snow you have based off of how much of the Yolometer is covered. We'll convert that into a numeric property that is plotted on my map, and then I can click that and get the picture of your Yolometer and all that good stuff. So the Yolometer 3.0 is going to be pretty cool. Yeah, we've seen so much snow around New Orleans. I'm excited to see those final numbers. Another thing to mention here is we've had just enough time with the sun out in Houston to where the snow is starting to melt, right? And now over the next couple of hours, the sun's going to set again, and it's going to get really cold tonight. Everything's going to freeze. This is going to cause a pretty serious black ice problem in the morning. So be prepared for that. We're going to see lots of snow melt this afternoon. We're going to see wet roads, and especially bridges and overpasses are going to be wet tonight. Sunsets, we go well below freezing. Everything freezes over. That's going to cause some major problems for your, what is today? Tuesday, for your Wednesday morning commute in Houston and anywhere else really that's experiencing any amount of melting right now. Snowfall rates exceeding 1 inch per hour are expected over the next several hours. This is the SPC, mesoscale discussion number 52, concerning heavy snow. Something about snow in Florida is giving me major Christmas vibes. I mean, we had snow in Ohio the other day. I didn't feel very Christmassy looking at that snow. And yeah, we've got the lights here that adds to it. But like all of the footage that I've seen from New Orleans and especially the more populated areas, major Christmas vibes. Something about palm trees and snow just kind of puts me in the Christmas spirit. But like, we're a little bit past that, Oh my gosh. Wait, what? This is Helen, Georgia, which is also still really feeling the Christmas vibes. No snow there, but an immaculate Christmas display. Add some snow to that, though, and that's the same feeling I get looking at this for some reason. Wow, Resort Cams has some awesome views. This is resortcams.com. Hiawassee, Georgia. Look at this beautiful view. Resortcams.com. There's a bunch of cameras over there, and they're all on resorts that you can stay at, which is cool. So you can have like a little vacation there and have that view, which is plumb walled. Yalometer from Michigan. It's 1 degrees Fahrenheit at 5:40 p.m. Nice and toasty out there. Happy says this is a once in a lifetime deal. Yeah, it is. And if this happens again in our lifetimes, that would be crazy. I really don't know how else to put it. So it's likely a once in a lifetime event. We got a new special weather statement that includes Pittsburgh now. Snow squall moving in. Get ready. We've got a very strong squall of the snow moving into Pittsburgh. This is going to be coming into places like the Seven Fields area, right down to just east of Weirton, and it's moving at 15 miles per hour. This is going to reduce visibility. This is going to cause major travel problems on the interstate I-79. It's going to get slick between mile markers 27, 53, and then also from 47 to 81. We're seeing particularly heavy bands of snow around Dark Hollow Woods and Village Square. My goodness, I cannot talk. Village Square Mall. So treat this as if it's a severe thunderstorm. Winds are going to pick up. Visibility is going to drop significantly. And we'll have a very quick half inch of snow or so coat the ground over the next little bit in Pittsburgh. Snow squall. Yeah, this usually happens about 9 hours in. We've been streaming now for 9 hours. I start losing my ability to form words. You only get so many words a day, and I'm running out of my balance. Yeah, the neurologist. Yeah, it starts kicking in about 9 hours in. Any news on Augusta, Georgia? No, there's a lull in the activity, the snow that's coming down in Augusta right now. But there's heavier snow on the way, so it's calmed down for a second. It's coming back though. Tomerberg from polarwx.com. Pretty cool website for looking at weather models and stuff. It says, this is certainly a day to save radar loops and weather observations from the deep south. We're witnessing an incredibly rare historic event right now. Snowstorms like this don't come often at all. In fact, only a few since the late 1800s. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. Here's a camera in Mississippi, right on the Gulf in Pascagoula. This is the Jackson County Office of Emergency Services. This camera, I believe, is coming to us from Radar Omega on the Cyclone Port network. So still seeing heavy snow in southern portions of Mississippi. And we're still seeing very slow movement on Interstate 85 in Auburn, Alabama. Actually, I don't think they're moving much now. It looks like pretty close to standstill to me. Right now, speaking of Augusta, there is a heavier band of snow moving into Augusta right now. Within the next couple of minutes, you'll definitely notice an uptick in the snowfall. That poor car is still stuck in the ditch. Yeah, it's not coming out of there anytime soon. Anything on Statesboro or Savannah, Georgia? Nothing's changed. It's raining. It's going to switch over to snow a little bit later. We're expecting more than 3 inches of snow, potentially even more than that. It's going to be a dangerous night to be out on the roads. It's going to be even more dangerous tomorrow morning. Would advise not doing that. But as far as what's happening right now, it's just rain. Columbia, South Carolina, the snow is going to pick up for y'all. So this heavier band of snow that's coming into Augusta right now, that's also likely going to make it to Columbia. So all of this heavier snow right in here is going to slide over towards Columbia over the next little bit. So that's going to drop a couple inches of snow as it goes through. The heaviest snow is still down here, and it's moving this way. More snow will develop down here and move up into Tallahassee. Still snowing in New Orleans, by the way. It's almost done. It's almost done. Give it 30 minutes. It'll probably be complete in New Orleans. Trying to angle this so we can see it all. There we go. That's better. When will it start in Myrtle Beach? I'm still thinking that the onset of frozen precipitation in Myrtle Beach will likely be between right now and 8 p.m. So it's going to start raining or sleeting here within the next 30 minutes or so. And then you'll be mostly sleet and snow by 8 p.m. You'll be, I think, all snow by 10 p.m. Deborah says, I'm 72 years old. I have never seen this much snow in Daphne, Alabama. Thank you for this live chat. Thank you, Deborah, for being here with us. I'm glad that you got to see it. I know some people don't like snow, some people do, but this is awesome. Never thought that area would see this much snow either. Ryan, what's the next surprise coming after this storm passes? I don't think there's going to be any big surprises. It's going to stay cold. It's going to stay cold longer than anybody would want it to, I think. But no big surprises, at least that I can see. Of course, you know, whenever we start to hone in on the signal for the next storm, we'll be making videos about it. I don't think we'll have anything this exciting, hopefully anyways, until March or April, whenever we get to, into severe weather season. I do think we've got a couple more snowstorms to go. I think they will be in more traditional places. I think the Northeast, potentially over back into the Midwest. We'll see a good snowstorm or two before we wrap up the winter season. But man, this has been a truly memorable winter so far. It's been a real winter. It's been too long. I've been doing this channel now for 4 years. Every winter has been a joke. We've covered mostly tornado outbreaks in December and January. This one we've had some real snow to talk about. So. Who is rescuing the folks up there stuck on the highways? No one. That's why we say don't get on the roads. There is a high probability if you get actually stuck, you are just stuck. and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So I'm hoping that everybody's able to get home. The Society Hill camera there, that one's actually moving. We've seen a decent amount of movement in the traffic there. A little bit more concerned about the exit 60B camera in Auburn. Not seeing as much movement there. So, but the good news is it's not snowing that heavily. So hopefully things will get cleared up before too long. But there is more snow coming. Oops. Here is a clip from a traffic camera. This is downtown Pensacola, I-110, multiple inches on the interstate. There's one car moving by very slowly on this clip here. Pensacola is still experiencing heavy snow. Lots more to come, believe it or not. You drive slower, you don't stop. Well, I don't think anybody stopped because, they want to be stopped. These guys right here are driving slow. These guys are moving too. It's just slow. Whenever the stopping happens, it's because something has stopped it up in front, like if one of these trucks jackknifes, or if two trucks get stuck beside each other, then that stops traffic, and then somebody about 3 cars back will try to back up and turn around, and then they're stuck in the ditch, and then somebody tries to pull up to get around them, and then they're stuck, and then just everybody's stuck. This is a very common thing that happens even in places that are more equipped to deal with snow in big time snowstorms. It's one of the more dangerous things that can happen. So, if you're just now tuning in, the previous all-time snowfall record in all of Florida was 4 inches. That was set on March 6, 1954. The new record is at least 6 inches, set January 21st, 2025. The all-time Florida snowfall record has been broken, and it's not even done. That is, 6 inches is not even what the final number will be. Bob Dobbs, what's your suggestion for the most affordable yet quality wireless weather station? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know about any other weather stations. I've tried them all. I'm a big weather station person. I've had a lot of them in my time. But this one right here, this is my favorite. If it wasn't, then we wouldn't put them on our website. ShopRyanHall.com. You can get a Tempest weather station. They're $339. Okay, they're not as expensive as some of them. They're also not very cheap, but they work. You get an app on your phone, easy to set up. I've had mine for a couple of years, no problems whatsoever. Solar, You can hook it up to power as well. It doesn't look like a daggone. It doesn't look crazy. You know, I like that about it too. You can put this up and it kind of just looks like any other antenna. But yeah, it's called the Tempest Weather Station. That's the one I like. There are a lot out there. Do your research, figure out which one you like the best. But this is the one I like, and that's why we've got it on our website, shopryanhall.com. Yeah, the Tempest is awesome. Check out the Pensacola Beach Water Tower. How long will Augusta, Georgia see snow? How many inches to expect? Augusta, honestly, the snow's just getting started for you. I would expect at least 4 inches of snow, maybe more. So the heaviest snow is just now moving in. It's going to continue for the next couple of hours, or actually for the next several hours. It might not stop snowing in Augusta, Georgia until well after midnight tonight. Kathy says, we love our Tempest. We've traveled all over the country. Always have accurate local weather. Yeah, it's so portable. It's just nice. I like it. Oh my goodness, this is a great snowman. This is from Houma, Louisiana. Stacy and Mike, Dakota. They said, tried sending this on Twitter, never seen a response. Trying the email method. Appreciate today's coverage. Thanks. I'm glad I could be here for you, and this is a good snowman. I'm guessing it's about 5.5, 6, maybe even 6 feet tall. I don't know. This is definitely one of the bigger ones we've seen today. A good proportion. All right, you've got the midsection almost the same size as the bottom section, which is hard to do. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This is probably your first snowman. You nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it. You got the microphone here. You've got this is great. I love it. I love the hat, carrot, nose. I mean, this is if I'm grading it, this is a 92. This is an A. This is an A. Good job. You passed. Thank you for sending that in. I've never given a perfect score for a snowman. Sometimes I can be a little critical. But that one was close. That was good. Got some flurries with light accumulations in southeast Charlotte, North Carolina now. Oh, it must be. Not hearing anything. How long until it's snowing in Savannah? How many people do we have watching from Savannah right now? I feel like every time I look at chat, somebody's asking about Savannah. And if you feel like I'm talking about Savannah a lot, that's why. If you want, I guess that's a good hack to try to get me to talk about your location more. Get your friends on here. Tell them to mention your town name in the chat, because every time I look over here, it's Savannah. So I still think that we're going to start off as rain. Like, it's probably raining right now. We're going to see sleet mixing in here soon, if it's not already. Then instead of being rain and sleet, it's going to be sleet, all sleet within the next hour or so. Then it'll be sleet and snow, a little bit of snow mixing in by 8 or 9 p.m. And then slowly you'll start to see less sleet and more snow, likely all snow by midnight. And then it'll snow until 7 a.m. or so, resulting in a total of at the very least, I think 3 inches. So get ready for that. What about Tallahassee? Similar story there, but everything's going to happen sooner. In fact, you should already be seeing quite a bit of sleet and snow mixing in with your rain in Tallahassee. We got a live camera that we were looking at not too long ago, just 16 miles to the west of Tallahassee, where it was mostly snow. So the switch over between rain and snow is happening now in Tallahassee, and it will continue to snow until 4 a.m. or so. And I think more than 3 inches of snow is possible. So get ready for that. Same thing that I just said about Tallahassee could also possibly be said about Valdosta and Waycross as well. Officially, 6 inches of snow in Pensacola, Florida. The all-time Florida snow record has been crushed. And I think we're going to see even more than that before this is all done. Let's see here. Gulf says that we've got 7 inches in Gulf Shores. Went out with my ruler and tagged you on Twitter. All right. I'm sure we'll see that sooner than later. It just stopped snowing in Houma, Louisiana. This is from Jordy. Thanks for sending this in. About 10, maybe 10 and a half inches of snow there. Marty, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, traffic's moving. Traffic's moving decently now here in Auburn. So that's good. Snow is still coming down at a really good clip over there in Port St. Joe. Looks like we're probably approaching about an inch of snow here, and lots more on the way. And also, look at this. Nice snowy sunset here in Norco, Louisiana from Corey Gherkin's point of view. Additionally, check it out. Stephanie with the 50 gifted. Look at this. Everybody say thank you to Stephanie. This is my wife. This is the we refer to Stephanie as the weather wife here. Always doing this. I'm pretty sure. We should do the math. I don't know, but I would say at least 10% of our total memberships on this channel have been sponsored by Stephanie, the weather wife here. So thank you so much, Stephanie. Huge shout out also to the weather wife. We've got we've got two little boys at home. I can only be here for 10 hours straight yapping about snow with Steph's help. Okay, so huge shout out to you. Love you. And if anybody else is watching, love you guys too. They're probably not though. They're probably who knows what they're into right now. And congratulations to all the people who now have free memberships, 50 of yous. Let's see those custom emotes. We worked hard on them. Look here. If you're a member, you get this. This is what it's all about. All right. You got daggone. What do we got here? Snowtown baby. What else is relevant for today? There's the snow. We've got milk and bread. And here we go. We got Y'allbot as well. That's a new one. Boom. Let's see. And there they are. Thank you all for being members. That's another big thing that helps us do the channel here without having to run a bunch of commercials, which we all hate. Too many commercials. You know what I'm saying? All right, something's happening here. This is just a moment ago. We looked at this and the traffic was moving. Now it looks like that truck in the front is not moving, and we've got people outside of the vehicle here on the side of the road. I see emergency lights in the background. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but that definitely looks like it might be holding up traffic a little while longer on Interstate 85. This is near exit 60B. Yeah, lots of people outside of the vehicle there. Oh, Steph's informing me that we have 3 kids at the house today. So, you know, our own kids and a sleepover. She's a champion. She's a machine. Here's it's a lot of people are asking about Tallahassee. I want to give you an update on Tallahassee. We're keeping up with the cameras where snow is visible. And now we're seeing a decent amount of snow within 10 miles of downtown. Traffic is moving quickly still, but the snow is slowly but surely creeping in on Tallahassee. Look at the sunset. A rare Louisiana blizzard sunset. The blizzard is over. Now the Arctic air is settling in for the night. John Malone, thank you for the 10 gifted. What's it look like for Greenville, North Carolina? I think that you guys have a good shot of seeing at least 2 or 3 inches of snow. Heavier snow is going to be possible to your south. All right, we're starting to see the switch in Valdosta. This is a video from Madison. Thank you, Madison. He sent this to me. My Twitter handle is right here. He did it perfectly. It's starting in Valdosta, Georgia. He tagged me. He tagged National Weather Service. Locations in there. We got the video here. This is great. Thank you for this, Madison. So snow's coming down in Valdosta, Georgia now. Robin, thank you for that. All right, let's see those Yolometer submissions. It's currently 6:34 Eastern. We're going to shut down the submissions here at 7. So we got 25 minutes. If you want to send a snow report in at 7 o'clock, we got to give our mods some time to get all the names sorted out so that we can randomly select a winner. So we have to shut it off at 7 Eastern. So yeah, everybody that sent in a report today, we're going to give one of yous $1,000. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, no questions asked, for watching the daggone weather, because why not? And now you're entered in there, Jamie. Thank you for that. 3.5 inches in Pearland, Texas. And all I ask in return is for y'all to slap that like button. And also consider, because now this is a thing that usually this is something I do with our friends in New York City, Boston, Chicago, places where it's supposed to snow. But now maybe this is a thing that we are going to do in the future. So when the Yolometer 3.0 comes out, consider getting one. Just got a big special weather statement in portions of Ohio. Oh boy, we're about to get our own little snow squall here at the Weather House. Might want to pull up the Weather House camera and just watch it because it's probably going to look a little impressive here in the next little bit. This is where we're broadcasting from over here in Eastern Kentucky. We got a little snow squall coming. I'm surprised National Weather Service in Jackson hasn't put out a special weather statement like Charleston has for this big area of snow right here. We just got a special weather statement for a bunch of counties in West Virginia here and a little bit of Ohio. This is going to be for significant snow. It's going to be a very quick hitting but substantial snow that falls here between Spencer, Charleston, and the I-77 corridor between Ravenswood and Ripley. Get ready for, over the next hour, reduced visibilities and slick roads. Oh my goodness, we got the Weather House camera up, and if I'm seeing it right, yeah, you can see the light from the village down there. Coal Run Village is illuminating some of the snow bands in the distance. So yeah, we've got a snow squall moving into the Weather House here. This is live from right outside of where I'm broadcasting from. We should see a more significant looking snow wall approaching us whenever this beefier band, I guess you could say, gets closer. So we'll check in on that too. We got some isolated snow squalls from Pittsburgh all the way down into Charleston, West Virginia, and now in Eastern Kentucky, where I'm from. So it's snowing in just about everywhere, including Tallahassee. It should be snowing by now. I mean, is it snowing? Let's look at the correlation coefficient. And I can see that there's probably still some rain mixing in. Maybe the snow line is back here. That would make sense. This is where a lot of the sleet is mixing in right now, and where you see these more varied colors. But yeah, the snow is coming. Don't give up on it. It's coming. If it's not already all snow, it might be. And then what you see here, this big giant red blob, this does indicate some, more intense precipitation coming in, but this is also what we call bright banding. It's not necessarily directly correlated with how strong the precipitation is going to be. In winter weather situations, the reflectivity is not always as accurate as it would be in a thunderstorm situation to depict how heavy the precipitation is. Lots of rain filling in over here in Florida. So, yeah. We'll keep an eye on this, and we'll switch it back over to the version that is colored for us so we can more easily keep up with who's getting what. Right on the line between rain and snow here in Tallahassee, as you can see. Savannah, also right on the line of rain and snow. It looks like there's a little bit of a warm nose here. That might have to go through before the snow really starts. So even though it's probably sleeting and snowing in Savannah right now, we'll get a little bit of rain, and then when the heaviest precipitation comes in, it'll be snow later. This is a live view from about 10 miles north of Savannah. Not much going on right now, but that's going to change within the next 2 or 3 hours or so. Still keeping a close eye on our folks down here on the Interstate 85 area near exit 60 southbound. Very rough looking stuff here. They're not moving. And I think what we're looking at a little bit of a hill right here. So I'm thinking these trucks are having a hard time making it up. And then this is Dothan, Alabama, sorry. Intersection here. Quite treacherous. But there's actually lots of people out in this right now, surprisingly. Here's a better look at the snowfall in Dothan. It is coming down. We've got heavy snow in Dothan right now. The heavy snow that you're seeing here is moving on up towards Albany. It's also continuing to snow very heavily right now in places like Destin and Panama City. That heavier snow is going to be moving up into Donaldsonville and Bainbridge here soon. And also Tallahassee, Albany, Georgia. You guys are getting ready to get absolutely slammed by some really heavy snow for the next several hours. Right after that, we're going to be looking at you in Vidalia and Statesboro, and then Savannah. It's your turn later tonight. Snow is also getting heavier around Augusta over towards Columbia. We've got a little bit of a break, a little bit of a lull in the snow right in this part of South Carolina, but it is snowing moderately in North Carolina between Fayetteville, Greenville, and Kitty Hawk right now. It'll stop for a little while, and then whenever this section of the moisture moves in, it's going to pick right back up. Here's a live view of just outside of Augusta in Columbia, South Carolina. We've got pretty good view here of the snow as it comes down. Still lots of traffic out there. Hopefully people are getting off the roads because I think it's actually going to get quite difficult to travel between Augusta, Columbia, Orangeburg, and Charleston tonight. Checking back in on our folks in Auburn. Still people on foot out there on the interstate trying to figure out what's going to happen next here as we are at a standstill on Interstate 85. Hey, here's a rare sighting of a yallometer in Georgia. Becca, thanks for sending this in. We got about a quarter to a third of an inch of snow or of a yawl in Walnut Grove in Walton County, Georgia. Thank you so much for sending this in. And keep us updated as the snow continues to come down. We got somebody in the median here on this Society Hill camera. I don't know if that's a regular vehicle or an emergency vehicle. But yeah, it looks like the roads are pretty bad right now in this part of Alabama, and they're not going to get any better anytime soon. The Arctic air is moving in. The good news is in Auburn is the heaviest snow is over, and although it will continue to snow for a little while, it's not going to snow as heavily as it did just a few hours ago. So hopefully these people will be able to get out of there. The heaviest snow right now is moving into Columbus and Warner Robins, Macon, places like that, and of course down here farther to the south, this big dark blue area is where by far the heaviest snow is happening right now. And it just wouldn't be advisable to be on any of these roads at all. Yeah, and if you didn't hear us talking about it earlier, once again, we have broken the all-time record for snow in Florida today. It was 4 inches. That was set in March 6th, 1954. Today, January 21st, 2025, we've got 6 inches in Destin, in Pensacola, I should say. And counting. That is going to be 8 inches at least by the time we're finished here. And there's also going to be multiple places that have more than 4 inches of snow in Florida, which is insane to think that the highest snowfall ever recorded anywhere in Florida was 4 inches. And we've just completely shattered that today. All right, here's a look at a camera. This one is from around 16 miles northwest of Tallahassee. The roads are now covered here. So we've got snow-covered roads just 16 miles northwest of Tallahassee. So that rain-snow line is really towing the line here right over Tallahassee right now. A super huge shout-out to Sharon. Very generous $60 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, thanks, Ryan, for the live stream. Awesome to see. Hey, thank you for being here. I've been wanting to do a snow-only live stream for a while. I've had a blast today. Hopefully you guys have found the information useful. And thank you for letting me live vicariously through you. This camera is just outside of Macon, Georgia. It's brought to us from the Cyclone Port Network and the Radar Omega app, Baldwin County School District. Coming down. And by the way, I want to say that, like, when we started this stream today, we very clearly said that it didn't look like there was going to be a lot of snow in the greater Atlanta area in northern Georgia. Well, a lot of places near Georgia have gotten more snow than what I was thinking, and also more snow than what any of the models were really depicting. So that should probably tell you about how things are going with this winter storm downstream in the Carolinas. So people who are curious about North Carolina, South Carolina, southeastern portions of Georgia where the storm's yet to get there yet, this is... we've got an overperforming storm and also a little bit of a north trend. Okay, so it doesn't look like the snow totals are going to be quite as far south as maybe what some of the models were showing, which is going to be, that might hurt the chances of Savannah, Georgia getting a foot of snow. But I still think that Savannah, Georgia has a chance of seeing a very, very significant amount of snow here. But it's going to be close. It is going to be close. I'm just going to be honest with you. We are very much nowcasting at this point. It is going to snow. But Savannah and Charleston, that's going to be, it's... That's going to be a tough forecast there because that's exactly where everything's coming together in the most uncertain way. It's not like New Orleans and Panama City where the rain snow line is way down into the Gulf and it's very easy to tell, like, all these people are going to get snow. No, later tonight the rain snow line is going to set up like this and it's not going to move. So just a small shift to the north or to the south is going to make major differences in the final snow totals. We got some snow flurries flying around here at the Y'all Squad Weather House headquarters. We're about to see a downpour of snow, I think, for a brief period of time. You can see the snow flurries coming in there. They kind of look like a star field. But yeah, I think we're going to get a good shot of snow here soon. Same thing's going to happen for you guys in Pittsburgh and Charleston here within the next couple of minutes as well. Charleston, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 6 inches in Pensacola. Once again, we've got pictures coming in now of it. All Red Outdoors, thanks for becoming a member. The snow is about to wrap up in New Orleans, by the way. It should stop snowing soon if it hasn't already. New Orleans is nearing the end of the worst winter storm in the city's entire history, with records that go back more than 200 years. The probability of this event happening was close to zero, yet we were alive to see it. it's over now. The snow's going to stop. Now we've got to deal with the Arctic cold air that's going to be settling in tonight in New Orleans. It's going to make the roads even worse tomorrow. Hopefully everybody has the ability to stay home again tomorrow, and then we will begin the thaw out slowly but surely over the next 4 or 5 days. Speaking of New Orleans and bad road conditions, check it out. The the Claiborne overpass here on I-10. Still, not a lot of people out on the roads. Not a lot of people attempting to travel in Louisiana today, which is good. But the few people who have ventured out have found themselves in some trouble. This is also the story in Alabama, where we're still completely stopped here near the exit 60 southbound on I-85 in Auburn. Alicia, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a Slight Risk member. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Here's a picture from Jack. 7.5 inches of snow in Gulf Breeze, Florida. What? Unbelievable. Thanks for sending that in. Nine inches in Milton, Florida. I'm hearing that from Joshua. Gosh, if that verifies, once again, a storm report of historic significance there. Over 8 inches of snow in Daphne with 4 hours to go. Yeah, there's going to be a couple places in Mississippi and Alabama that probably end up with a foot. No doubt in my mind there. Virginia, we're not looking to see much snow in Virginia. If anybody sees snow, it'll be Norfolk and Virginia Beach, and we're looking at the most an inch or two up there. Nothing in Bolivia, North Carolina yet. How do you properly measure snow? We measured several spots far apart in Magnolia Springs. It was 6 inches a half hour ago. You did it right. As long as you're get as far away as you can from trees and other elevated surfaces like carports, garages, houses. Get into the most open spot that you can find. Make sure it's flat for the most part. Measure in 3 spots. More if you want. Just make sure each spot is about 5 feet away from the other one, and average those out. I made a video on that not too long ago. If I can find that, I will just play it. Here it is. Yeah, this is back when I did TikTok. I don't. Here it is. Okay, so here's how you properly measure snow. First of all, you want to use either a metal or a plastic ruler or meter stick, but if all you have is a tape measure like me, that works too. Now, to get a truly accurate measurement, there's more work that needs to be done other than just sticking this in the snow. First of all, you want to find a big flat area. Also, you want to make sure it's not very close to a house or near any big trees. And then we're going to put our tape measure down. Looks like there's about 4 1/4 inches there. Now, it's important you avoid gravel driveways or any bumpy surface, but even on flat ground, there will be minor differences here and there. So we're going to go about 5 feet that way and take another measurement. Okay, over here we have 4 1/2 inches. Let's go 5 feet in the other direction to make a triangle. And look, right here, we're almost at 5 inches. And then you want to come inside where it's not 17 degrees and pull out your calculator. Take all 3 of your measurements, add them together, and then divide that by 3. That'll give you your average, and that's your official snow total. Now, you can also do this on the other side of your property and average those 2 averages to get an even more awesome average, but that's not always necessary. Looks like we ended up with 4.58 inches here. How much did you get in our last snowstorm in your neck of the woods? So yeah, there you go. That's how you measure snow. Man, I had the TikTok voice down, dude. Like it. I think we're going to start doing TikToks again, by the way, since it's not banned. We'll start. It was a good way to reach people, honestly. We before the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado, I think that was actually a big way that a lot of people knew about it. So yeah, Yalameter Yalameter submissions are cut off. No more Yalameters. Please keep sending your reports, but just understand that we can't count anymore. At some point, we're going to have to end this stream. So I'm going to give the mods a good hour here to get all the names together and everything. And then we'll pick a winner. So yeah, thanks to everybody who sent in a report. We're going to have fun and pick somebody to give $1,000 to here soon. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Also, we're getting some freezing rain reports over here around Folly Beach, Charleston. Lots of freezing rain. We've got an emergency manager reported a light glazing of ice on a metal grill in West Ashley. Public reported ice accretion in downtown Charleston along railings. And this is via social media. Emergency manager reported a light glazing of ice along railings in Mount Pleasant. Also, freezing rain report coming in from Chatham County, Georgia. Public reported sleet falling onto Isle of Hope in Chatham County. And there's a snow report of extremely light snow in Hilton Head Island. So we're starting to see some reports coming out of the coastal areas here in South Carolina and Georgia. Yeah, it's going to snow in Myrtle Beach. Yalameter submissions are closed. We're counting now. We're getting a list of all your names. We are going to give that list of names to Yalbot. We're going to try that again. And Yalbot is randomly going to select one of you guys to win. If you're just now tuning in, we continue to track a historic winter storm across the southeastern part of the United States and along the Gulf Coast over towards now the Carolinas. We've broken several all-time records, including the all-time snow record in Florida. Today's the snowiest day in Florida history. A record 6.5 inches of snow and counting has fallen in Pensacola Beach in Florida's Panhandle today, smashing the previous all-time record of 4 inches. And lots of locations in Florida are breaking that record right now. Eight inches of snow. We're getting some preliminary reports from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, right on the Gulf. This is from Bradley down there in Ocean Springs. 8 inches. If that verifies, once again, that's likely an all-time record for that area. Sleeting in Savannah, outer space says. It's snowing in Charlotte now. It is going to stop. Unfortunately, if it just now started snowing in Charlotte, it's about to stop. It'll come back. Some lighter snow will come back in a couple hours or so, but that band of snow that is causing the snow right now is about to get out of there. I'm going to go check on my little snow squall that's coming into my neck of the woods here. It's still not quite here yet, so that's why we're not seeing anything on our camera, but it's on the way. Cambridge Davis says it's sleeting in Bluffton, South Carolina. Still hearing that we're closing in on a foot in New Orleans. The last couple of snowflakes are falling right now. We'll get those final official snowfall totals soon, but definitely broke the all-time record. Will snow come back in Tallahassee? It started to rain. Yes, that's a good question. I want to show you guys what's happening there again. If we go down here to Tallahassee, we'll pull up the Tallahassee radar. And we've got some pretty heavy precipitation all around Tallahassee. If we go to the correlation coefficient, this product right here tells us how much everything correlates in the sky, right? So up here, we know that all of this is snow because we've got all the pictures and videos coming in. And you can see how all of the values here are pretty much the same. Like the colors are very close to each other, meaning that everything in the sky correlates with each other. So these are all snowflakes back in here. But we start to get some discrepancies right around Tallahassee. We no longer have a correlation in the size of the hydrometeors or the stuff in the sky. And what's happening is it's rain. It's just a different, it's rain and sleet, which is obviously a different size and shape usually than snowflakes. And that is that's what's happening here. Now, just moments ago, it started off as rain in Tallahassee. Then it snowed, right? You see this? This is your area of cooler air, probably some evaporative cooling allowing for that to happen. We had snow in Tallahassee. Now, sleet and rain is coming back in, but this area of colder air is coming in towards Tallahassee, and eventually you won't even have to deal with the back and forth and it'll be all snow. But that's what's happening right now. You're fighting the warm bubble of air that's kind of worked its way up in here, causing the rain and snow to happen. The rain to mix into the snow. I want you all to check out these bridges in Loxley, Alabama on I-10. This is what we like to see in Alabama. Like, nobody's on the roads, nobody's getting stuck. We've got several inches of snow out here, and still it's not even close to being done yet. So these bridges are going to be very not safe to travel on for the foreseeable future. It's going to get down to about 10 degrees tonight up here, and anything that, even if there is some slight melting that happens between now and the early morning hours tomorrow, even though I don't think that's going to happen, it's going to refreeze, and stuff is going to be very, very slick and treacherous tomorrow morning all throughout Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and of course the panhandle of Florida. Oh man, we got another stuck vehicle here on this camera. I mean, there's just been a lot of unfortunate things happen on this one today. This is exit 60 southbound on Interstate 85 in Auburn, Alabama. You can see right at the bottom of your screen. We've got another car halfway off the road here. I do think, once again, what we're looking at is a bunch of trucks kind of parked at the bottom of a hill, and we're looking at like an upsloped road here, and it's just very slick. These trucks can't get up there. Every time a two-wheel drive car tries to go up, they slide off the side of the road. So this is a pretty tricky situation here in Auburn, Alabama. The good news is it's for the most part stopped snowing here, and it's not going to snow much more tonight in Auburn. So hopefully they can get that cleared up before too long. Here's a picture that goes along with that Ocean Springs report I talked about earlier. Big time wet, fluffy snow down here in near the Gulf. Perfect snowball and snowman making snow. I recommend it if you've never done it. You might not get another chance. It looks like once again the snow is wrapping up in New Orleans right now. It's also about to stop in Gulfport and Biloxi in that area. We've got just a little while longer in Mobile, and then the snow is going to be over in Mobile. We've got probably, honestly, we've probably got about an hour left of snow in Pensacola, hour and a half to 2 hours in Panama City and Destin. Another 2 hours to 3 hours probably in Dothan. So, yeah, it's wrapping up from west to east, and it's just now starting in places like Tallahassee, Thomasville, Douglas, Savannah. You guys are going to be getting in on the snow here soon. Charleston, lots of reports of sleet coming in. That'll switch over to snow before too long. Myrtle Beach, you're next in line. Connie Osborne, you and me both. You and me both. Bruh. Are you kidding me? 1 foot of snow in the Garden District of New Orleans. And there it is. The big snow cake on top of the circle, table, the classic. Man, I once again, I have yet to see this in my life. And I live where it's supposed to snow a little bit more. Like, we don't get a lot of snow where I live. Don't get me wrong. It's not like, the Northeast or something like that. But it's crazy that this has happened in New Orleans. We get where I live, we get 4 inches of snow every couple of weeks. But like the 12 inches, that's in one event, is not a very common thing. It's not very common for a lot of places. So the fact that it's happening down here in the South is absolutely crazy. Hey, Tarian, thank you for the 10 gifted, and congratulations to all the new members. Let's see those emotes. I can't help but to call that a snow cake. I mean, that's what we're calling that, right? I think I'm going to go buy me one of those round tables just so I can have a snow cake next time it snows here. No face, Bigfoot. Thank you for the 1 gifted. Nice username. Make sure you are continuing to send your reports in. We want to know when it starts snowing and when it starts sleeting. When does it go from rain to sleet in your neck of the woods? Send me those reports on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's the best way to do it. My handle on all social medias, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, whatever else there is that I'm not thinking of right now, is Ryan Hall, y'all. Feel free to follow me on all of them. It's easiest for me to interact on Twitter, because it's kind of set up for news, you know what I'm saying? So that's the best way to go about it. But we've got all of them. CJ, thanks for becoming a member. All right, we got the car out. And they moved the camera on us as soon as it happened. But our people down there that was helping get it out were doing a little jig and everything. There's another one stuck though. Where's it at? In 6. This is on Society Hill. This is on Interstate 85 near Society Hill Road. We've got another vehicle over the side of the road there. So this is the exact same stretch of road, about 1.5 miles back from here. So this road stay off this road over here in Auburn, Interstate 85. Shut her down. Cynthia says it's snowing in Black Shear, Georgia now, sleeting in Hinesville, Georgia. Yeah, keep the reports coming in. Send us your snow pictures. Send us your snow cakes. If you got one of them round tables, put it outside. We want to see the snow cakes. Honestly, I think that's the best way to visually just kind of understand how much snow you have. You know what I'm saying? It don't get much better than a snow cake. I mean, we've seen a lot of pictures today of snow, but this one stands out because it looks like a cake. Did you get your beach snowman? Yes, we got Salty the Snowman in Galveston, Texas. Somebody did it. Here's an update from Tallahassee. National Weather Service in Tallahassee is updating us on the winter storm warning. Mostly snow, heavy at times, is continuing across the Florida Panhandle, southeast Alabama, and southwest Georgia. A mix of precipitation is occurring over the Big Bend up until Valdosta, with mostly rain in the southeast Big Bend. The Big Bend will remain the transition zone between all precip types tonight. Remain off the roadways this evening, and the rest of tonight roads will become dangerous. So we're going to go back and forth all across the Big Bend area between rain and snow tonight. I do believe that Tallahassee is going to be on the snowier side of that for the majority of the night, but it'll go back and forth. It will. By the way, our poll and the battle between heat and cold has been going on now for a while. We've got 17,000 votes. And the winner is, honestly, this is the closest poll we've had today. Extreme cold wins by about 10%. So I'm going to end that poll. And thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. We're going on 10 hours straight on the air here, talking about snow. It is currently 7:21 Eastern. We're going to pick the winner for our snow contest here, hopefully by 8 or so. And then we'll go a little while longer. YouTube will not allow us to exceed 12 hours. So we won't make it that far. So we are going to have to wrap it up here within, a reasonable amount of time. But we're not going anywhere until we pick a winner, and we will go through the forecast again. I wish I could stay here with you until 7 a.m. whenever this wraps up tomorrow, but can't do that. All right, here's a good snow cake. 4-inch. 4-inch tall by 4-foot snow cake in St. Francisville, Louisiana. This is from Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Checking back in on Cordell, Georgia. Things have really become a lot more snow covered here over the past little bit. Lots more snow on the way. Virtual Rail fan providing this one. Also, here is what it looks like right now in Dothan, Alabama, which is probably going to be one of the places that ends up with some of the higher snow totals out of anybody, as lots of snow is still on the way, and we've already got a decent amount of snow up here. Myrtle Beach, yep, it'll snow tonight in Myrtle Beach for a period of time. I would say that 2 to 4 inches of snow is possible in Myrtle Beach. A good 3 to 6 inches is possible from Charleston down to Savannah. And then in extreme eastern North Carolina, especially out there towards the Outer Banks, we could be talking about 6 to 8 inches or more. There is an opportunity that we see over 1/10 of an inch of ice, maybe even over 1/4 inch of ice around Jacksonville tonight. So get ready for that. Historic snowfall along the Gulf Coast is continuing with the great Gulf blizzard of 2025. Still got folks standing around in the road out here in Auburn. That hill is not going to get any better tonight. So those trucks, I don't know what they're going to do, to be honest. They ain't, I mean, it looks like they're trying to attempt to go up very, very slowly, but yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Here's another shot from Panama City Beach. Everything's getting really nice and snow covered out there. Huh. Storm McDaniel says visually confirmed it's snowing in Knightdale, North Carolina. This video is from Elizabeth Williams. How often do you see this in Pensacola? That's one way to do it. Nacho cheese. Snow veteran here from Indiana. If driving, please drive slow and keep your distance from other vehicles. Bring salt or kitty litter. Please be safe. Good tips from Nacho Cheese there. Thank you for that. Oh, here we go. Snow, starting to snow in James Island, South Carolina. It's near Charleston. Somebody's disappointed out here in Spring Hill, Tennessee, holding steady at 0 inches. I'm in the same boat here at the Weather House. We keep waiting on this snow squall to get here, but even the flurries that we were seeing earlier are nowhere to be found. They just shut down Interstate 10 from mile marker 5 to 37 in Escambia County, Alabama. Shut her down. I say shut down the rest of it. All the way plumb over to Tallahassee. FZ Bryan says, hi, Ryan. I've been watching from Winfield, Illinois, and I've been watching since the live started, since I have nothing else better to do. Brian, I'm glad that you chose to spend your free time here with me. I'm honored. Your radar is showing rain in Waycross, Georgia, but it's 100% snow. That's good to know. That's why we like to hear those reports. The radar doesn't always tell the truth. You can definitely tell that we're right on the line here between rain and snow. I would say that maybe places like just to the south and east of Waycross, maybe near Nahunta, they're probably getting rain, but places like Pearson, Homerville, and Blackshear are probably getting snow. So, yeah, the line is setting up about like this right here. Here's a live view from Waycross. And even from what I can tell here, this looks like rain to me. So even some parts of Waycross right now are probably receiving snow. Others are receiving rain. That's how mixed it is. Toxic Pineapple, what's the best way to get a measurement? Pick to Ryan. Twitter right now is going to be your best bet. Twitter right now is going to be your best bet. By the way, we haven't had meteorologist Andy Hill or Elijah here with us today because, it's kind of a non-conventional live stream, last minute thing. But Elijah did just poke into our behind the scenes chat here with a news update. And it seems like, unfortunately, we do have up to at least 5 fatalities associated with the snowstorm today. All in Texas. And I don't have any more details on that. But, so already a deadly snowstorm. I don't know the causes or anything like that, but that's what Elijah's saying. Very unfortunate. 2 in Zavala County, Texas, 2 in Harris County, Texas, 1 in Moore County. Also, I'm hearing an update from Santa Rosa County, Alabama. All roads and bridges should be considered impassable until further notice. This is from the Santa Rosa Public Works. So Santa Rosa County, Alabama, shut her down. Go to sleep. Bro. Wait, what? Oh, this is dangerous. This is too much. This is... That's a bootleg Yolometer if I've ever seen one. It looks really good. Let's see here. I just measured the first inch on the unofficial Yolometer I printed at my sign shop today. Thanks for your great coverage. Daniel, thanks for this. Looks good. We might hit you up as a backup manufacturer of Yolometers. You've got it covered. I love it. Thank you. We're also sending a cease and desist. Okay. All right, I'm gonna see. Got it. All right, y'all, give me just a second. I'm gonna see if I can get y'all bot to understand the task at hand here. Last time it wasn't very good. And you know, it's probably not going to be very good this time. But the good news is whether it understands or not, it is good at picking a random name. Just getting it to do it in the right way is what doesn't really work out. Hey, y'all bot, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, but I didn't catch the rest of your question. How can I assist you today?
I'm just asking if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, or rather, I can process the text you input. How can I assist you today?
I'm gonna send you a big list of names, okay?
Feel free to send the list of names whenever you're ready. What would you like me to do with them?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you this list of names. Tell me when you've received it.
I've received the list of names you've provided. How can I assist you with it?
Okay, so these are all people who have submitted Yolometer submissions today. They've measured snow with our Yolometers or with their own measurement devices, and they've sent us in a report. We've compiled this list, and we need you to randomly pick one of them to win $1,000. Now, I don't want you to do it right off the bat. I want you to build some suspense. All right? Don't get too carried away here. Build some suspense and announce it in a very fun way. Go.
Absolutely. Let's make this exciting. First off, a big thank you to everyone who submitted their Yolometer snow measurements. Your reports are the heart of our community, and we're thrilled to share in this snowy adventure with you. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. One lucky snow reporter is about to win a whopping $1,000. As we sift through the snowflakes of chance, the anticipation builds. Will it be Alexis from Carver, Mass., or perhaps Eric from Erie, PA? Stay tuned as we prepare to announce the winner. Get ready for the drum roll, the confetti, and the grand reveal coming up next.
Yo, but I need you to pick the winner. That was great,
Got
but
it.
pick it.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Drum roll, please. The winner of the $1,000 prize, randomly selected from our list of amazing Yolometer submissions, is Erica from Columbus, GA. Congratulations, Erica. Thank you to everyone.
Congratulations.
Indeed, congratulations, Erica. Your contribution has not only measured snow, but has also won you the big prize. Enjoy your $1,000. And thanks for being a part of our wonderful community. Keep those snow reports coming.
All right, y'all. But is there anything else you want to say to everybody that is here with us right now?
Absolutely. A huge thank you to everyone who's been a part of this event. Your enthusiasm and participation make our community truly special. Keep those Yolometers ready. Stay safe in the snow. And remember, whether it's weather updates or fun community events, we're here to keep you informed and entertained. Thanks for being a part of the Y'all family.
All right. Thank you so much, y'all bot. Please remember what we did here in the format of how we did it for next time, okay?
I've noted the approach and format we used for this event. I'll be ready to bring the same energy and excitement next time. Thanks for involving me, and I'm looking forward to more fun with the Y'all community in the future.
Awesome. So, yeah, huge shout out to Erica, right? Yeah, Erica from Columbus, Georgia. This was one of the homemade Yallometers. This is a photo that we received from Erica right here via pix@ryanallyall.com. So what we're going to do is we're going to email you again, and we will sort out the details with you within the next 24 hours. PayPal, Venmo, whatever it is that you want to do, we're going to send you $1,000. No questions asked. No, there's no catch. It's just fun. Thank you for being here with us and allowing us to have fun and cover the weather for y'all. Y'allbot definitely did better that time. So it's learning, okay? The intelligence is emergent. It's coming. So super huge shout out to Erica. We're reaching out to you. And remember, y'all, this is something that we are going to try to do for every single snow live coverage that we do. And, you know, it would help a lot if everybody had a Yallometer. So remember, next year, whenever we come out with the Yallometer 3.0s, go get one, and we'll do this again next year. If there's no more snowstorms this year, which I think there will be, maybe not down here. By the way, speaking of down here, let's go over some reports. We've got snow in North Carolina. National Weather Service employee seeing 10 minutes ago a trace of snow in Stella. Let's see here, a public report of snow covering elevated surfaces in Jacksonville, and then also Bend Craven County in North Carolina. We've got a snow report coming in from social media of snow covering the ground, elevated surfaces, and a truck. So snowing up here, still all freezing rain and sleet. All freezing rain reports coming from Charleston right now. Lots of freezing rain reports coming in. The most recent one, I think, is going to be this one. 2 miles east-southeast of, Hanahan, Berkeley County, South Carolina, mixed rain and sleet. So, yeah, that's what's happening over there. Down here near Beaufort, however you say it, Hilton Head, we've got some snow coming down. Savannah, Georgia. Also, we've got some reports of sleet in this area. All the heaviest snow right now is falling back here in the panhandle of Florida. We've got several areas that have completely shattered the all-time snow record in Florida. 6 inches of snow, 6.5 inches of snow, and one of the 8 inches of snow in Bellevue, Escambia County, Florida. So there you go. We've more than doubled our all-time snowiest record ever in Florida. That is absolutely crazy. A historic, once-in-a-lifetime, maybe even once in a couple hundred years kind of storm is happening right now. And it is wrapping up in Gulfport. The snow is ending there. The snow will be ending here in Mobile, if it hasn't already, very soon. And then it's going to come to an end in the Pensacola area pretty soon. But I think there's actually a decent amount of time left where it's going to continue to snow. So get ready for an additional inch or two on top of what you got. A big lack of reports, if you've noticed, from right in here. I don't think that this is because it's not snowing there. I just think people aren't sending in reports, or Tallahassee is not processing them in real time. Obviously, they're busy. So, but from what I'm hearing from you guys, there is quite a bit of snow on the ground in Dothan. It's mixed, still got a mix of snow and rain in Tallahassee. So keep those reports coming in. This is what it looks like in Dothan, by the way. Still coming down good. And this is what it looks like in Auburn. It's not snowing here anymore. But these trucks are having a hard time getting up this hill. It might not happen tonight. It might not happen tonight. I love this. I love this photo. Just another day at the beach. This is from Santa Rosa Beach. 4 inches. Jeez, man. Just another day at the beach. Oh, man. What do you think about Jacksonville, North Carolina? I think that you guys have a good shot of seeing a couple inches of snow. I think that there's going to be heavier snow off to your east and off to your north, especially in the Outer Banks. That's where we can see maybe 4 to 8 inches of snow tonight. You guys are probably closer to the 1 to 3 zone, right? As far as I can tell right now. Could see more than that. Here's a video from Savannah, Georgia. Looks like mostly snow to me. This is from JR Wynn. Thank you so much for sending that in. It's coming down. Once we get all snow, it's probably going to remain all snow for a decent period of time. There's a little bit of a warm bubble that's going through Tallahassee that might convert us back over to sleet for a little while in Savannah. But remember, it's 7 p.m. It's going to snow until 7 a.m. So, even if we get an hour or so where it sleets, it's still going to be a significant snow by the time we're all said and done. Speaking of the snow squalls that we were talking about earlier, one of them's coming through my neck of the woods. One of them's trying to go through Pittsburgh. Here's another one in Charleston, West Virginia, over there in Kanawha County. Decent hit of snow coming through right now. This will only last a little while, and then it's just going to go away really as it hits the peaks of the Appalachian Mountains. None of that energy, none of that moisture is really going to make it over the spine of the Appalachians there. In fact, the reason this snow is happening is because there's a tiny bit of moisture that's come off one of the lakes, and it's hit the mountains, went up, now it's precipitating, and it's not going to continue after that, so... A little bit of snow everywhere today. Good news, from what I can tell, I haven't heard any major breaking news about fires today. We also had some extreme Santa Ana winds that were kicking off this morning in Southern California. We had an extreme fire risk. From what I can tell, we haven't had any major new ignitions. So that's good. Let's check back in on New Orleans, which, by the way, it's done snowing in New Orleans now, but everything is very still tonight in New Orleans. Nobody's on the roads. All these roads are closed. Just a really unusual sight here as one of the busiest. Usually this is a bustling area, you know what I mean? But absolutely not a soul traveling tonight, which is the way it should be. Hopefully we can continue that into tomorrow. Things should be a little bit more manageable after tomorrow, but it's going to be rough for the next 24 to 48 hours for a lot of the Southeast. Floyd says that here in Ramseur, North Carolina, the ground is covered. So we're getting a lot more reports in North Carolina now. The gaps are filling in Georgia and South Carolina as well with the snow. William Spurgeon, thanks for being a member for 25 months. This is a once-in-a-lifetime ordeal. Yes, Mr. Picky, it absolutely is. Here's a screen cap from a video from South Carolina. You can see it's coming down really good there in Bamberg, South Carolina. Thank you, GH, for sending that in. And yep, the Waffle House. Now we've heard that there's a couple Waffle Houses that have closed, but the Waffle House in Pensacola is open and it's packed. Look at this. There's a bunch of people in there. Jazz Marie says 30 minutes west of Pensacola. It's still snowing over 6 inches. Yeah, it's going to continue. I mean, there's another heavier band coming from the Gulf Shores area up towards Pensacola. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for, but you could get a couple more inches before it's all done. Snowing in Tallahassee. Liz the Vampire, thank you so much for that. Thanks for being a member for 31 months. Any updates on Atlanta? The snow is, for the most part, over in Atlanta, so it's just going to get really cold tonight. For the most part, though, snow is over. What was the, how much snow did we get? Let me toggle the reports on here. It looks like southern portions of Atlanta, a couple areas got an inch of snow. I'd say in downtown Atlanta, we didn't get that much, but it definitely was enough to cause some problems on the roads. Oh, man. This is what it looks like right now near Atlanta. It's over. The snow's not really coming down anymore, but it was enough to cause some problems earlier today. Snow's still coming down, by the way, over here in Port St. Joe, Florida, and continues to look quite impressive. I can't tell much about the accumulation. Still looks like a little bit over an inch here, but we've got so much wind. It's going to be hard to judge exactly how much snow we've got on the ground until we get an official measurement. Apparently, we had thunder snow on one of our traffic cameras. And we didn't notice. Hold on. James clipped it. Thunder snow caught on one of the Alabama traffic cameras in Mobile on Ryan's stream. Oh, yeah, there it was. Look at that. Did you guys see that? Here, let me get real zoomed in here for you. This one, watch it. Right there, lightning. And that was on one of the Mobile traffic cameras earlier. That was, well, actually, that was just like 4 minutes ago. Alabama traffic camera number 10. Good eye. Good eye, James. James Pettis. There have been more than 15 new wildfires start in the past 24 hours, but the amazing firefighters have battled them all down. The Lilac Fire is the only one that's continuously going on at 85 acres. It's 50% contained. Palisades Fire is up to 63% contained. So, yeah, the fire situation is honestly best case scenario given the fact that we had such strong winds. Wow, here's a very orange view of Orange Beach, Alabama. Crazy sights. Essential Pigeon says, thanks, Ryan, for your great coverage. We're super jealous of all the snow from up here in northern Mississippi. I get it. I can't imagine being in Atlanta, being in Birmingham, being in Jackson. It's literally so close you can taste it. And we're getting record-breaking snows to your south. That's usually it's to your north. At least that's an easy pill to swallow, right? But to the south, yeah, if you're a snow lover, that one's tough. Official RY Nirvana, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. I do believe Jacksonville is going to get in on some snow. It's not going to be as much as all these other guys are getting, and it'll be more sleet and freezing rain. But on the backside here, we are going to get some snow in Jacksonville early tomorrow morning, potentially an inch. It's one of those things that we'll just have to nowcast as it comes in. But thank you for the extremely generous super chat, and everybody say thank you to official Nirvana and also Robert Thornton for the very generous super chat. If it wasn't for these guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here without running a bunch of commercials. So huge shout out to you. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Here's an interesting graphic. Sea surface temperatures. We actually are still very warm over here in the Gulf. We had a warm Gulf of Mexico over hurricane season. That was the reason why we had the rapid intensification with Milton and Helene. But like the warm Gulf is also likely a huge contributing factor to the reason this snowstorm overperformed so much. It's also at the same time it's another reason why this is such a weird storm. Like the fact that the Gulf is this warm, yet it still snowed on the beaches is just absolutely wild. But yeah, these warm sea surface temperatures here did aid in the intensification of this snowstorm in the same way that they would for a hurricane. Tiny Home Hallman, thanks for becoming a member. Travis is testing his winter gear. Now I don't have to travel to the mountains to test winter weather gear. Snow finally sticking in Surf City, North Carolina. Stay warm, y'all. Thank you, Travis, and hope the testing goes well. Here's another Waffle House that's open right now. Only a few of them were closed as far as I can tell. So Waffle House, the lore of, Waffle House never closing, it continues. Josiah, thank you for sending this in. This is an immaculate snowman. This is probably one of the better ones I've seen today. Well sculpted midsection. I really like the arms. You put a lot of effort into the arms. I like how they are symmetrical. I like how you probably spent a lot of time either breaking those branches down to look like that or finding very similar looking branches. That was great. All you're missing, in my opinion, is a scarf and a hat. I think that this could have really used a hat. You could have really used a hat on this one. But otherwise, the proportions, the sculpting, the body size, the height, the arms, love it. Good job. They call me the Gordon Ramsay of snowmen. Dusting of snow in Charlotte, North Carolina. So it's coming down in Charlotte. Yeah, trust me, they do. They call me that. All right. People doubting me. I'm so confused by the shooting star looking things on the Pikeville, Kentucky screen. What is that? Those are just snowflakes. Those are just snowflakes. Something about the camera makes that happen whenever there's just a little bit of snow. But yeah, those are just snowflakes. If you look into the distance, though, if you look into the valley there, you can see some heavier snow back there. If that gets closer to the camera, you'll be able to see the snow a lot better. But these little snow squalls that were coming towards us are kind of falling apart on their approach. It's the IR light that reflects back into the lens, making it look like shooting stars. And there's also likely some, it's got something to do with, the frame rate or something. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, man. Here's why them trucks can't get up the daggone hill in Auburn. Look at this. Sheets of hard ice in Auburn, Alabama, causing the roads to be very dangerous to travel on. Yeah, that'll do it right there. Exposure. Long exposure. Pace, Florida is coming in with 6 inches. A lot of people are asking about like how, often does this kind of thing happen? And Gulf snowstorms are not terribly uncommon. Elijah sent this satellite imagery from the 2004 Christmas Eve snowstorm, where Brownsville, Texas got 1.5 inches of snow and Corpus Christi got 5.2 inches of snow. So this was a pretty impressive snowstorm during the Christmas Eve of 2004. There was also another one in 2014 that was pretty impressive. But nothing quite to the magnitude of what we saw today, in my opinion. But yeah, these really southern snowstorms, these Gulf snowstorms, are something that happen. Obviously, or we wouldn't have records to break. You know what I mean? But yeah, interesting stuff there. Elijah sending in. Remember, if you haven't done so already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Please consider subscribing to the channel, as this is what I do all the time. Thanks to you guys being here and sharing the stream. We were able to reach a whopping 1.3 million people today with this live stream, which is pretty awesome. Thank you for allowing us to do that. I think it's about time for us to wrap it up. We're approaching 11 hours. YouTube won't let us go much higher than that, or they will delete the VOD, and I definitely don't want our historic snowstorm footage and coverage to be deleted. Do not want that at all. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap it up, but don't worry. Don't worry. Is the Y'allbot stream already set up as the one that we're going to go to, Frank, or do we need to do that? Yes? Okay. When I end the stream, you guys just sit tight, and you're automatically going to get teleported. You're going to get teleported over to the Y'allbot stream. I've been streaming now for 11 hours, 12 hours. It's time to wrap it up. It's unfortunate because I'm excited to see all the snow reports from the East Coast. But there are labor laws. And there also, I got to get home. So that's what I'm going to do. Hey guys, thank you seriously so much for watching. Hopefully we've had millions of people involved in this, all the way up to now. We've had lots of people tuning into the forecasts. Now here we are. Everything's come together right here at this moment for our historic storm. I hope that we served you well. And if you like what we're doing here, please like the stream and subscribe, and we'll be here for you next time. Otherwise, I'm going to send you guys off to the Y'allbot right now, okay? Actually, real quick, Dalton, somebody back there, go ahead and manually reload that so that we know for sure there's no bugs whenever we switch over. All right, so we're going to send you guys over to Y'allbot now. Make sure you subscribe to that channel as well. Thank you so much. Seriously. Shout out to everybody that supported today. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.